Welcome, everybody, back to the LTA South. We are live and in scuffed color today. My name is Trajan. I'm joined by TDS. Welcome. It's the first time we've cast together. Very excited for it. We have Roodood on production, so please forgive, but the games will be great, I am sure. So, TDS, welcome back to the casting desk. How you feeling?
Yeah, excited. We're already into the group stage, so we're going to see a lot more variety to what we saw before. And I think that we're going to see more established or teams or more establishment from the teams just going forward and seeing
Yeah.
more of what we should expect, I would say, especially with some of the changes that we saw from the last day of the plane stage to this group stage.
Yeah, for sure. Yesterday we did see a little bit of that clear message being sent to the LLA teams who kind of
Yep.
gave the CBLOL, put them on notice in split one, and then yesterday Leviathan down to Pain 2-0 to Pain Gaming, and then IE down 0-2 to VKS. So both are first and second seeds again who struggled in the positioning phase. Leviathan looked like they'd begun to turn it around, but Pain Gaming is Pain Gaming, and the CBLOL teams rose up once again to take back dominance.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I've been liking a lot of how Pen Gaming has been doing everything. I feel like
Yeah.
BeatStars is a little bit more of an incognito to me because I've yet to be confident enough in them that I can take them at face value. But Pain is
Mm.
a different story. I think Pain is straightforward, just that good, and they are going to keep on performing if we keep on going forwards. Now, as the Latent person, I'm a little bit scared about both Azurus and Leviathan. And even then,
Yeah.
I think that one of them may rise up. I'm not sure which of the two teams will try
Mhm.
and like appear after all this time. But so far, I'm not confident at all in what I've seen, and there needs to be change. Not in players, not just players change.
Mhm.
There needs to be actual gameplay change as well to make me feel a little bit confident.
Yeah, for sure. We've had this very slow kind of build back up from IE where it seems like maybe they're getting a sense of how they want to play, maybe they're able to get things in order, but they're just not there yet to even take the win over VKS, who have looked a little bit not quite as confident as we'd want them as well, right? They had that 4-0,
Yeah.
then dropped to 4-3, and there's clearly still work to be done there too. So Leviathan, I just never know what's going on over there, to be honest. At this point, I wouldn't even hazard a guess.
It's true.
But what we can talk about in a little bit more definition is today's match. Is Red Canids versus Fluxu W7M. Now, Red Canids, again, one of our established title-winning CBLOL teams versus Fluxu W7M, the adjusted promoted academy roster with a
Yep.
disastrous split one that has started to show us a little bit more in split two now.
Yeah, and I feel like that's kind of the expectation when you especially know that these players all kind of were bumped up immediately for from the tier 2 into the tier 1 level. And that difference obviously was going to create some difficulties at the start of it. Now, the longer they play, the longer we'll realize who is going to be capable of staying up here and who is going to take a little bit longer time. And I feel like the community over there in Brazil already has their idea of who shouldn't be in tier 1 for that long either. I've seen a lot of the critiques towards their top laner, and I do
Yeah.
agree there, Fair. But the rest of the team, I've liked, particularly their bot lane. I do think that they are deservedly here. And if they
Mhm.
can just improve a little bit more on their solo lanes, I'm 100% sure this team can just rise up even more to the occasion. But for now,
Yeah.
I do think Red Canadians are favored, especially with bringing back their jungler that has been really consistent for them. And there were questions as to why they were bringing so quickly the rookie jungler as well.
Yeah, absolutely right. We were all a little bit baffled to see Doom coming in the positioning phase, but Aegis is now back at the helm. Took that last game of the first stage against Fluxu W7M, and I'll be honest, he kind of manhandled ganks. That was a pretty one-sided matchup. Aegis was
Yeah.
stealing Barons, stealing Dragons. He was just playing classic team fight leadership Sejuani. It was very, very experienced veteran jungling against Ganks, who is, again, another promoted talent who definitely looked a little out of his depth in that game.
Yeah, it's one of those things where you see the veteran into the rookie, and you realize why one is a veteran and why one is
Yeah.
a rookie just yet. But it's all in the development from the side of Fluxo, and I'm still a fan of their team, and I'm sure that they are going to be able to rise up eventually. But that being said, I'm not sure how well they're going to do in today's matchup. It's still very fresh, the memory of their last loss as well. And in 1 week's time, I'm not sure if they are going to be able to develop that much. I'm taking this team to surprise a little bit later, just not yet, especially against Red Canids, that coming off of victories is great for morale, as well as just great to try and keep on improving on what they already had.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Red, they do have time to get their feet back under them, and Margot in the mid lane is that retained, promoted kind of solo queue talent is starting to improve a little bit more. I really loved his
Yeah.
Corki game against Fluxy W7M, against Fu, who has been, for me, the best performer from Fluxy W7M in that mid lane, and we're seeing him back to the Talia here, paired with the Sejuani. So Aegis still very much going to elevate the team and to try and lead as a frontliner, and then Margot back on this utility pick, a little bit safer to lane, but you can still get around the map and have an impact.
Yeah, overall, I like the idea of having the Talia, especially like you're mentioning, being able to move around the map. If you're able to impact all the lanes, that's just going to make the rest of the game pretty easy. As it does come with Lilia as a counter pick, and Lilia is one of those champions that you can either 1v9 or get 1v9'd because of your mistakes. So I'm excited to see how Gangs is going to pull it off here, especially against a jungler that will try and just be that frontline and initiate fights. You have to be really good at how you move around in certain team fights and how you want to set up for your team. That's why having that Sion as well to pair up with the Lilia and try and create some more space for the Deer probably will be the much better choice. But it is going to be a Jace in the mid lane, and that can be really good for setup in the mid lane when you have the Sejuani and the Talia as well.
Yeah, I like that we're
Ooh.
giving Fu something with a lot of agency to play through here, but the Smolder answer by Red, presumably going into Bronze's hand, tells me that Red still very much understand where their win condition is and what his name is. His name is Bronze. This has time and again been the most effective win condition for Red, especially with Margot coming in, needing a bit of time to settle. They're happy to put him on Talia, a bit of a backup carry, and then let Bronze be that 1v9er.
So actually, are we sure that is a smaller bot lane?
Oh, do we
Because
think FMB is going to do some
could be a
business top lane with it?
it is against a Sion, and that's one of the matchups where I
Yeah,
could see it just
free
find
stacks.
farm stacks, get to later stage of the game, and then try and carry. You go with the risk that you're lacking a little bit of tankiness because it's only the Sejuani, but then if you go Sejuani and a tank support, that pretty much can get like messed around with. And they are also shrinking the pool technically with no Varus, no Ezreal, no Kalista. Now you
Hmm.
have to go even dipper into your champion pools for the AD carry role. Maybe the Misfortune and the Jin could be the next choices, but could end up being banned here. The Ashe as well, and probably another support here just to take away something like an Nautilus, a Leona, or a Ken that has been really popular as well.
Yeah, that is a pretty funny dynamic in top lane to have the infinite HP bar stacking against the infinite damage execute
Yeah.
bar stacking, that they're just both going to be farming each other up as hard as possible to be useful once they've gotten out of that lane. So we'll see what if FNB wants to take it, if Bronze wants to take it. We'll see what the second phase gives us, as there's just so much bot lane focus. The Ashe, the Ezreal you mentioned, the Nico, the Nautilus on the other side. So they're trying to cut down Frosty's playmakers. The Rakan still open that you have mentioned. Now Bronze has gone into the MF, so I think
Okay.
you're right, TDS. We're going small to top.
Yeah, the thing is that now I realized, I remember watching this literally last night. I saw from one of the Twitter analysts, I forgot his name, but it's a really good one.
Hmm.
Sion mid lane, actually.
Oh,
So
the
there's a
return, yeah.
word where this is Sion mid lane, J stop. And then you kind of mess up the Smolder because of that. So I'm
Yeah.
excited to see what they are going to go for. But the Caitlyn makes sense here, and probably something with range karma to try and mess up this misfortune makes a lot of sense as well.
Yeah, we'll see what Geeks wants to go for. Of course, we did see Geeks whip out the Fiddlestick support a couple weeks
That's
ago.
true.
Innovating from the bot lane position, has always been someone who's willing to play off meta. His Pike has been feared in previous seasons, but it's just going to be the Brom here today. So a bit more of a defensive angle, but of
Okay.
course that Brom passive combined with the Caitlyn range can be deadly.
And the Braum also provides you that kind of safety from the Misfortune ultimate, the smaller ultimate as well, and also kind of just a straight up soaker for the Sejuani ultimate. All in all, a pretty good defensive tool, especially because you don't really need to have any more aggressive tools when you have three threats in the bot lane, in the mid lane slash top lane, and then in the jungle. I think the Braum just makes perfect sense here, plus the disengage value. And then
Mhm.
Frosty to close it out with a Rel. The team fight potential from Red is really, really good. I'm just scared of how lane allocations will end up going and if they are going to be able to find the value that they want with this Smolder particularly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have a close eye on FMB. I'll be honest here, because the last game that we saw from Red before they subbed Aegis back in, before their last game of the positioning phase, which was against Fluxu, they were
Yeah.
against Furia, and they had a sizable lead. FNB crushing it on Gwen top lane, who managed to to be honest, kind of solo-handedly tossed that lead away through misplay in the later stages that handed Furia back a game that looked done and dusted
Yeah.
against them. So FMB now on Smolder, he's got a big part to play with this, like, kind of the ultimate late game win condition damage position, but he's got to get that positioning on lock. He cannot be out of position in the team fights. This has been a little bit of a problem for him in the past, and now it is important he gets it right today.
Yeah, 100%. And one of the good things, though, of having that smaller and misfortune is that you have a really strong AD carry that spikes really well at one and a
Mm-hmm.
half, 2 items, and then you have a really strong AD carry that spikes at 4, 5, 6 items. So at the very least, you have strong tools for every stage of the game with your ADs, and if they are not completely far behind, they can find pretty straightforward value. Now, the problem is that if the Smolder falls behind really early, which can happen, we know that if he gets
Yeah.
ganked once or twice, like he's dead pretty much, and he's essentially non-existent, then you're dependent heavily on that misfortune. And the misfortune is a pretty easy target to try and lock down when you consider that she has to be static to play with her ultimate. So all in all, this has to be a pretty good game from Red Canids top side, because if not, the
Yes.
game can become really difficult in general.
Yes, this would be. We'd expect them to perform well, at least in that laning phase. FMB has always been a monstrous laner. He is very, very difficult to beat in the 1v1 and the 2v2. And Aegis now being on the field, we're expecting very smart map play, very good lane assignments, and just the, as we said before, the veterancy coming through here to show that Aegis knows where he needs to be and what he needs to be doing. So let's take a look at this early stage. We'll see what Fluxu can mount if they're going to try and mount any kind of contest to this. We do see it is Hidan in the top lane on the Sion, Fu on the Jace in the mid lane. So Fu perhaps does have a little bit more of an angle. And then we've got Marvin Fu going into that mid lane. If the bot lane goes decently well for Fluxu, they could have this Caitlyn spiking decently before she gets into that mid game trough, and then Fu scaling up on the Jace as well. So that might give them something to play through around the kind of 15 to 25 bracket.
Yeah, and I'm not 100% sure on this because do not play Caitlyn that much, but I do think she outranges both Smolder and Caitlyn. Even with stacks, she outranges the Smolder as well. So having that range advantage with the Jace and the Caitlyn always going to be ideal, and especially when you get first position into objectives, she's going to just be a complete menace because apart from two champions, barely anyone else can try and walk forward, and then you also have the poke to consider. So all in all, can be really, really effective for the side of Fluxo, and we have
Yeah.
to wait and see if this is going to be their first game. Finally, their first like chance to
Mm-hmm.
really make a boom.
Yes, for sure. They got their one for Fluxu. Their one win so far was against Isurus Estral. Both of these
Yep.
teams ended up 1-6 at the end of positioning phase. So they got a win, but it was, kind of definitionally the least impressive win you could have. They have started to show us more
Yeah.
in these other games. They show us that they have ideas of how to punish plays. They've got individual talent, that's undeniable. But when it comes to that kind of post 20-minute stretch, the mid game into the late game decision making, they just don't necessarily have the experience, and we see them get caught out, get punished, get kind of tripped over by these more experienced rosters. And Red does have Bronze with championships under his belt, does have Aegis, does have FNB to kind of cover and help lead them through those later stages, whereas maybe Margot and Frosty don't have as much time under their belt.
Yeah, you have to really make use of that veterancy in the right manner, where you have some of the players that don't have that experience and some of the players that do, to really just bring up the rest of the team in an effective manner. Something that maybe is more complicated to find in Fluxo, right? Because the experience from some of their players are much limited compared to the role position in most like teams. Because I feel like, or pretty much every team has had at the very least one player that is close or has been a champion in either LTA, sorry, in either I forgot the name of the old Latin league.
Oh, LLA.
LLA, yeah, thank you.
Yeah.
Either LLA or Civil. So
Mhm.
there's like difference in the levels of experience that you're going to see here, and there's going to be, like we have seen so far, much bigger growing pains for that Fluxo side. That's why this is an important experience, and the fact that they get to play even more games than before, it's perfect for them.
Yeah, we are back onto the rift here. Pause swiftly resolved. And we can see FMB already taking an aggressive stance. Wants to start stacking up ASAP, use that range to melee advantage that he's going to have there. But he has to be aware of the dangers of the ganks, right? Obviously, the Lilia pre-6 doesn't have too much sting in it. It's got damage, absolutely, but it doesn't necessarily have CC to hold it in place. So it's going to be about the spacing for that Smolder up there.
Exactly. It's all going to be on how well he can position and how well he can evade. any sort of bad attempt into ganks. Now, if he can get into a spot where he knows not only where the Lilia is, but also that he knows 100% that he's not going to be ganked, he's just going to be a pretty comfortable time in the top lane, as both junglers also are set up on the top side, so AG is also doing a nice hovering of the top lane smolder, and then maybe they want to try and go quickly for a bot lane attempt, especially with the control that the Caitlyn has. Lilia will run amok in that jungle if she gets the chance.
Absolutely, both junglers heading onto this bot side right now, so bot lane could be the focus of attention right here, and Aegis does have a much more effective gank at those early levels. Frosty, of course, with the rail, the make it rain from Brunsey, they've got good CC to try and start something here. You don't want to let yourself get shoved around by Caitlyn and Braum for the whole lane.
Yeah, you really want to be as careful as possible with that, and you don't want to give the pressure like you're mentioning, because if you give the position to the Caitlyn and the Braum here, that just means that your jungle is going to be invaded, and then also that can translate into a lot more attempts in the rest of the map. As see a little bit of a fight here, but nothing big has been used just yet. It's just small trading and trying to put pressure onto Marvin particularly.
Yeah, we can see the triple lane split right here and see the states. FMB holding that lane in an aggressive position, likely knows that Lilia is not in the area. There's no risk
Yep.
to him doing this right here. Margot handling himself pretty well into Fu as well, using the Talia CC, hiding behind the minions, getting good damage away, as we'd want to see. And then now Brunsey and Frosty trying to get a push on themselves. Fu wants to clue that wave in, uses a lot of mana for it though. As now
Ooh.
bot lane trying to get a little bit scrappy. They'd love to stack the Brom stacks up, but cannot find the stun on Frosty yet.
Yeah, but Red Spot Lane doing a really good job. You can see how efficient they've managed their health bars. Even though one pot has already been popped, they are still pushing the lane really effectively. And also they are finding small attempts or small margins to really look for an aggressive play. And this is one of those things that you can accomplish with a Misfortune. I look at her similar to Kaisa, where she has a really strong level 2 power spike with engaged supports, that if you're able to go aggressive, you can find so much value with it. As FNB, not a huge minion lane here, or minion CS lead here, but
Mhm.
certainly doing a really good job at just poking and trying to stack up.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the main goal right now, is just to try and reach that 20-minute mark, kind of get those passive stacks above 225 ASAP on those queues. Margot still trading heavily into Fluxu, W7M's mid laner. So for Red, normally I think we do see them perform pretty well in the early games. We mentioned already that they did very well against Furia, another team with historically strong early game laning and strategy, but Red was able to get the advantage there. It's always
Yeah.
been it's like the chaotic CPLOL energy that just creeps into Red the longer the game goes on. You cannot convince them not to fight,
Oh,
but this time it's
foo.
Fu who commits to a bad engage, has to flash straight back out as Frosty was ready and waiting.
Yeah, remember the chaotic civil energy? Well, that's a little bit of that there, Vaifu. I,
Yeah.
I, I will say though, Giggs was in the area. I think that the idea initially, just looking at the minimap, is Fu engages and then Giggs comes in from the back. But pretty smart timing there by Frosty, understanding that that could be 100% a possibility. He waits on the side, and that's going to be first dragon pretty easy for the side of Red Canids. Something as well that I feel like we haven't seen as much this split is teams focusing the early first dragon this early on, because most of the time they just immediately send the bot lane after the push towards the top side to secure that first set of crops. And this time they instead go for the dragon.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, historically, CBLOL has been a bit allergic to the Drake, as FMB does take a tough trade against Hedon. Has the level 6, Sion's still waiting on it, and will just get clipped by another devastating smash here. So Hedon manages to get a little bit of purchase in, a little bit of damage, and is stacking up their armor early as we'd expect. But you're absolutely right, TDS. Really, in this region, we don't tend to love the dragons. There was a short period where we did. It was very exciting, but we seem to have regressed from that a little bit.
That's understandable. Priorities of objectives do end up happening sometimes, but first move did come through from Fluxo, and they have control of the area, plus also the Sion being healthier than the Smolder will make a difference. This set should be going towards the side of Fluxo, so 3 drops for them for a Jace is always good to have. But we need to see if that's going to turn into anything big. It's similar to the Herald, where if you do not use it to get a lot more value than just getting the Herald, then it's going to be pretty meaningless. As 4-man dive attempt here, maybe?
Ooh, Marvin doesn't currently have Geeks ready, who's checking the brushes, taking the safe route back to the lane, has not spotted
Smart.
the red invaders. They will back up as well. I think they know that Brom is going to be there in time, and diving that Brom against that passive is pretty risky business. Hedan right now on a little bit of a proxy journey. FNB wants to punish him, but Ganks is down there in the topside jungle.
Yeah, actually even steals the red buff from Aegis, so going to have a small lead. They do know that the Lilia is here, but there's not a lot that they can do. Sion has the first move as well here, and also, oh wait,
Ooh, ult's committed in bot side. Geeks put the wall up, and Aegis only just takes level 6, but looks like a man advantage for Fluxu. He has to flash back over to the safety of the turret. The damage not quite enough to knock him over, but Fluxu will walk away with some stolen camps and decidedly some pressure on the map from this.
I do think though that Aegis did manage to get the bigger Raptor, so that means that he did hit level 6 like we see on screen, and also
Mm.
even though he doesn't die, he has to blow flash, but the setup is still there. They can play with that in mind and they can try and threaten a little bit as
Oh,
Marvin
Marvin
out of
is,
position,
is
no
is
flash,
away
no
from the
cleanse.
tower. He's gonna net to safety right there, but Margot comes through. The trap slows down Sejuani, but
Oh,
Marvin
that's
shoved
perfect.
back onto the minefield, and first blood secured by Red. You can see Caitlyn had lost the flash moments beforehand and really needed it in that play.
Yeah, and that's one of those instances where if you use your ultimate or your flash, you have to, at the very least, trade for something that it's meaningful, right? And that's exactly what Frosty did. They played aggressive against Marvin, blow flash cleanse, and as soon as the gank comes, pretty easy for them to be able to obtain the kill. It could have been a little bit scarier if they commit too heavily and they are under the turret or playing around a different like position on the side of Fluxo. But since the Caitlyn was so far away from the Braum, it was pretty easy for them to be able to obtain that first blood. Really good move, and already setting up Rans for immediate success with that first blood as well.
Yeah, I love to see that from Aegis as well. Having that kind of mid lane play, drop him down to about 150 HP, and instead of pulling the recall, instead of kind of taking a step back off the map, heads straight down the river, gets a bit of XP from the jungle, and then goes into a dive that pulls off successfully. So not being dissuaded at all by the invade from ganks, goes and gets the first blood sorted out for his team.
Yeah, 100%. It's a really well done move. And now trying to set up something similar here, Fluxo, but they 100% know that the Lilia is here. What they don't know is that Aegis is on the side and maybe can attempt for a counter gag pretty effectively. Also, Misfortune Ultimate is back up, so they can play around that as well. And Mago is already on the move. One thing that I've loved from Mago so far this game, and so far with how he plays, ready to always just be on the lookout for whatever play can happen all around the map. And that's a really nice thing to have if you're a jungler that is looking to make plays. Your mid lane always ready to move with you. It's always great to see.
Yeah, and this really fits into the classic Red style, right? When it was Aegis
Yeah.
and Grevthar for so many splits, Grevthar would sacrifice his entire lane, he'd sacrifice his entire game to make sure that whatever Aegis wanted to do was going to work out and that he'd have backup. And Malgo is clearly able to still slot into that game plan where it is necessary. He can play the Talia and roam down for Aegis's dive. What Margot has shown that he also wants to do is draft Akali and carry games, right? And we haven't quite
Yeah.
seen the success from that yet, but it's good to me that the option is there, right? That Margot is a player who can try and do both. There's a little bit of time needed to improve and get the experience down and just kind of raise the skill level just a little bit, but the impetus is there, the style is there. It just needs time to grow.
Yeah, there's always a chance for that to happen, and especially with a split that is as long as this, you have opportunities to try and develop onto that style or make it so that that style can end up coming in handy later on. Especially when we were looking at BO5s with Fearless Draft in mind, you know that you're going to have a one opportunity to pull off something like the Akali and carry a game when the pool is really just not that deep because of all the champions banned away. You can have that
Yeah.
sort of opportunity, but it's important to have this sort of dynamic where you can make your jungler feel also as comfortable as possible. Sometimes I feel like people laugh at the fact that the jungler is kind of the dog of the rest of the team, but there's teams that want there to be the dog of the jungle sometimes.
Yeah, for sure. We can see Fluxu really trying to defend this dragon, peeling off
Frosty,
now, but Frosty with a lovely
that's so
engage
good.
sets up the Bronze bullet time, and Aegis picks up the kill. Margot rotating in from the bottom side. Gigo, or Geeks, I should say, will bounce his way to safety. In comes Hedan, Sion ulting in to drive out Red, but they've already got the kill, and FNB is working on plates as well in top.
Yeah, and the thing here is that they already got the kill. They already forced another member down here to bot side. That means that there's pretty open space for FNB up there in the top lane. And since they see the teleport coming in top side, they know that they will have numbers advantage. This is such a smart way of playing the game by Red. They get the easy peek, they move around so that they don't get caught off or just give up a random kill when they don't need to, and then they force the resources all around the map so that Fluxo cannot decide on something. They are forced to make top decisions into going everywhere, and that just means that the easy objectives for red are pretty easier are easier better said to just
Yes.
obtain at that time. This is such a smart way of playing the game, and there doesn't need to be blood every time. You just need one
Yeah.
splash of blood and then just get everything else.
Exactly. You do not have to force send it into a full 5v5 dive every
Yeah.
single time, Red. It is allowed to just take the one kill you need. They step back just for safety and then came back in to stop Fluxu sneaking away that dragon at the end of it. So Red now 2 dragons up with the Chemtech Rift right here. Gank's still on the jungle invade steel path and will get another camp away. So he's still farming pretty decently, but we have not really seen anything substantial from this Lilia just yet, whereas Aegis has been a part of both the successful Red plays.
Yeah, so far so good. Really effective plays from Aegis coming through, and they also can try and fight here for the grubs. That being said, I like this by Fluke. So the fact that they were able to realize that they had a small margin where they needed to go for something, and they are getting here the one of the remaining grubs. At the very least, they collect the four, so it's not going to be split even. But the dragons are 100% in favor of the side of red, and they do get a second grub to try and put a little bit more pressure here. But what I'm focusing on is the fact that we were talking so much about this uh, Smolder getting all the value early on in the draft by just being or by just playing against the Cyan freely in the top lane and getting that easy stack value plus CS. And he's been getting that without really having to interact with the Cyan, which is kind of funny. I was expecting more attention topside, but one bad fight and it turns that the Cyan cannot be close to the Smolder for a long period of time because if not, the team may fall like really
Yep.
far behind elsewhere.
Absolutely. You can see Red currently on vision from Fluxy W7, and they know what's going on, but they don't really seem to have many options to try and deal with it. Red have just now built up a comfortable lead for themselves. They're ahead in objectives. They managed to steal away 2 of those last 3 grubs as well. So Fluxy still sitting on 1 objective camp, whereas Red is on 2, almost with the feet secured there too. So Red are in a very comfortable position. They've got the scaling options ready to go. They're happy to just pick up the next items, maybe look for the next dragon fights, play for an early solo as a win condition, and the pressure is off from them, right? Will they actually
Yeah.
play like the pressure is off is another question. We'll see if they can keep a cool head right now. If they can, that'll be lovely. We've seen some progress.
Yeah, exactly. Like everything is on them to really just try and show us that they've improved, or on Red to just shut out everything and just show that the game is theirs and they can just completely run over everyone. And so far, so good. As Marvin,
Marvin, stunned up right there. Geeks is ready. Brunson knows there's no point
yeah,
dropping the ultimate as Geeks would simply throw the Unbreakable up, but it is still pressure onto this Caitlyn that has completed the Yuntao, but we are going to be going into the mid game with the big Caitlyn mid game trough without a lead to play through. Marvin is going to be he's going to be a bit useless for a little bit left. You know, he's going to be a while before we see that Caitlyn damage really starting to hurt.
I'm scared that it's not going to be just a little bit, but it's going to be a huge margin of the
Yeah.
game where the killing is going to be effective. Good thing you do have a Jace, so the poke is going to
Yes.
to hit onto multiple members, and that's kind of the best part for Fluxo, the fact that there are 3 squishy champions and there's no actual like champion that can shield them as effective. Like obviously the Sejuani can stand in front, but one good position shock blast and you can take them out of the fight. So at the very least,
Yep.
there's those tools to always consider.
You can see FNB still just pushing in the Scion Brunsey, though, on
France.
his own in the mid lane. Might have to drop the flash and the cleanse. Does hold both, in fact. Cleanses away by the look of it together with the Lilia ultimate. Holds his flash, but Margot now
Mago.
under attack from Fu. Here comes the Jace trying to get stuck in. Gets a flash in from Fu
Ooh.
as well. A solo kill for the Brazilian mid laner for Fluxy W7M. But now Red pulling the trigger on bot side, going for the Demolish proc. They don't quite have the damage to kill the tower, do they? Aegis has successfully forced Hidan away from its safety, flashes back over. Glacial Prison connects,
Instant
but they
kill.
just don't have the damage for it.
Yeah, you have to wait at the very least 20 more minutes before that FMB can
Yeah.
actually kill that Cyan bot. That was a smart play there by Hidan, playing just around the turret range, plus just clearing the minions. And then Fu, pretty sure he gets the kill by just waiting on that Tribush. You can see the vision control from the top side by Fluxo. They have complete vision control, -1 ward, and they've been making the most out of that. They're going to lose this top lane turret. It's going to be 1-1 in turret, so not the first blood turret that FMB was able to obtain down there, but it's going to be also Herald thanks to that.
Yep, Gank's picking up another objective camp right there. One more for either side will give them the feat of monster killing. But Red, of course, already having that first turret, just needs one more kill to secure the triumphant boots for themselves. Going into the later stages right now as Aegis getting aggressive into the Fluxy W7M jungle. Geeks has to flash the wall to stay alive.
Yeah, not the most ideal, but it's not like Braum needs that to engage. So one of the
Hmm.
few positive
Yeah.
things to play with that Braum in that situation, as
Oof.
Marvin takes a huge shot to the face, and oh wait,
Okay,
man,
flank from Hidan comes in, doesn't connect with anybody, and the rest of Red will walk away. Right through the uprights is Hidan's Scion, and Red are safe at the tower.
you know what? That's a way to instill fear into your enemies, like not knowing what
Yeah.
you're going to do next.
Yeah, I could have hit you for sure. I chose not to. So just think about that the next time you want to take an objective, guys.
It's on you to think that I'm going to hit you, not on me actually. But
Yeah.
everyone is here. This is a classical 5v5 situation. Dragon should already be started though. Yeah, Gang's already starting it with the vision control as ooh.
Yeah, Hidan holding the frontline geeks as well. The vision coverage for Fluxu is very, very good. Red just do not have any sight in the pit. They need to force their way in. In comes the ultimate straight into the Brom wall, though. And now Brunsey doesn't have anything that can stop his
Takes it a
ultimate.
long
Geeks
one.
trapped to the wrong side of the
No
Weaver's wall.
flash.
Surely will fall.
What?
Aegis steals another dragon out from under Ganks as the fight continues as well. The kills are going for Red. The objectives are going for Red. And I don't think I've seen Ganks secure a single major objective away from Aegis so far this year.
Do we consider Grubs a small or big
If
objective?
Aegis was there, I think he'd probably have stolen it. That's how confident I'm
Yeah,
feeling in that.
true, probably true, but in that situation, it feels such a weird way to lose the objective by the side of Fluke. So, like you were mentioning, they had complete control of the area. They weren't losing at all anything in that fight, and importantly, they had their biggest initiation tool down, which was the Scion Ultimate. So it was all on Red to really get into the play, but Fluxo was controlling the area really smartly, and they also lost FNB's ultimate. So the fact that they not only do get a kill out of this play, but also the dragon, it's just pretty bad for the side of Fluxo. And now their game is it's all depending on being able to find a couple of picks or one big team fight that Gangs can set up with the 9-man sleep. Or sorry,
Yeah,
5-man, not 9.
hopefully it'll be a 5-man sleep for Fluxu's sake. The 9-man sleep would not be good for them right now as
Yeah.
FMB. There is a lot of Fluxu W7M members loading onto this bot side. The Smolder kind of pinned onto this tower potentially, has the flash if he wants. Rel from Frosty is in the area too. Hito comes in, doesn't find the knockup. In comes the flat, 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 but there's the
Yeah,
Q,
no.
keeps him in place. And Ganks takes the credit, so Fluxu finally just get a clean play off the map. But let's look topside. Margot's working on a turret.
So it turns out sending 5 people to kill one small dragon does actually work out. And that one kill can maybe set up something for the Caitlyn or for the Jace, which do need that gold desperately, more so the Caitlyn than the Jace. But Mago, like you're mentioning, doing a really good job at just pushing on the side lane. They're not even going to get this bot lane turret, which it's not necessarily a huge amount of gold, but it is a space that you end up earning because, like we know, Arakan is going to be on that side of the map. So you do want to, at the
Yes.
very least, not have to worry about forcing something and having that tower to help the side of red. Frosty should be fine here.
Yeah, he has the option to get over the wall if he needs to. Brunsey around the corner to support his support if needed. A lot of damage taken, it must be said, but the Voracious Atakan now live in the bot side of the river. Not too many kills, not too much damage so far in this game, but Red have eked out a comfortable 3,000 gold lead. 3 Drakes as well, 2 minutes 30 to play for a Chemtech Soul. It has been a very controlled, a very conclusive early game and mid game for Red Canids. They really do look like they have leveled up a little bit and are playing a bit
Yeah.
more like the experienced title winning team that they have been in the past. As Geeks caught trying to drop some wards and is getting chunked down. The Brunsey
Ooh.
ultimate gives him nowhere to run. Margot picks up the credit, ganks into the pit. Surely will have to flash out. There he goes as FMB was threatening. But now, how can they contest the Atakan here?
It just feels like it's going to be really difficult to go for it. They do use the Misfortune Ultimate and the Sejuani Ultimate, so some crucial teamfight ultimates are going to be down. And there is still a jungler for the side of Fluxo, but they are waiting for the Caitlyn. Actually, Caitlyn is maybe not even in the picture. I don't know what they're going to attempt here.
Yeah, Kaelin is strolling over from mid lane, but there's only 6k left in the Atakan. Ganks need a way in, but doesn't have flash to get in there. FMB,
Nice
Aegis,
poke.
Frosty. The wall comes down. Ganks has nowhere to go.
Yeah, there's the
Bowling
wall.
ball as a last ditch effort, but it's Atakan for Red Canids. Gives them that extra revive option in the following team fights. Now the Dragon, 90 seconds could be where they choose to use it. Frosty,
Ooh.
in fact, isn't done yet. Goes for the engage, and FMB looking for damage on the other side. Margot wants to get out of there, and I think Red can finally call a stop on this play.
Yeah, instantaneous teleport just to go to the top side. They look to try and get Geeks. He does have flash now.
Oh, again, caught in the middle of nowhere. No one to jump to, has to flash away. Red, do not think it's worth it to chase him down. They're probably right. The Brom, not a huge sack of gold right now, and no use expending flashes to chase him down.
It's two summoners for the price of an ultimate by Frosty, and this game is just feeling harder and harder, or harsher and harsher for the side of Red, Fluxo, sorry, because Red is just pressuring as much as they can without really having to throw everything into them. Like they can get a pick without really having to blow big ultimates, apart from maybe the Misfortune or the Sejuani. Like one of those ultimates down, it's completely fine if you're able to get a really smart pick. Or if you're able to control the map after just forcing a play, that's still valuable for them. Because the biggest thing that I was mentioning with Fluxo initially was they have really great control of the areas. But if they are not in the area and they are not able to make use of that control, like the Caitlyn traps, then it's not going to be the best. Oof, oof.
Yeah, loses the flash to a flanking Aegis right there. And you're absolutely right, TDS. It feels like when Fluxu are there, arriving at objectives, setting up the vision, they're doing a great job, but they're just not able to actually push Red out and stop them just muscling their way in. And when the fights
Yeah.
break out, Red's quality is really shining through. This time it's Red with control of the vision here. Hedan takes a fat chunk off the top. FNB's ultimate flies across and the Scion down below half, but everyone else feeling pretty good. And Margot himself is down to half too. Red instead, they peel back for the Drake.
Yeah, that immediately is a turn for, okay, we now have free space to get this dragon, and we're going to get it. So that's all. Pretty easy soul for the side of Red Canids, and already setting up for a potential Elder that, with all the control they have, should be theirs as well in just 6 minutes time. That's a pretty scary thing to consider when you also have the Smolder with the Execute. So you have essentially double Execute.
Yeah, and you can see FMB up to 278 stacks right now, well above the threshold before Smolder starts to really get online. He's 2 items deep. He's only going to get more terrifying from here, and he's now moved on to the side lane. So there is a little bit of risk. If the Smolder sticks around too long, doesn't have the most effective escapes from down in that long lane, if Lilia can get there, if Jace can get there. But when it's just Hedan, it's going to be the same stories we've seen all day, TDS. It's just going to be farming up the stacks even more.
Yeah, it's just getting even higher and higher in that stack value, and not sure where. Actually, no, they do have the graphic. Great work, 292
Yeah.
stacks for this Molder. They're really nice for them, and that just means that this Molder is going to hit like a truck with one more item.
Absolutely. Red now turning their attention to the top lane turret. Not many outers left as Fluxu would love to mount another defense here, but they get
Oh,
caught up, they get dragged back, and Ganks has to go
no flash.
golden. He might survive. Looks
Ooh.
like he will, but he's low HP again. The stasis is down. The arm guard is shattered, and Red keep the pressure on.
Yeah, they do blow the arm guard, but at the very least, there's no kill onto Gang, so they do have the chance to look a little bit forward to stopping any sort of Baron Tim if they want to go for it. It's 6 seconds away, so maybe that could have been an opportunity if the jungler ends up falling down. But with this, the threat is still alive, and it's not going to be as easy for them. But if they're just pushing on all cylinders, they are finding multiple places where they can just keep on getting leads. And like we were mentioning before, not everything is blood. If you're able to control the map and you get the objectives, that still will take you closer to the victory than just the kills.
Exactly, right? This is it's never felt like Red aren't playing slow, they're not being passive, they're not, being inactive, but they don't need the kills. As you say, not everything
Yeah.
is bloodshed. They're going for another gauge onto Hedan right now. It is that tanky front line, but they've got decent damage for Red. The ult's again committed. Hedan down to half as the rest of Fluxu stagger back to their turret. And again, no kill found. A couple of ults committed, and Red, they could go for the Baron here, but they won't have all their ults if needed.
Yeah, it's not like they will have everything in their in place for them. They will get the Misfortune Ultimate, which was lacking a little bit in that previous fight, but everything else should be useful for them. And one of the things that allows that is good for them for Baron taking is the fact that they have double AD carry. So it's not like they need both of them there to really get it. As ooh,
Margot, Weaver's Wall's in
Frosty.
again. This time Geeks the target. Once again, he will escape. Doesn't take too much damage either. So Red unable to find that one kill that will confirm their move on to the Baron, but they're always checking, always looking for the pick that will make this one easy. Brunsey, in fact, goes back to base, completes the Infinity Edge. So his damage just took a big tick up.
Yeah, they get more value here now, and that ultimate is going to hit even higher Vibrant in that position. I'm waiting for the last item or the third item for MFMD as well, just to add on to the damage that they are going to be able to accomplish. But so far, it just feels like as long as they keep the control right, they don't need to worry about everything. Frosty with no ultimate though means that their engage is going to be lacking just a tiny bit. They are going to wait until the Sejuani ultimate is back up. But like we were mentioning before, they don't really need to have Misfortune in the area. These two champions, FNB and Aegis, can just by themselves do the Baron buff since they already have another AD carry in place.
Red now starting up this Baron. FNB and Aegis working on it. Frosty trying to keep control of who's coming in. Geeks and Hedan will force their way through, but now it's Red with the solid vision line, and Fluxu don't know what's going on. Red have peeled away. They really want to take this fight. They don't want to force the Baron to a flip. There's no need, but Frosty takes a big chunk of damage from the Shock Blast. Fu hasn't had the best game so far, but he's even in gold with Margot, and these Shock Blasts are kicking.
Yeah, probably the one of the few members that have had a pretty strong and comfortable game is Fu in the mid lane. Was a little bit pushed early on, but got that solo kill in the top lane really effectively and has been consistently finding shock blasts onto members. It hasn't turned into anything big because sadly for Fluxo, it's not like they have great tools to find angles onto the backline. But at the very least, Fu has been consistently good at throwing the shock blast and getting a little bit of damage onto them. If there was a fight where they get a couple of shock blasts plus a potential gank's ultimate, then that can change the fate for Flux of this game. But Red has managed that out pretty effectively, and it's not easy for them to be able to accomplish that.
Yeah, big shocker to everyone that Fu is the one person performing well in this Flux UW7M game. Multiple times that has been the case. He is a very standout performer and has been since we seen him debut a couple splits ago. This guy definitely has a bright future in this region right now, but the
Yeah.
team is really still struggling. Red are just a cut above today. Back on the Baron they go. Once again, Frosty looking what he can do to stop them. Margo has a Weaver's Wall to rotate over his knee to. Marvin is trying to push out that mid lane. Red are
Ganks
going to
is
get this
coming.
one down. Ganks is not being in range. Aegis with the Baron secured. Red, they've wanted to fight for so long. Can they finally get it? The ult's again committed. They'll find that front line.
Okay.
Marco on the flank. Geeks has put the wall up. Hedan can take that punishment. Fluxu W7M, they refuse to die, but they will not stop the Baron take.
You know what? It's fine. You're still not dead, so at the very least, you get to live to fight another day. But with no Baron buff, with no Soul now at hand, and also Elder coming up in 30 seconds, we have to wait and see how long that will last for them, sadly, because it's not a lot of time that they will get to be able to fight like that. And I kind of feel like Mago's wall was counterproductive there because it did block the team from being able to force the
Yeah.
engage in that situation. But it's still something that you can play up with later on because Dragon in 15, that's an objective you want to go for.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Frosty and Margo in the mid lane. Fu with a flank angle right here. Could look to get a pick. Flash away goes to Talia. Needs to step around those Caitlyn traps. Frosty has CC if needed. Now it's Fluxu who can't quite get their
Oh,
hands
turret.
on their target. As a look at their top lane. Inhib turret down. Inhib soon to follow. Red Canids will take the objective they need and stroll back into the jungle.
Yeah, they get the inhibitor, they get the turret, they move away, and nothing to worry about in general here for them as the dragon is looking really juicy for them in that position, and it's going to be difficult. Fluxo has to take a decision here. Do they want to force the dragon fight and leave their base open with one teleport still available and 180 carry to be able to take it down, or do they want to go for the dragon? Like there's no in between here. Although it looks like Red doesn't want to go for the in between either. They want to go for the turret.
Using that Baron buff to try and get another turret down. He down on the front
Oh,
line doesn't connect.
Hidan.
Frosty with the counter CC. Will we finally
Oh, that
see
angle
the
is beautiful.
Scion fall? Down he goes. And the ultimate from Bronze cuts off the retreat once again. FMB with the credit. Finally, we have our 7th kill of the game, everybody. 30 minutes deep. The Elder Dragon now live. If anything will help us get kills, surely it's this.
So I don't think they've seen ganks in the area. There is a super blast cone that they
Ooh.
can try and use. Actually, his
No,
way
we're
to
doing
blade.
Grump.
No, yeah,
Okay.
even then he would
Okay.
wait. Like, yeah,
He has no
that's
vision
Elder
in there, right?
Dragon.
He'd have to completely blind Super Blast Gun into the pit, which would be incredibly sick, but unlikely to win the game, you know?
It's the kind of play that you see from a sack coming in from the fog of war out of nowhere and then stealing an objective. But I don't think that was going to happen at all in this position. Mago takes a huge chunk, but it's not going to turn into anything. And yeah, this combo Baron Elder should be enough to finish the game.
Baron Elder plus Smolder, Sejuani, and Rel in front of it. How are we supposed to break into this one, folks? In the waves, poor Brunson's working on Nexus turrets already as the last inhibitor falls. Red have looked completely indomitable in this first game. Only a couple of Nexus turrets left. One last ditch defense from Fluxu on the cards if they can find it. But the execution
Oh, wait,
threshold is already
no, no.
massive. Marvin barely gets away. Fu is in. He trades 1 kill with the help of ganks, but down go the front line for Fluxu, and Red will wrap up this first game. Brunsey, with no one to stop him now, lays the damage down on the fountain, and Red, 32 minutes in, sweep away Fluxu W7M.
Yeah, they do such an amazing job at the end there, and they get the first game pretty effectively. I would even go just to say that the smaller was essentially inexistent. He was in the top lane. He farmed. He
Yeah.
got stacks, and he was part of some fight. But realistically, he wasn't really the main factor in that game. Everything just falls back to what Aegis and Mago were able to accomplish all around the map, moving around,
Yeah.
being able to find multiple picks, and then turning that into consistent goal and objectives for the team. That's really the story
Yeah.
of the game.
Yeah, for sure. You know, we expect Brunsey and Frosty and FMB to be completely solid in the laning phase. They're excellent performers in that stage.
Yeah.
We really wanted to see the mid jungle for Red kind of get back to the level that had been before, albeit with a slightly different player in Margot compared to Grevthar. But it really seems like we're returning to what made Red great before. Aegis, this franchise player, is back in place and is having such an immediate effect on the Red Canids. No longer are they tossing leads away on silly fights. They're getting leads and they're leaving no space for their opponent to get back into the game.
Yeah, they took the part that they were building leads, and then they took out the part where they were taking silly fights and losing them. So I think that's a smart adaptation already going into these games. And if they can keep that up, they are going to turn into a contender. That's why I really like the
Yeah.
fact that we're making that jump from the positioning like weeks to this
Mhm.
group stage weeks, where we see the consistent transition from teams to finding the style that they want. And if they are able to find the groove right and they can play to the style that they want, they immediately jump in the standings, not only being one of the teams that maybe now are not just anymore a wild card or anything like that, but they actually turn
Mhm.
into a contender in the future. So really
Yeah.
excited to see how Red Canids will go on, because this group still has Fury and Loud as well, and maybe they can play spoiler
Yeah.
in that situation.
Yeah, for sure, right? It is really cool, I think, to have that first positioning phase not necessarily lock out a team from
Yeah.
having a good result at the end of the season. It gives them time to, as you say, find that identity. And now I've got this new format that allows teams like Red, who have got their stuff together now, to start that run, to start making their way back to a title fight that they have not been in for years. They'd love to get back there, but we will see if they can do so, if they can wrap this series up as a good start. For now, we're going to go to a quick break. Remember, everybody, this is an entirely free volunteer run stream. We very much appreciate every one of you watching. Anyone who follows and subscribes, you really, really appreciate it. We're going to go to a break. We're going to run a quick ad in that break so we don't have any pre-roll ads, and we'll see you back here for game 2 in just a few minutes. Welcome back, everybody, to the LTA South. It's time for game number 2 of Red Canids versus Fluxu W7M. Red 1 didn't have too much to say about it, to be honest, TDS. Red just put on a very clean, clinical performance, and Fluxu really got a look in.
Yeah, I wasn't surprised to put it realistically. Like, I think Fluxo can be good, but Red was looking better coming into here, and that game really cemented the fact that I'm becoming more and more of a Red believer the longer it goes, because that game controlled, smart, nothing out of the ordinary. You don't need to get a lot of kills to win the game. Probably not the most exciting thing about trying to watch this sort of game, but certainly if you're trying to win, probably the best way to try and win is realistically not fight that much and win everything else.
Yeah, pretty much. I think for Fluxu, the game. So we've seen them previously in the past be able to kind of withstand early game plans from quote unquote better teams, and they get into that later stage, that sort of 20-25 minute mark, basically even on gold, at which point you can try and kind of make your big play in the team fight. You can try and outmaneuver around barons, around dragons, around side lanes, and that's part that it's tricky for a team this young to do, but is possible, right? And they've shown that they can
Yeah.
survive those early stages. But this game, yes, there wasn't much in the kill department, but there was just this steady accrual of gold and lead for Red across the map, always getting the better of all these exchanges. And just none of the Fluxu plans really worked out that well. And even when the Red ones didn't work out super well, they were still getting just a little bit more until it just looked unplayable for Fluxu at some point, when she's like, oh, well, now we're 4K down, and now we're ready to try and make a play. And none of them work because we're just losing on money.
Yeah, probably the difference there comes down to if you're making a play happen, and after that you get one objective, two objectives, three objectives plus a turret and a kill, and then you try and make a play happen and you get nothing, and then the kill doesn't even turn into a kill, and then you get even more nothing. Guess what?
Yeah.
You're losing the game after that. So that's
Yeah.
kind of the biggest difference that it's
Yeah.
easier to look at from that sort of game. It's that whenever Fluxo did something, realistically nothing happened. But
Mm.
whenever Red did something, it actually turned into something else. And that's the sort of thing that you want to happen in a
Yep.
game of Legends, just to put it as straightforward like that, right? The more
Yeah.
you get done, the easier it is to actually win the game. I know it sounds mind
Sounds
blowing, but
simple,
it is the
but
best way. Yeah. But it is the
it's
best way to try and win it out.
yeah.
Now that is dependent, obviously, either with more
Mhm.
kills or with more plays, but something happening is the way to really try and make it work out in that sense.
Yeah, and now we are into a fearless stage right here in the best of 3, so we will see
Yep.
some different picks come through. The ban phase was fairly standard in that first round. A lot of things, the Yones and Callistas and Vi's, so a lot of standard picks taken away, and we didn't see anything. I guess the craziest thing we saw from Red was the Smolder top, right? The
Yep.
Scion answer Smolder top. So that means that FNB's pool is basically untouched. This is not a common pick for FNB. He's got a lot of options to play through still. And even though picks like the Gwen are nerfed, I think that there's still plenty of people who think it's fine enough to take it, especially in top lane where it suffers a little bit more maybe in the jungle. So FMB, I think, is going to be fine here, and the draft for red isn't going to get any more complicated. I'm wondering for Fluxu if we're going to see some sort of answer, some sort of niche, some sort of off the wall strategy to give them just an edge to play through in that early stage.
Yeah, it's kind of difficult to really know because I think this probably was their best sort of composition to try and like play it out because I like the idea. It had a top laner tank for Hidan, which has been the most criticized player, so something a little bit easier and more consistent for him. Then you have a carry 80 carry, which didn't go the best, but a carry 80 carry nonetheless. And then a mid lane jungle that can try and make some things happen whenever they get an advantage. We didn't see that much of that, but I feel like that idea is something that the side of Fluxo has to play with because that's the easiest way to really try and make the game go around. I think the buy here makes a lot of sense for that sort of plan where you have a jungler that
Mhm.
can try and make something happen. So giving ganks the buy here early on can make a little bit of a difference compared to that Lilia in the previous game, and it's on Red Canids now to find the right answer for it.
Yeah, we did see the Gwen and Rumble both banned away. Some of these two premier AP top sides, both Hidan and FMB, have shown great quality in those picks over the years. And we'll
Yeah,
see what Red's answer is going to be into this Vi. Obviously, nothing really given away from the Vi pick. And the Yone is locked. Now, this was banned
makes
in
sense.
game one and can definitely be in Margot or FMB's hands. I don't know if he's seen it from Margot just yet, but I think stylistically it does fit into what he can do. And we know that FMB is perfectly willing to take this pick a lot of the time.
Yeah, exactly. Having that sort of potential flex is always good to have. Plus, you will get a pretty strong late game champion when you consider what the Yoni is capable of doing. So, all in all, a pretty nice choice in general. I like the Maokai here. Also, another
Mhm.
flex that you can send either in the bot lane or in the jungle, even top lane occasionally. But having that point and click CC plus ultimate value is always great and sets up really well for the Yoni ultimate as well. So, already going for smart picks that can set you up for success coming into mid game. Fluxo needs to find something more in their wheelhouse for the next two picks. There is a lot of options in the 80 carry role apart from that Misfortune and Caitlyn. They can try and take maybe something like the Ezreal or the Jhin really early on before the bans come through, or maybe something
Mhm.
like the Ashe to help set up more for Hidan and ganks as well, which the
Yeah.
Aribai combo I was expecting 100% to come through, and it's Fu now on on a champion better said that can try and move around and find more picks in general.
Yes, and it looks like we might see the Ashe as you'd predicted here. That does give them such a strong playmaking comp in that mid
Yeah.
game, right? Once you have Ashe ult, Vial, Ariel, you can just decide something is going to happen and make that happen, and they will have to answer. You've got too much engage range; they can't walk away from you. So Fluxu cannot be trapped in the inactivity zone in this game. That's just impossible right now with a comp like this. And Red might have to find the answer. Now, they've got the Maokai, which can be good disengage as well. Great zone controllers we've touched on already. And we'll see what they want to lock in here as that last pick. It looks like it is going to be the Brunsei Jin. This is something that I think low key for Brunsei, as much as I love him on Zeris, on Jinxes, on kind of on massive scaling carries. I think his Jin is actually very, very clean as well.
Yeah, all in all, not a bad champion to try and go for here. Does have a good amount of burst damage. Plus the fact that with already having that Yone, you don't really need to have the highest damage dealing AD carry. You can have a more traditionally set up or kind of set up AD carry on the back, and that way you can allow for FNB and Aegis, or sorry, for the Yone and Aegis, because I'm assuming this is a Maokai jungle, to have a better opportunity to set up and make the team fights work out. Also, you take away one of the other AD carries that would have been banned away 100% in the second phase, and now the focus has to be elsewhere. Deliona makes a lot of sense. Rakan, once again, still a really good engaged support, plus pairs up really well with trying to go forward with the Yoni and the Maokai. And then on the other side, you probably want to take away the sort of supports that will bother you a lot with the Ashe, so the Nico makes sense. Maybe something like the Karma once again could be an option. I've seen her popping up a little bit more. But Nautilus was banned in the previous game. Wouldn't be surprised if it comes through here as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Geeks generally does like champions that do have playmaking potential. Obviously, it does leave him on the wrong side of an engage sometimes. He's had a pretty tough
Yep.
split so far, but it would give them, once again, tools to make things happen, keep the pace high, not allow Red to just sit back and accrue gold across the map as they did in game one. The Nico and the Alistair bandway on one side, Leona and Ambessa, the final pick taken away from Fluxu.
Okay.
Clearly, they're not expecting that FNB will essentially take this Yone. There's room for that flexibility still, and here comes that Nautilus that we had expected, but Frosty is going to be piloting it today.
Yeah, and with the Nautilus down, there is very few remaining gate supports that you can try and immediately go for, as It could be a Swain in the top lane, not really a Swain in the bot lane. I haven't seen that in a
Mhm.
while, but they are moving around a lot of
Yeah.
champions. It's going to be that Jax for the top lane, and now it's all on Geeks to go for his support option. Like we mentioned, there's not a lot of engaged supports left. It's Rakan feels like the straightforward pick here, just because it's
Yeah.
the more popular option, to put it like that. There's other champions that you can go for, maybe something like a Pike that he's
Yeah.
hovering there, or a Blitzcrank. But Renata range is a really good measure to try and play around, and also the
Mm.
ultimate value here against a lot of engage. It's almost always going to be ADL.
Yeah, it's got nice pairing up in terms of the bailout and the additional stats you can give to the Ash, which is already a bit of a menace in that laning phase. And the ult, despite being a little slower, is very long range. If you want to send it after the Vi Ari ultimate has started locking people in, the ult can follow up on that if they wish, and also, as you say, be a bit of a disengage tool against the Yone and
Yeah,
against whatever we'll see locked in as the final pick right now. It is the Cho'Gath. Now, who is going to be taking this one? We've had one pick so far in the LTA South, and this could be Margot. It
it's
could be
mid.
FNB. Now, yeah, you're expecting it to be mid, right? Because we had that movement speed
Yeah.
build that has risen to priority on this champ.
Yeah, I think it's mid lane, particularly also because against the Ari, I just think you have so much value as this
Mm,
Cho'Gath, where you just like the wave clear becomes so easy after level 5. Kind of like pretty much after level 5 you get that so effectively done. It's looking like it's going to be top lane. So it's not a bad pick top lane, by the way. I don't want that to be like
yeah,
taken into that context. You do pretty much the same thing here, but then you just build tankier, and
yeah.
it's something where the Jack should never have threat of killing you just by the fact that you can silence, you can knock up, and you can run.
Hmm.
Like it's really
Yeah.
difficult to kill Cho'Gath in a vacuum when you consider all that he is able to accomplish, and he also can farm from a safe distance. It's not like he needs to be close in your face to be able to farm. So it
Yeah.
does take away a little bit of the chance from the Jacks to threaten you with a kill. And then in the mid lane, it's all going to be on what Mago really is able to do with the Yone. Try and pressure that Ari, try and find angles for opportunities to go for kills, and also not fall victim to the point and click combination from Ari and Bai.
Yeah, absolutely. I think this is going to be another test for Marco in the mid lane. I liked his game one. He did fall a little bit behind Fu, but it was the
Yeah.
Jason Tatalia matchup, and Marco was very useful overall in that game, was fulfilling his role pretty admirably. But now he's got the Yone. It is very easy to get heavily, heavily punished on this pick into a Viari, as you said. There's big real risk there. So let's see how Marco holds up under that pressure. And for FMB, let's see what it can do on a diametrically opposite pick from the Smolder in last game. He's gone one of the tankiest champs you can have, of course, that does have deceptive damage as well about it at this current stage in the meta. So, heading on to the Rift for game number 2, Red Knids versus Fluxu W7M. Red would love to lock up that simple 2-0 to get that momentum rolling once again. And then Fluxu, they just love to get a win on the board right now. Let's start small. Let's just get that first win, shall we?
You know what they say? It starts with one, and then it can become two. So hopefully that's what Fluxo can
Absolutely.
accomplish here. So, well, unless you're a Red Canids fan, then you probably don't want that at all. But you need to start small and try and go for the right place as Omarion. You need to. Okay, no,
The
it
early
doesn't.
invade didn't quite, but Marvin, lovely sidestepping, avoids being fed to Red Knids for that first blood, losing the summoners unnecessarily. But again, I mean, it's kind of just mechanics that gets him out of that, right? He's still in that dangerous position, which you don't want to see at that level 1. So Red still keeping Fluxu on their toes, despite the fact that there weren't many kills last game. As we said, Red were not playing the game slowly. They were taking a lot pretty quickly, and they ended that game 30 minutes with a massive lead for themselves.
Yeah, it felt slow because in a region that prides itself in killing everything that moves, and that game
Yeah,
looked like it wasn't really the case. But I feel like Red was doing the right thing, the right
yeah,
approach in how they wanted to win that game, and that's something that I've always like. It goes against maybe the mentality and the spirit of the region, but I'm someone that thinks that if we really want to show up internationally eventually, there needs to be this sort of like adaptation into also being smart about the game, and I feel like Red
exactly.
at the very least moving forward with that.
Yeah, and I love that you use the word also. It's not about forgetting who you are. It's not about
Yeah,
trying to be a region that you're not and trying to play the game in a style that other teams are just going to be better at. But you need to have a marriage of that, right? You need to have a little bit of both. You need to keep that chaos. It destabilizes the stronger teams in that matchup. But you've got to be able to play out a lead when you have it. You need to be able to just take a 4K gold lead and turn it into a game victory when it's given to you.
Yeah, exactly. Like you need to be smart enough to move the chess pieces correctly, but you also need to be
Yes.
strong enough to hit the opponent in the god so that he cries and you are able to destroy him later on. Like that's the sort of
Exactly.
mentality we need.
Exactly. We need that mentality, and hopefully we can see that continue when we get back to international play later on in the year. FNB taking control of the lane right now into Hidan, just using those big, high base damage early abilities to get that pressure going in the lane. Margot, once again, as well, under a little bit of pressure, as we would expect as the Yone in the early Ahri matchup.
Yeah, and we already see the next potential matchup as well, exciting as well. But in this one, there's still a lot to be played for as Mago goes in for the training. And want to touch a little bit of Mago as well because we were bringing up his champion pool and also the way that he has played so far for the side of red. And maybe this may be a little bit of a different look compared to what he has had success on. But it's also with something we touched on before, right? It's knowing that there's always the opportunity to play something more controlled in the mage manner, and then something more aggressive that can carry the team with the Yonas, with the Akalis, and having the opportunity to showcase that as the new mid lane, pretty much for red, is always really good.
Yeah, for sure.
Definitely
You can see him
interesting.
trading aggressively with Fu, both going low. So he is threatening in this 1v1 matchup.
Yeah,
And Fu is kind of what I think Margot is destined to be, is designed to be a versatile kind of uh mid laner that can be self-sufficient and can make plays for himself. Is he Frosty with a lovely hook
Marvin.
onto Marvin? Look at that damage. Brunty setting up a fourth shot. He can flash into range for it. Is he going to go for it? But Marvin with the bailout would have been safe. Frosty at risk right there. Ganks and Aegis in the area as well, as Red wants to crash this wave in. Another hook.
Another really
More
good hook by
damage.
Frosty.
He's going to drop that 4-shot. Geek survives, but now Ganks is the one in the area. Frosty and Brunty have to back away. Aegis, he's backed off to the river.
Both of them are just fighting as much as possible, but great hooks by Frosty. I feel like a continuation from the previous game where they were threatening but every time they could with hooks, with engages, but smartly enough threatening in a way that either they commit and they get everything down, or they just play off as smartly as possible so that it's not a complete like bust and they end up giving more than they should. So it's a smart way of trying to attempt those 2v2s. And Marvin and Giggs, they don't blow summoners, but they certainly blow like a space that they could have had for a potential gank from ganks. And they also end up blowing the heal because of that ignite coming in from Frosty.
Oh my word, FMB is really just destroying
Ooh,
Hidan right now. Doesn't have 6 yet. Bruncy has to step away,
whoop.
but Marvin, look at that HP. Gigo, I keep saying Gigo. Aegis flashes in with the W to make sure that's locked up. So another first blood for the Red Canids jungler. And this bot lane once again working out for them. Flux, you need to try and stabilize down here.
Yeah, they saw blood in their eyes and they wanted to go for the kill onto Brands, but it was well. Actually, at the very least, there was no flash committed by Marvin, so they can technically go for a similar play later on as well. But so far, a little bit difficult for them. And also, Mago did teleport back into the mid lane, but actually took a huge trade against his favor, and now is forced to back once again. Not the best this situation in that sense, because now that means that there's going to be more space for both the area and the buy, and it also means that a play that they can try and go for around these Grogs probably benefits them more.
We can see a play here
Bingo.
again. Bruncy looks like he's on his own, right? And Marvin and Giggs want to punish that, but he has members, multiple members
Oh,
coming
really
around the
good
corner.
pullback. Yeah, that's a really good pullback there. Actually, Marvin forced to use the barrier because of that. Good. So the funny thing here is that if not for that barrier use, maybe Brands actually gets the kill before even arriving,
Yeah.
before Aegis even arrives. There is the what's called the bailout, but I feel like the timings probably wouldn't have aligned perfectly there. As Gangs is already here, Aegis is here as well. FNB forced to flash, not the best situation, and the Grubs certainly looking like the next objective for Fluxo.
Yeah, good reactions from FMB to get away from that one, but Fluxu and W7M, they will take control of this top river. They've got a rotation from Margot coming up here, and Fu's not moving yet, so Rev with the opportunity to make a play. They flash in, does not connect the hook. Margot
Okay.
ulting onto Ganks, but he's dropping kind of low. Vi does not quite have level 6. Fu now is threatening up the river. Re-engage from Frosty. FMB
Small
coming in the
members.
side, and Marvin has been eliminated. Now, Fluxu, do you want to continue this play? You've still got a Vi Ari, but you don't have your AD carry.
You don't have your AD carry on the side, and you also don't have Hidan close by. He's trying to go for Brands, but he's close to the turret, so it's not going to turn into anything. And that is just going to be the 3 grubs more than likely for the side of red. A situation that was looking like Fluxo was going to obtain those 3 grubs because of the early rotation. It's answered perfectly by the side of red, and not only that, they get the kill, they get the value, and Yeah,
Oh,
Bai is not going to get anything.
they've got three
Oh,
there, but
unless
they managed to get a lovely hook back again. Geeks
no
lands the
flash.
handshake, and Aegis will surely be caught. The charm just clips him on the way out, and Marvin, dying at the start, picks up the last kill at the end.
It's a 1-for-1 at the end of the day for the four
Oh
grubs
dear.
that the three grubs that were able to be obtained as Hidan. Not enough
Yeah, he's going to be fine
yet.
right now. Brunsley not with much mana, but if he just gets a Q4 shot, Hidan's going to have that counter strike ready to drop to keep him alive. Frosty has arrived, just round the corner. Does come the Nautilus. They'll crash the wave in, cancels the back as well. Margot is on his way. Are we actually going to be diving at Jax with Flash with Renata around the corner? Red, surely no, this has taken too long. But they're stepping into melee range, and back they go just in time. They spot the Renata. Ashe outflies round as well. That could have gone disastrously for Red.
They just wanted to play it. They knew 100% they just wanted to play it and then wanted to get away. That Ash arrow flying on the side was a little bit threatening as well, but realistically, I like that from Red, just realizing the danger that can come through and just saying, it's fine, we don't need that yet. We can force that later on. He then going to force teleport up there in the top side. That means that this dragon area not going to be the most protected at this point. But like you were mentioning in the previous game, not a lot of focus this time around though for the dragons. Previous game, dragon as soon as it spawns. Now it's kind of the forget it. No,
Ooh,
I forgot the
Charmed.
word. Something.
Yeah. Charm onto Margot, takes half his HP, and Ganks and Gigo. Oh my goodness. For one time, I'm not going to say Gigo. It's not this time, though. Geeks round the corner. Could have looked for a play right there, but they back away. Brunsey's got a wave to pick up, and Fluxy W7M will start up this dragon. We have again seen the dragon largely ignored until this 9-minute mark, and given the fact that Age is still back in the jungle, we might not see an answer from Red. There's a TP in from Margot to
I
mid
think
lane,
there
though.
will be. There's four members here actually with the TP from Mago coming in on the side, but there's also four. Oh, ganks.
Ooh, early engage onto Frosty. He's got nowhere to go, no ultimate to drop. He's lasting quite a long time, though, and Ganks is almost dead. Margot commits the ultimate, looks for it, flashing from Aegis. They will get this jungle kill. The bailout keeps him alive, but he won't get the reset.
Not long enough.
3v3 now. Brunsey with a 4-shot. Q and
Geeks.
auto leaves Geek barely alive, but Marvin with an ultimate. Fu chasing it down, and Brunsey drops.
Gig surviving so low in that situation, and Mago not connecting the ultimate actually makes a big difference in that situation. May have gotten the kill, but they end up responding really well on the side of Fluxo, and the goal difference not that big at this point as there's a pause coming through.
Ooh.
Maybe someone actually just got out of the game because of that fight in the down there in
Yeah.
the bot side. But signs of life. Signs of life by Fluxo, which is great to see, even though Marvin started the game really in a difficult situation, now picking up a kill, finding multiple plays where he's able to position well enough to force fights in their favor. And then what we were mentioning as well, the easy to execute engage from the buy Ari. You force the play with the ultimate, you force the play with the other ultimate, and then it's pretty easy to try and find the angles that you want to make plays with.
Yeah, absolutely. The tools are there. They just need to leverage them. As Red will still remain more or less in control of the gold. They do still have had a strong lane for themselves, but now we're getting into that point of the game where well past the ultimates coming online, and Fluxy W7M have some options to try and break their way back in to try and punish Red, who may get a little bit lax, may get a little bit rough around the edges when they see that, they're against Fluxy, such a dominant game one, and they'd hardly be the first team to underestimate their opponents in this region. As the pause continues, looked like from the official talking to Ganks, it might be something going on with Ganks' computer, but we will see how that progresses, and we'll get back into game as soon as possible.
Yeah, who knows what's going on behind them there, but signs of life are always good to see. And then what we need to see now from Red is take back that approach where, yes, things didn't go the best at the start, but you smartly understood and try and develop the strategy towards that idea, right? You still have great engage with the Nautilus and the Maokai. You have a pretty strong Cho'Gath that even though we haven't panned that much into the top lane, he hasn't had any difficult time against Hidan in the Jax. So that means that pretty as long as MNB is able to get towards that mid game, he's going to be a pretty strong menace, especially for the squishes. Like one bite is going to take away so much health bars from them, and that's going to be
Yeah.
such an easy way for them to get multiple kills and multiple opportunities to win the game. Plus the double smite value. You also have to consider that
Yes.
with that bite, you get objective security much easily, and that also means that you're able to force more advantages in your favor. Also, one quick thing that I want to mention, he is opting into a little bit of the AP build with that Rod of Ages, and then probably a little bit tankier.
Yeah, for sure. I really love the Cho'Gath, honestly, whenever it's in meta. I think this champion is so useful. It's such a good matchup against so many classic top laners just because of the way you can play the lane with the range that the E and that Rupture gives you. You have so many tools to
Yeah.
survive tough matchups. Your natural scaling is great. Your damage is so kind of surprising that you can catch people out. You can catch them not healing in time, even with things like Renata. You can kind of punish them for holding the bailout too long when you get the execute there, and you get the Baron secure, as you mentioned. So I think Cho'Gath is just a lovely champion. I love when he's in the meta, and FNB once again being someone who's happy to play anything and everything that is good as long as the situation demands it is a very good thing for the region having a top laner like that.
Yeah, and we were mentioning adaptation coming in from the pool in the mid lane. Adaptation from the pool in the top lane is also ideal, right? The more counter pick potential you get, the easier it is going to be to lock down and be able to win most top lane matchups, because a lot of that gets defined by a lot of the counter picks
Yeah,
that end up coming through there. And the fact that lane swaps kind of got impacted, I won't say they're dead because they technically still happen just like after
yeah.
4 minutes pretty much. But the fact that lane swaps are not that prevalent anymore in the same way that they were before just give more avenue for that counter pick to end up coming through. So being able to show both faces of the same coin is always going to be ideal. And I think FNB, pretty good game as a carry, pretty good game
Mhm.
as a tank so far. And if they can close it out, they can show that they can play both styles really well as well.
What is Aegis holding? What is he waving around? Is that
I think
is he
that's the
taking like his
I think that's
keyboard
part of
cover
the
off?
keyboard. Yeah, I think that's part of the keyboard.
What?
I'm not sure of what.
Why? Why is he? Why have you done this, Aegis? Put it back. There you go. That. Why is it so loose? Why does it just come off like that? Surely it's gonna get dusted. I don't know, man. But just it looked like he just had one of those things you like pop sort of Meccano sets out of, just like flopping around on his hands. But for now, given I can't, given the fact he's put his hands back on his keyboard, it looks like we're playing the game. It looks like we're playing the
Yeah.
game, TDS. So I imagine we'll go back to live any second.
Yeah, we should be going back to live. If not, we can look through the
We're just gonna watch
players. Like,
Bruncey's
yeah, we're
POV.
just going to see the
Yeah,
POV actually, and that
little
way we
pro
can
view
get the
return for
most
you
of the
guys.
game. Hey, we always
Okay,
want to see the POVs.
absolutely. Right, we're back into live. Aegis straight onto that first dragon. Did not end up getting taken before when we saw Fluxy W7M attempting it, but we can see Red, 500 gold in the lead. They've already got that. They were the first to 3 kills, so they've got the Feat of Warfare, and they're working on completing that second objective, having picked up those 3 grubs. A little cheeky stack for FMB on the Cho'Gath ultimate as well.
Tankier and Tankier gets the Cho'Gath with each and every stack, so good for them to be able to obtain that. Then we also were mentioning about getting those objectives. The dragon felt forgotten, but they do go for the dragon. It's not going to be the same early soul and early elder that we saw the previous game, but it's going to be still an early objective that they are able to get for the Cho'Gath, and then they are going to try and turn it into more value later on. Now, ganks needs to begin finding more and more plays, because at the level 6 mark, you always want to see this buy, go for a pick, go for a kill, go for an early fight. Like, that's the point of the champion. You go for this sort of early gimmicks because that's where you find the most value as the buy.
Yeah, absolutely. And we can see right now FNB has been assigned to Fu right here, but Fluxy W7M are working on that second grub pack. Red are in the area, one already down to our blue side, and looks like they're going to peel away. They're not going to commit to it. They will let Fluxy W7M get that full grub camp. It's going to be 1 to 2 in terms of monster camps killed. So we'll see what the plan is going to be for Red going forward. What Aegis wants to get going right here, as we tend to play through this guy so far. And the other side, Ganks and Fu, Marvin of the Ultimate. We've mentioned how many Ultrons they have, and we'll see if they want to try and find a pick play before we see that next objective, because we are at risk of seeing 3 minutes of not much going on until the next dragon happens. But I have to live and believe, TDS, that with a Vi Ari on one side and a Maokai Jin on the other, someone will do something in the next 3
Yeah,
minutes.
something has to happen with some of those champions on the map, as Maokai is setting up in the mid lane going against probably the easiest. Oh, wait.
Oh, we
Yep.
found one, but it's actually the Nautilus Cho'Gath that
Quick
are
ignite.
completely mincing the Ari. The bailout cannot save him, and Frosty steps up with a kill.
Yeah, they don't get the stack for FNB, and I do think it comes off from FNB trying to secure the kill as soon as possible. If it was done intentionally, that's really smart, because in that situation, it's very difficult to actually secure the kill for the stack before the Ari just runs away with the ultimate and flash. So just
Yeah.
forcing as much damage as possible while the ignite is ticking down as well is the smartest option FNB could have gone for there, and it secures the kill plus the couple of plates as well.
Yep, love to see that for that red top laner continuing to snowball up. 4 stacks in the Road of Ages is only going to become naturally beefier and stronger as the
Yep.
game goes on. Let's see a replay of how they found that one.
Yeah, and here just mentioning really good stun into the secondary stun. They were CC locking down the Ari really well. But as you can see, as soon as she run away, like the Devour, or I think it's Devour,
Feast.
the
Yeah.
the feast. I hate so
Hmm.
many bite names in the
I know.
game that make me confused
I know.
sometimes. But yeah, the fist comes through there not because it's to secure, not because you want to secure the stack, but because you need to secure the kill. If not, there was not going to be enough time to secure that. So really well played by FNB. And getting another kill on the board is always ideal for them, especially the extra gold that they get in that place. Oh,
Ooh, the Ash Arrow comes to top lane, sails by Aegis, flash away from FNB, but the Vi ultimate does connect, avoids the counter strike, gets a rupture
he's
knockup,
dead.
but just can't make his way back to the tower in time. There is the weakness of Cho'Gath, that immobility. If you're a call away from the tower, there's not
Oh,
much you can do, and we're back into another pause. We'll see what's going on this time.
yeah, and I think it's going to be Ganks once again, or someone from the
Yeah,
side. Yeah, it's Ganks once
officials
again. So
talking to ganks.
something must be weird. It's weird that that happens after actually getting the kill, but at the very least, it's
Yeah,
not something that gives you an bad, like it's a bad advantage for anyone here, because really good kill they are able to obtain. Really nice that they are able to find at the end something like that kill onto Hidan, which we haven't touched much on, but he is on Jax. And the Jax is one of
yeah.
those champions that you get a gold on, you get enough time on the side lane, and that can turn into such a huge value later on as well.
Yeah, for sure. And this is a classic Hidan pick. This is one of his most comfortable
Yeah.
champions, and it is something that can be massively effectual if you manage to get there later on. We'll see if he can actually make that work, because he hasn't really fallen too far behind. He's been gradually just loosely behind the Cho'Gath. Of course, it's a pretty difficult matchup to play out, but he's got his Triforce. He's got something to work with, and we'll start to see him become a real threat in those side lanes. Because when they both scale up, the Cho'Gath cannot deal with the Jax in the side lane. The Cho'Gath gets
Yeah.
absolutely battered if he gets caught out.
Yeah, it's kind of like the dynamic where the first 15 minutes, the Cho'Gath feels much more comfortable. He controls the lane, and then he kind of gets his Devour stacks, plus maybe a setup for a kill or two eventually. But then when you reach that 20 plus minute mark, the Jax just feels untouchable because there's barely any chance for the Cho'Gath to go against him. And that's where I do think that there's a smart drafting coming in from Red, because that's the point where you send the Yone. And yes, that
Yeah.
is going to become a kind of a 50-50, 60-40 matchup, but there's better chances that the Yone wins that matchup than the Cho'Gath. So at the very least, there's
Yeah.
that in their favor.
Yes, they do have an option right there. And Margot, who, we worry potentially about the threat on him in that mid lane. He's managed to get away with, he's not been solo killed, he's not been focused by the Vi Ahri. He's managed to get out of that lane doing decently well. So we'll see the Yone scale up and be a threat in its own right, as we have more bodies appearing around Ganks' monitor. So the problem seems to have multiplied, and we need to multiply the support staff to try and deal with it. But for now, we will simply wait and hope that they can actually resolve that one.
Is it maybe like a sort of like MS falling down or FPS falling down as soon as a kill happens or something like that? Because that seems
Yeah.
like very PC focused, more so than audio or anything like
Yeah.
that.
Yeah, possibly he's getting screen tearing. Needs to turn his VSync off or whatever. He's trying to fix that one up. We can trying to see what's on his monitor because the camera's close enough, but I cannot quite see it. Hedan, sadly, yeah, it's just gonna have to chill out and wait. So given the expected result here, I think Red have a small lead. Fluxy do have games to play later on, and they've got moves that they can make later on in this match. But to look forward to the rest of this group, which is, as you kind of mentioned, it's Red, Loud, Furia, and Fluxu. We have Loud and Furia later on today, but
Yeah.
from what we've seen from Red, right? Because this is kind of the biggest takeaway for me right now is Red are looking a lot better. They're looking controlled. They have the same skill as before, but they're not quite as sloppy with it against Loud and Furia. How do you feel about Red going into those later matchups? Because both Loud and Furia came out of the positioning phase looking a bit better.
So the one thing I'm questioning here is how Furia will come out, because I think Loud
Mm.
is much better than before. Loud had
Yeah.
been ramping up. They weren't. I think they went on a 3-4 game winning streak
Yes,
actually
they went 0-3
going
to
into
4-3. Or
yeah. So
0-4 to
they
3-4, I think. Yeah.
yeah they went from the losing streak into the winning streak, and they scaled really effectively into coming into the group stage, where I think Furia, for all their power and all their potential, it's still a team that has had their ups and downs in some manner. And coming off of that loss against Loud makes me want to see if they are going to be shaky or not. Like to me, it's going to depend a lot on that rematch between Fury and Loud. Where if Loud wins it, I think I'm more on the side that Loud is going to be the favorite for the group, and Furia
Mhm.
may be the one upset by Red in that sense, depending on how they end
Yeah.
up going out.
Yeah, like I really want Furia to be resilient and stay strong right here. But even then, if it was last week, you know, if it was Doom Margot Red, I would have said, okay, Furia, I definitely favor them here. I think they've just got like a greater understanding of the early laning phase and their macros a lot better. They're a lot more resilient and they're less chaotic. But now Red
Yeah.
is all of those things. It is all of those things as well, while still having the threat from the Brunswick Frosty lane, while having the FNB laning to contend with. So there is definitely a real world in which Red stands right up and ends up shoulder to shoulder with Furia, as opposed to being, yeah, the kind of tumbling into third place, being definitely better than Fluxu, but not really better than else, as we might have thought kind of a week or two ago.
And the other thing that makes me kind of inclined into Red as well, this new version of Red, is going to be the jungle matchup. Not because
Mm,
I think Tattoo is bad. Like I actually, after watching last year's International Academy event, like I think
yeah,
I'm a huge fan of Tattoo. But
yeah, he rules.
that being said, going against someone like Aegis that not only has the experience but is a
Yeah, it's
pretty
tough, man.
strong face in the Brazilian like circuit, you obviously have to be really good to go against him. And I think this may
Yeah.
be a bit of a tougher matchup going into it for the side of Furia.
Yeah, and we're seeing Ganks really suffering in this tough matchup right now. Gets over the wall to find Aegis, ready and waiting to knock him back. Brunsey now being handed off to, drops one bouncing grenade and walks away. Another kill in the Jin's pocket. But you're absolutely right. Aegis is such a force. Clearly has not missed a beat in his time down in Academy, in Circuito Desafiante, I should say, and is absolutely raring to go. So we'll be interested to see how he matches up against Shinny, against Tattoo later on in this group. For now, though, they need to sew this game up first before I start talking about them as the next favorites, as they are
Yeah.
1.1k ahead. They've got a dragon to the name, split grubs, and we'll see a replay of that top lane fight as it started.
Yeah, blame the pause for what happened there to Gangs, but already setting it
Yeah.
up, both members moving around really easily. We didn't see much of what was going on, but I liked really how they were trying to attempt this, where they locked down Hidan as well, threatening the kill, and then with the teleport, it's such an easy kill to be able to collect. It looked maybe there could have been a little bit of a risk there for Mago if he didn't like force the ultimate in that position, but so easy, and giving the kill to Brands, I think one of the most ideal things you could do, because Brands later on the game can burst out a lot of the champions on the side of Fluxo. The only one that may not be bursted is that Jax, and it comes from his E being able to deny a lot of the physical damage. But apart from that,
Yeah.
this Jane can do a lot of damage, burst damage,
Yeah.
to all the members on the side of Fluxo.
I like there's even got the Yomus as well. Lethality Jin going for maximum
Yep.
squishy destruction energy as Hidan steps up, gets a demolish proc, and will take this first turret of the game. In fact, so a feat back for Fluxu and some much needed gold into this Jax. As we
Oh,
spoke
the
about as a
charm.
potential threat for Fluxu later on, Margot takes half his HP from Fu hiding in the jungle, but will not be a kill just now.
But that may be the dragon actually not being able to be fought for, because Mago has no teleport. He's going to try and lifesteal here from the Grum. Actually, maybe no. He does lifesteal a lot, so he's going to be
Yeah.
here for the fight, and they want to go for it.
Okay, Jin ultimate committed. Fu round the
Ooh,
side. A big ultimate
that's
from
so
Margot.
perfect.
Catches three already.
Oh,
Two
that's
are
perfect.
down. Margot's traded, but the dragon picked up by FNB as well. Hidan is in. Stuns up Aegis, who flashes over the wall. Hunted down by Fu. They'll get the kill in the reset. Back into the pit he goes. Hidan flashes to safety. Brunsey tries to root them. Rupture lands. Flash for
Oh,
Jin.
Brent.
Fourth shot. And another kill for the red AD carry. The dragon is theirs, and the fight goes to.
Fourth shot, second kill, fourth assist in that fight as well. But that was such a good engage coming in from Red. Going forward with the Maokai and Yoni ultimate, both of them may end up dying, but they secured a bigger prize as well. They get the teamfight victory plus the dragon, and I'm pretty sure FNB secured that without using ultimate. He actually used just a normal ability and it went down.
Doesn't even need it. Doesn't even need the stacks. Why not? Heads on to pick up this turret as well. Will secure that bot side and extra gold for himself as Red decidedly in control now. And if we see a replay of that fight, that Yone ultimate was beautiful from Margot. Dragged everybody from Plux UW7 in. And that's the kind of threat we need to see from this pick.
Yeah, and the huge thing coming in from this sort of pick like the Yone is the angle that it goes for. The Renata ultimate comes in from the side. The ultimate is just barely on the edge of the ultimate so that it doesn't hit the Yone, but the precast means that it goes immediately into it. As you can see, FNB didn't use ultimate on the dragon. He used it to kill the initial target, and then I think
Yeah.
one of the spikes from the E actually is
Yeah.
the one that secures the kill in that position.
Wow.
And then the remaining follow-up, Brands just follows with the flash there really effectively and gets the other kill. But all of that fight gets defined by that Yoni ultimate. If that doesn't go through, there's a much better chance for Fluxo to actually win that fight out as, ooh, Mago.
Ganks trying to
Okay.
sneak away the Herald, but easily pushed off it by Margo, who doesn't have a kill to his name yet, but certainly has been a big factor in that one fight, as Red now will take the Scuttle and potentially the Rift Herald after it as well. They've got so much control of this top river. Fu on the bot side is going to pick up a turret. He's going to keep that push going. So Fluxu are still keeping the gold income across the map steady, but they are still 1.5k behind. They are still, again, just gradually losing control of this one as it ticks on.
Yeah, it's going to be two turrets potentially for the price of the Herald, and this is where we say what is more valuable? Is the Herald going to accomplish this same sort of push, or is it just going to be denied completely by the opponent team? That's kind of the difference between a great Herald and a bad Herald here. As Fu, I
Yeah.
like the decision there for just trying to take the gold immediately. You get more value here as the area, and they also open up a little bit more space in the map. Something we mentioned before where if you had the space in the bot side without the turret, could you have opted into trying to fight for the Atacant? Maybe, but realistically, this does open up a little bit more of the space for you to be able to fight for that Atacant, and that's going to be one of those objectives that maybe the side of Fluxo doesn't want to give up at all.
Yeah, for sure. And again, once we're in this point of the game where they should have the tools to make things work, you can see again Fu very far ahead of Margot because he was picking up those kills, right?
FNB
Margot's only
wants
been
this.
getting the assists. As now FMB tries to make something stick onto Hidan, doesn't collect the rupture right though, and will still succeed in getting that wave pushed in. But they've got this very strong Ari, 2 items deep to play through. They've got Marvin scaling up with a bit of damage. Obviously, Brunsey is very strong as well, but Hidan's got some damage to leverage too. Fluxu has the tools. They just need to put that good play together and stop Red snowballing out of control.
Yeah, it's all really on that one pick that can turn into multiple kills later on as the ultimate comes through. Great angle there. Marvin has no cleanse, no flash, no
Yeah,
life.
they've got the root, and even the Renata ultimate just cannot do anything about this. Not that effective against the Jin, who didn't have any autos to fire anyway. Another knockup, more kills set up. Geeks will fall down for the double. Margo in the bot side tries to ult to safety as a TP from Hidan comes in as well, and that's a big summoner expended just for Margo to ult away.
Yeah, it's a teleport for a teleport when you look at it broadly, but then when you look at it closely, right? FNB teleports and gets 2 kills. He then teleports in and he gets nothing, maybe even dies, depending on how
Yeah.
they commit for the play, but it doesn't look like he's going to be out of the game just yet because of that kill.
Yeah.
Still, those 2 kills turn into Arakan, and that is going to be once again another pretty easy objective they are able to find. But the thing that you have to value here from Red is the timing they go for. They know that Barbie has a flash. They know that they are pushing in mid lane without a tier one turret. So they just go forward with the ultimate by Aegis, and that turns into a pretty easy kill as
Ooh.
he then gets spotted here.
Yeah, Red peeled away the Atagon, didn't want the 5v5, but have discovered Jax trying to escape, sidesteps a Deadly Flourish, will not be rooted up under tower, so Hidan does still escape, and Red have called off the Atakan play for now.
Yeah, they decide that they don't want to go for the Atakan just yet. And I think throwing the game for the Atakan probably not the best choice just yet. So
Maybe not.
certainly like the respect that they are going for those sort of objectives. The thing though is what is going to happen after that? Do they go for the dragon now that it's spawned? Do they go for the Atakan? What is their focus here? There is ultimates now up for everyone.
Yeah, it's not a soul point, just well, they would get on to soul point by winning this one, but looks like they're happy to cede the ground, and Fluxu are working on this one pretty quickly. They're gonna get the Cloud Drake, but will Red find a fight afterwards? Aegis over the wall doesn't get the
Oh,
steal this time, but the engage comes in. That first turret goes into the bailout. Brunsey ulting over the wall. Fu looking for an angle with this RE damage. Marvin alone on the pit, kiting out Aegis, gets one
oh
kill.
Marvin.
Frosty hooks in, and now Brunsey needs to try and deal with Marvin, who has a flash, but there's knockups everywhere. The barrier, he doesn't have time to get over the wall, and Red still walk away. 3 kills to 1. Herald dropped in mid lane as well. It's not really gonna go anywhere or do anything. It might land on this mid lane turret, but Ari's trying to slow it down.
Now Ari is going to stop it. Not sure what the plan was with that Herald there. Maybe it was going to time out or anything like that. But it doesn't turn into anything else. But this is the thing with Red's composition as well. With no jungler, they still have tools to try and collect this objective. There is no feast though, so not going to be the case for this one time. But if they had the fist, it was going to be a secondary smite pretty much. They get the Arakan this time. They're going to get the second life. And after that previous dragon fight, even though Aegis doesn't get the objective, one of the few times that we have seen him lose the fight against ganks, they still win the team fight. That actually matters.
Yeah, absolutely. You can see them just sending it into this fight right now. Brunsey's position is so nice, right? Gets so much value off the Jhin in no danger whatsoever as the front line of Red can pile in. They have enough damage between them to get the front line of Fluxy W7M down. And yeah, they don't get the smite fight. You can see Aegis devastated that he couldn't steal yet another objective away from ganks, but he'll have to be happy with the 3-for-1.
Yeah, it's not going to be that difference there, but now they're moving into the turret, and guess what? Another objective for the side of Red. They are just taking every objective they can find in a much better manner, as Aegis may be dead here, but he has the Arakan buff, so it's
He's
not
getting
going to be
wards
the
up.
end of the world if he dies.
Yeah, the
And
Maokai
he's not
ultimate
dead.
roots up too. He wants to recommit again. The Renata ultimate is there. He's
Um,
dropping low. Margot flies in to take over. Geeks knocked into the bailout. Will not survive. Of course, when you get kills, the withdrawal does not count as a kill. The bailout doesn't care. And he still goes down. FMB manning this push on the bot side. Mean Red keep the pressure on.
yeah, one of the two revives works better as engage
Onto the
onto
hook.
Hidan.
Hidan's Counter-Strike gets him to safety. They're tanking up the tower right now, and Nautilus is now sent back to the fountain. 3 members of Red, but Fu has arrived, diving in deep. They'd love to get this buff. They're still getting a bit of gold, and Brunsey speeding to safety. Margot threatening from the side will
Oh,
not dissuade them and
no
cannot
way he's
quite pick
alive.
up a counter kill onto Hidan. Margot, the only member to walk away.
Well, at the very least, they took out most of the Arakan buffs, so that's kind of a slight victory in that sense. And nobody died apart from Gank, so one for nothing, kind of, but for multiple buffs is a good thing at the end of the day. What they can do after that depends on what Flux was able to accomplish with the space that they were able to get a little bit. But then you look at the just the vision of the map, the space of the map that they have left, and because so many tier 2s are down, they don't have that much space to move around with. The only saving grace is that top lane is still fully alive, so they have turrets to move around into, and then also get into the jungle because of it.
Yeah, the Baron is spawning right now. There is still Fluxy W7 and Vision on the top
Immediately.
side of the river right there. They cannot technically see anything just yet, and
They
Red
don't
are
know.
maneuvering around it very well. They can see
They
FMP
don't
on the
know.
turret. Maybe they're not sure. They're moving up this bot side river right now. They're going to see Frosty guarding it. They'll know something is going on, but Ganks has to try and get in the range. Red pull away. They let the Baron reset at half HP.
Yeah, they decided they don't want to force it in that situation, but they have more members. Oh,
Ganks wants
with
to force it for
brands.
sure. Heads on to Brunsey. Fu looks to get in range, but cannot get there. And the Vi left stranded. Renata ultimate. Lovely
Vi,
Renata ultimate through the jungle corridor.
Vi's
Hidan
alive.
goes in deep with
Oh
HP
no.
to spare. Brunsey needs to try and deal with this threat as FNB peeling back on the front line. Flash force from the Jhin. Drops the ultimate. Now who can
Oh,
save
the
them
ulti
from
circle.
Margot? Flying in with the fate sealed. The flanking Yone devastates Fluxu W7M. It was a tough fight for Red, but the mid laner turns it all around.
And I cannot really argue with the decision there by Fluxo. They were committing onto Bronze, the member that you want to kill, with the Bi ultimate, with the Ari ultimate. There is going to be a Renata dead here. Geeks.
Frosty trying to get around the
And he's
wave.
dead.
The Rupture does it, secures the delayed ace as Red soak up the Baron buffs as well. They've already got a push going. That was Fluxy's time, man. That was the opportunity. But even then, they just could not quite get it over the line.
Yeah, true pain, and it's not the team. It's the feeling that Fluxo may be feeling right now after that fight. The idea is not bad. I think it's the right choice to force or focus everything onto trying to kill Brands. That's the target that is not only the farthest ahead, but it's also the one that is easier to kill because he barely has an immobility. If you lock him down effectively, there's going to be multiple ways to try and win that fight if you're Fluxo. The problem in that situation was that there was only the buy ready to make the immediate engage happen. Ari was not in the greatest spot, and then he then teleported a little bit later to make that play happen. So there was enough time for Brands to be able to move around, flash away, and then also for Frosty, which played that fight really well, to block the ensuing damage from Brands so that the Jhin can try and escape without really losing his life. all of that worked out really well for Red and kind of worked against Fluxo in multiple manners.
Hedan now trying to get some sidewave gold picked up. There's bounties on the map if they can pick them, but FNB ready to bounce him out of this lane. Will not allow it as the Baron push for red begins in the bot lane. Multiple waves crashing in. Frosty looking for hooks as 4-1 is the current split. Cho'Gath still in top, the rest of red in bot.
Has teleport to come through, so there's still a chance for them to join by with the 5 members. But look at the control here. There's not that much opportunity for ganks to appear,
That's
and
committed.
Mago.
Margot's going in deep right now. He's going to take a bit of damage on the front line, and the tower's still alive. Red have to be careful. They
Oh,
don't have Atakan anymore.
Giggs still
Geeks gets
alive.
the bailout. Frosty the first to die. Red overplaying their hand
FNB has
in
no
bot lane.
flash.
Leaves FNB stranded in a base that is not his.
Yeah, FNB had no flash in that situation. It is going to be turret falling down, but 2 kills in the favor of Fluxo, getting 2 really nice. Well, actually, 1 shutdown because FNB did have a shutdown, and then a kill into Frosty is always ideal. And then there is standing gold in the map for them to obtain, and there's bounties as well. So more value to try and keep on collecting in their favor.
Turret gold picked up in the mid lane. Aegis on a flank here. Could look to try and force
Um,
this one to catch them out, but Red still don't have FNB or Frosty. They're not going to overplay it. This is kind of the first moment that we've seen Red actually overplay their hand and show a little bit of that classic Red chaotic energy. They did not have to force the disagree. The turret isn't even close to going down yet.
Yeah, not sure who really was the one to call this, if it's Mago or Frosty or FNB, but you can see how they are going to try and force in this situation. Renata does not die, even though there's a attempt there by FNB to try and devour, and that's the advantage of the Bailout in that situation. But when FNB has no flash, when he's not really running rampant in a fight with people helping him on the side, like he's a pretty static target that it's easy to kill as Mago.
Margot in the 1 versus 2 right here. Hedan's ready to drop the counter strike, a flash away, and
Oh,
then ultimate puts some distance in between them. Now Hedan is going to have a wave to
the
jump to.
minions
He's
are
got wards
coming.
as well. Margot can try and outplay this. At the very least, he is wasting a lot of Hedan's time. Uses the W, can't escape the counter strike, and Hedan picks up another fresh kill in the sideline.
Yeah, pretty good kill they are able to obtain there. They also deny one of the other few champions that can try and put pressure on the side lane. And it is going to be a kill into Mago, which now with no flash, maybe an easier target to try and kill. They are forcing onto the turret, and since there's bounties to try and go for, that means that there's more gold they can try and obtain. Oh, wait, Brands.
On his own in the mid lane with the Vi
Again,
ultimate, no turret, the AD carry special,
not
but
enough.
Jin is just too speedy. Fu does not have, or Marvin, I should say, just does not have the capability to follow up, it seems.
Yeah, not enough ways to close down the distance in that situation. It's a scary if you look at it on the side and then see the vibe coming through. If there was an area there, that probably is a kill onto Brandt. But since there's no follow up, Brandt just gets out without even using anything. No flash, no cleanse, nothing at all used to try and escape in that situation. Also, just wanted to mention quickly, already 3.5 items completed for Brandt. One of them Infinity Edge. That's a Jin that will do a lot of damage to squishy targets.
Yeah, he is going to be dropping a one-shots left and right. If he gets those 4 shots stacked up, completes that mortal reminder as well. Now, Margot, waiting in the brush, does give himself away with a Q out of the bush, though. And Fu will simply back away. They will let Geeks complete that recall, secures a Mikhail's Crucible as well to help someone stay alive just a little bit longer, to help them reposition if Bronze and the rest of Red, if they overplay their hand again, there's room for Fluxu to punish them, but the lead is still massive in the Red Canids' favor. 1 minute's time, they've got a Cloud Soul to play for and a Baron, and they're going to be asking some difficult macro questions of Fluxu.
Yeah, I think that if you're Fluxo, you have to just contest whatever Red wants to go for. It's not the opposite way. They are not the ones that decide that as, oh,
Ooh,
engage on the
mid lane
side.
play. They're caught up that front line. Fu is
Ooh,
taking so much damage, has the flash, has the ult
oh, he
for
gets killed.
Bronze! Clips him with the 4th ultimate, tracks him into the fog of war, and nails him with the headshot. The rest of Red are charging down the mid lane.
Yeah, they are trying to get onto the backside, and there's a really nice ultimate, but it's not going to mean anything. The minions are still pushing on the side. They have a wave as well coming in from the bot side, and even though Ganks is trying to stop the wave, oh, he done.
Hedan's trying to get in range, but the CC
Yeah,
is massive. He does get onto
bye
them. He
bye.
destroys both of them, goes golden. So there is no more minions for Red, but they've got one in bot side. I think Margot has the backup in place. Down goes the inhibitor, and the push
That's
continues.
game. They're pushing it on the side. They have the members, they have the minions, and they have the damage, and they probably are going to have the
Oh
life of
dear.
ganks as well in the process, and
Yeah.
that's game.
That is just game. Red
Oh, another
Canids with the
one.
last kill onto Geek sewn up. They'll do some fountain diving. They'll take the last turrets, but they are just playing with their food right now.
Oh,
Red Canids, they chew up Fluxu W7M with Aegis back at the helm. They start a splendid campaign back to the title fight.
yeah, they are trying to do everything in their power to turn it around and become one of those teams that you know that can challenge the stronger ones. It is to limit expectations. It is Fluxo without trying to be like mean or anything like that. It is Fluxo. We had our
Yes.
expectations for this team, so we know that they are not the actual test for Red just yet. But if you're going to play well enough to destroy Fluxo, that's already a good sign. And now the next one is where we're really going to see the real test for Red. But at the very least, it's a test that it's going to be enjoyable for everyone watching.
Yeah, I mean, this was the expected result, right? We expect
Yeah.
Red to win this one, even without Aegis back. We'd expect them to be the favorites. With Aegis, they look like they are back to being on another level. They should be contested at the very least in the upper mid pack of this league. And if they can keep putting games like this together against Loud, against Furia, we can start to get excited again. Red
Yep.
have always been sitting around that third, fourth mark that can take games, that can take series off teams that don't respect them and really just be a bit of a gatekeeper for the newer teams, the less experienced teams who wanted to try and contest for a title themselves.
Yeah, well, this is the best gatekeep possible, destroying the rookie team that had hopes and
Yeah,
aspirations,
pretty
and then
much.
nothing really to show after that. But I'm
Yeah.
just I'm just excited for the setup that this creates for the group because I feel like the other group has a much more straightforward thing where you kind of know one and two just based on what happened with the other
Yeah.
two teams. It's kind of
Yeah.
a more just a straightforward thing. But in this one, because of the variety between Fury and Loud, and the fact that now Red has kind of rised up to the occasion, it really could go any way. Like depending on who.
Yes.
I want to say one word, but I probably shouldn't as we're in a live podcast. So uh, the one who just completely disappears, there is a
Yes.
chance for one of the upsets to come through, and then we may see a
Yeah.
situation where Furia or Loud or Red has to go against someone like Pain or Bevo early on. Like
Mhm.
that's the sort of a scenario we're facing here, depending on what happens in the rest of the group.
Yeah, for sure, because no one gets eliminated in group phase at this
Yep.
point. They play their round robin of best of threes, and then we go into the elimination matches. The first and second seeds play against each other, and then the third seed plays the fourth seed, and the fourth seed plays the third seed cross group. So we could see, even if we don't get any wins from Flux UW7M in this round robin stage of the group phase,
They're still
they
alive.
are still, yes, they are still alive. They're going to be playing against Istros Esral, against Leviathan, against maybe even VKS, depending on how that group plans out, but likely one of the LLA rosters. So they have a chance to show us something more. And Red, Furia, Loud, who is actually going to be top 1, 2, and 3? It's pretty much impossible to call at this point with Red returning to their strong form.
Yeah, exactly. But that's what makes it more exciting. Like it just means
Yeah.
that next week you wanna watch the next matchup from Red, and you wanna watch the next matchup from Loud as well, depending on later on how they play. So I'm all in for this sort of action, and whoever wins probably deserves it.
Yes, absolutely. Of that, we can be sure. For that, we're going to go to a break for now. Thank you, everybody, for watching this first series. Red taking a decisive 2-0 over Flux UW7M. All 2-0 so far, but the next match coming up, I think, might give us a little bit of a closer thing. Furia versus Loud are coming up after the break. RMC and Orbital will be taking the cast on that one. So stick around and look forward to that one, folks. Thank you very much, TDS, for joining me for this cast. And for now, we will see you all back here in just a few.
as you may have identified, we are ready to go with the old versus the new, the young versus the old, the I don't know, babies versus the elderly home. I am excited to be here. My name is Orbital. With me is the best minion to ever wander off the rift. It is RandomMinionCaster, and we will be your casters for what we are hoping is going to be a thrilling BO3 to end out our week number 1. RMC, how you doing?
Well, I am hyped. As you heard, Trajan, before we cut over, thanks to Trajan and TDS for taking the first series there. This was the
Yes.
expected match of the week. So, I mean, Furia, they ended up second in the positioning phase. 5 wins, 2 losses. Loud, they were in a 3-way tie for third, but due to the way the tiebreakers work, they actually ended up third at 4-3. Now, what's super interesting about both these teams is the way they kind of got here. Furia only dropped 2 games, one to Leviathan in their very first game, and once to Loud in their very last game. So despite Furia being the higher seed, Loud has the head-to-head.
They really, really do, and that's what we're hoping for. And again, the last match that they actually played, a lot of players were able to step up here, Loud kind of showing their experience throughout. I mean, we talk about this team as a very historic and a very well-run team. You're looking at Robo, Shinny, as well as Tin Owns, Root, Redbird. All these players on Loud have had very, very good success in their matches, and to come off such a hot streak from stage on one from the positioning phase,
Yeah.
I'm very excited to see what they can do.
Yeah, and you mentioned the hot streak, of course. Loud coming off a 4-win streak right now, whereas Fury did have a 5-win streak going at one point, but their most recent match was a loss. Now, the two orgs as well are interesting. Fury are known to build up young new players, and they've done just that with this roster. It's actually one of the youngest rosters this split in the LTA,
Yep.
with an average age of about 21 and a half years old. On the other side, it's Loud, right? The team that made the first three-peat in Brazil, the first four-peat in
Yes.
Brazil, with a lot of these same players with Robo, Tinones, and Root. Heck, even Redbird was a part of that towards the end. But this is a team of veterans, or as we can call them, old men. 26 and a half years old. You heard us harping on the age repeatedly, but this is the oldest versus the youngest right now. And it's not just a division of age, it's a division of mindset. Furia wants to build, Loud wants to win now.
And I feel like that's also taken over. I mean, Fury, as he said, want to build experience, and they've done so in more ways than one. We have gotten word that currently Furia hosts the highest elo of any
Yes.
team in the world right now. They currently are saying we are a young squad, and because of that, we have hands. It is crazy to hear that Gigo, Tatu, as well as Tuts, IU, Jojo, all these players basically ranking in the top of their position, and that should say something. And especially with not tattoos, I apologize, Aegis coming in here showing once again that they have the experience and the strength to stand out. I am extremely excited to see what they can do here in a full BO3.
Yeah, just to clarify, Furia has a full 5-man challenger roster.
Yep.
They overtook G2. Their total LP across this team is 7,856. A lot of LP, to be sure. Now, you mentioned Aegis and Red for a little bit. Let's talk about the group and the group that they find themselves in right now. Group B, we
Yes.
just got to watch the other two teams in Group B play their match, which was Fluxu W7M versus Red. And look, okay, Fluxu W7M, you heard Trajan and TDS talk about it. They're a young squad coming up, you know, an academy squad that was promoted. Not unfortunately with the sort of setup that Furia has to develop players, and they were kind of tossed into the deep end of it. But Red, looking at the way they won, the time off for Aegis obviously worked. Their macro is so much better. And frankly, they look a little bit scary. So for Furia and Loud, this match, it's not just a revenge match for Furia. It's not just Loud trying to reassert themselves. The loser of this match puts themselves in a bit of an iffier situation. There is a world, there is a chance for Red to be able to beat either of these teams, especially if they can play the way they just did earlier today. And a win here makes you that much safer to move out of that elimination zone, that bottom 2 zone that has to play cross-conference at the end of this group phase.
And the best part, it can come from any such lane for that victory. That's what we're hoping to see here as we dive into the draft very, very quickly. Already, you can see some of those Naysay meta bands. You can see the Azir, the Vaya, the Sejuani. These all make sense. On the flip side, you see the Yone, the Gwen, and that Jace. And the Fury is currently open, but of course, teams opting for a few other options first, making sure to grab IU, a very comfortable ADC, and then a top lane pickup for Robo, going ahead and saying, I want that lane dominance.
Ooh. And here we go again with the Rumble Xin Zhao. I'm not a fan of this combination. I do feel like it's anti-synergistic. But at the same time, Shinny Shinjao has just been so good that I feel he's confident and comfortable picking it to lead the charge. And Robo has shown that he's been able to play around it. IU with the Varus pickup, though. Kalista Varus was banned for pretty much most of the positioning phase in all split one. But it feels like it's starting to get through a little bit, and it is a champion that can carry. A little
Oh,
bit mobile,
yes.
though, and therefore vulnerable to the Rumble equalizer.
Yes. Do it. Go ahead. Go hard in the
Okay.
paint and see what they can do. I mean, this is going to be a great time overall. You go ahead and lock in that Jax versus the Rumble, and you say, "Hey, it's fearless." We got to go ahead and get that victory. The mid lane for Tuts though, going ahead and throwing down this Ari here. This is going to be that test and a half here because Novi, you're still able to have that lane dominance, but what are they going to pair with it?
And as you mentioned, overall, one thing we kind of touched on is the fact that it is best of three, full fearless. So I actually really like the Jax takeaway from Robo by Gigo, not only because it's a great champion itself, which can play into Rumble, but you're denying Robo his best champion in the game, effectively, for the rest of this series. So great pickup. Misfortune being picked up for Root as well. And overall, a little bit sad about that because you were talking about some of the lane matchups. Well, the last time they met up, it was Root on Jin going absolutely insane, carrying the Lao team through what was a bit of a rough early game. And Misfortune isn't Jin. It's not a sort of champion that can really carry your team. It's great, and I think it works well with the Rumble, especially if they get some sort of setup through the support position from Redbird, which he probably will go with Engage Champions. But it doesn't let Root really express all that skills, and I think for Fury, they're going to be very, very happy with that, considering that was what dumpstered them the last time.
Yes, looking at those bans though coming out here, it is going to be the Skarner and the Talia. So already focusing on maybe some of that global pressure for Furia, saying we don't want to give that one over to Nones. We've also seen how the Talia has worked in the previous matchups as well. But the Skarner and the Braum both denied away, make sure JoJo doesn't get that safety value, isn't able to protect the Varus just as cleanly. So maybe these team fights are going to be a little bit more awkward for Furia to deal with. The last span to come through here, wondering what Furia are going to take away. It is going to be that mid lane Rise as well. Again, one of those premier kind of mana heavy champions. And you go ahead and hover over the Akshan. Is this actually going to be locked in here? This would be fantastic.
No, I would be shocked if Tinon's played the Akshan, considering that he struggled with AD carries in the mid lane in the past, and Akshan is not one of the easier ones to play.
Come on, we got to have some hope at the beginning, right? No, absolutely not.
Full Fierce, we'll see at the end. But for Tinon's, the other problem too is that he's not shown a particular deep champion pool this split, and all four champions he's played are actually banned or chosen, right? Azir, Ari, Rise, Talia. Ari picked, the other three were all banned. So now Tinon's has to fall back a little bit on champions that he hasn't played too much this split. With the Galio, something he would top last split, nice defensive. It's not a big carry champion in and of itself, but it is good setup for Rumble Misfortune.
Yeah, and now you're going to try and make sure that Galio can't get close at all. You're going to go ahead and grab the Aatrox plus the Alistar. So great disengagement, but also follow up with the Jax. This is now going to present a Jax jungle for Tatsu and Aatrox in the top side, and then the Alistar in the bottom lane. So very versatile for Furia to kind of mold their fights if they so wish, and maybe even jump away from the equalizer.
And with Rel to round things up for Redbird there, I like it a lot, especially when you already have something like the Galio as well, that can also further set up your team. You can taunt people in, set up for the Magnet Storm. It's really, really nice combo. Loud. The only champion that kind of doesn't fit their AoE Wombo combo is going to be Shinny Shinjao, but we already talked about it. He's very aggressive with it. He's able to make early plays, and he's going to be able to lead the charge, set up for that Galio. So I don't hate it. For Furia, though, their comp is a little bit more spread out. It's not quite as straightforward. It's not just a big Wombo combo. Aatrox is great at the Wombo combo. Varus, also great at the Wombo combo. The issue I'm looking at their composition with is trying to reach that Misfortune. They don't have great divers necessarily. Ari can get there, but she usually kites around the edges of the fight rather than trying to dive straight through. Jax will struggle to get straight through. And it's not like a Leona we can just point click R and there's nothing that can stop you from getting there. Also needs to walk into that Misfortune as well. So a little bit tough. The other interesting thing is the top lane matchup. Because Rumble and Aatrox, that's the same matchup that Gigo and Robo had last week in their last game, where Robo kind of won that out, but it wasn't an easy fight, and Gigo punished repeatedly until Gigo started overextending. So it almost feels like Gigo saying, no, this was the winning matchup. Trust, I'll show you this time. I just screwed up last time because I got too over aggressive.
Oh, and that's the best way to look at it. Remember, they powered up. They got ahead, did their solo queue games. They're like, hey, listen, we're gonna be fine. No worries there. I got the experience. I learned don't overextend, or else the enemy jungler is gonna find me about 4 times out of 5. So I like that fact. All eyes on the top lane to see how Gigo and Robo reel in this rematch from last week in the jungle. Shinny and Tatsu are gonna be doing the exact same, maybe getting a little bit of fun. And of course, Fortin owns their Witsats. We're going to be seeing how they expand across the map. The Ari versus Gala, not exactly the most impactful matchup, but definitely will have some sort of presence, at least we hope, on the map here. In game number 1, Fearless Chat, remember, only once will they get to play these champions on the Rift, and after that, it is done.
Yeah, and we are loading into the Rift. On the Skybox, they've got IU versus Root. That's the big matchup, they're kind of looking at. And understandably so, given what we saw last time. But after the draft, I'm going to be honest, I'm kind of not looking at this bot lane. You got a Misfortune, man. Like, versus Averis, Misfortune's kind of boring to watch. I think my big interest is more just the top lane. Robo and Gigo, that rematch that we're seeing between those two players. But also, because we talk about Gigo, right? He's Gigon or Gigod. A lot of times, like, he's carried this Fury team at time, but he's also into it. I think back to his Volibear game back in, week 1, where he really kind of cost his team. But at the same time, as high as the ceiling as he has, as binary and as high variance as he is, Robo was Robo before Gigo. Before there was Gigod, there was it's Rob's Day. Before there was Gigon, there's it's Hobo. So I feel like this top lane matchup is particularly interesting to me, given how similarly these champions plays. And we're talking about the past versus the future. I feel like nowhere exemplifies that more than the top lane right now.
Yeah, I mean, I love the fact that you pointed it out. It can field into just about any other lane, but at the current moment, it is up there in the top side. And Robo wants to kind of reclaim that honor again. When you are what feels like a squad of historic past, I mean, having so many titles under his belt, I mean, Robo is that guy kind of deal there. So you're sitting there going, hey, why are we talking about someone else? Why not keep the eyes on me right now? Why not keep, this presence? And I am going to be very curious. Again, game 1s to me, especially in Fearless, always show a lot of light, right? It always shows, in my opinion, what teams are going for and what they want to actively hunt for. And for Furia, I think this is a great way to kind of wipe away those earlier losses. Say, hey, look, things went awry towards the end of the positioning phase, but that's positioning. Now we're in this group phase. Now we're in this position where we can actively show that one game does not speak all, but we want to start off on the right foot, as some players are actively on the right foot. You can see, I love the fact that they do this. Some shoes missing in some positions up there. Very, very comfortable on the stage.
I didn't even notice that Shinny had his shoes off.
Like, okay, like a good 3 out of 5 of them
had
had shoes off. Actually, 4 out of 5. I think mid also. Yeah, I believe that's actually 4 out of the 5 has shoes off. Just one also has socks off, which is a interesting way to take it.
Yeah, you know what, Orbital, I bet you're somebody who watches out for those feats of strength too.
Okay,
it does look
okay.
like the issue is coming through with Redbird, unfortunately. Today, not a good day for tech pauses. And Redbird, hopefully it seemed they'll get that sorted out. It does seem like whatever it was didn't seem too major. Somebody spoke to him and everybody's kind of getting there. We also did see Coach Cephas, the coach for Loud, kind of being interviewed there. Actually, it's kind of funny. We saw the interview from game 1. That was Red's coach, Belzy. Belzy was originally the coach for Loud, who kind of started off their whole winning dynasty where they got those 4 straight wins, but ultimately decided to kind of step back. He joined Liberty, wanting to kind of develop talent a little bit more rather than being a hit coach for the team. And now he's on Red, kind of working out with that. Whereas Cephas, I think, had to step into some really hard shoes after Coach Stardust didn't succeed with such a storied roster. Now Cephas has to kind of pick up the pieces. And hey, props to Cephas, because whatever they've done, it's kind of working, right? Like, Loud is back on their 4-win streak. They're looking like old Loud, the ones that dominated 2022, 2023, 2024, that era of Loud. So yeah, if they're able to kind of repeat that, then there is a chance that Loud kind of make it to the top of this group, despite the import coach that Furious brought in, despite all the big names that this Fury roster has.
All the big names, but they still got to have a little bit of proven ground as we are on to the Rift for game number 1 of this BO3. We're excited to see what they can throw down here. Of course, IU and Root on the bot side. I know you talked about, hey, it's not the most amazing to watch, but they're gonna make it. They're absolutely gonna make it happen as Redbird gets punched underneath the tower. And again, Root and Redbird, they were, as we said, the reason why Loud won last time, and they're gonna try and repeat that same magic this time around.
And with Redbird specifically, that's the play I'm kind of focused on in this bot lane because he got a lot of flack in the past from Loud fans when he came in. They were questioning whether he's mechanical enough, whether he's good enough to replace the likes of Seos. But honestly, I think Redbird has some good plays, and that bot side play that's coming from Redbird being aggressive, recognizing that Alistar level 1 is actually really, really weak. So we need to pressure in, we need to make that action happen. And even if he loses a bit of health off that turret shot, it's fine. They still trade winning, and you want to do that as an MF, get that early pressure down.
At the same time, we are seeing a little bit of a shove out. Looks like Tuts and Tin Owns decide to really go at it. I'm looking at Tin Owns, and I didn't realize that they're already down to about, 100, 130 HP. We go ahead and get 3-lane cam, multi-lane cam. Seeing everyone kind of dance out earlier, we saw Gigo also taking a chance and pushing in that wave as kind of expected. With the Aatrox, we want to see Gigo once again have a very nice time in that top lane, or else Robo is just going to farm up towards that mid to late.
I feel like I got caster trolled. You know, we are talking about Robo and Gigo being potentially the most hype lane, right? Gigo last split was leading solo kills, for example, and I think Robo is currently sat at second most solo kills to split. And there was like every other lane getting active except for top. And now finally we get to see the trades come through. And it's like bot side, you lose half your health. Mid lane, you lose 80% of your health bar. Top side, we trade 20%, 30%.
Yeah.
It's not even a win fight. Like these guys have damage.
Yeah, listen, they're trying, and right now it might be another chance. Of course, Redbird and Root making their way back down as Root has gone ahead and picked up that coal, as we know and love a lot of ADCs like to do at the current moment. Good slam, though, as now we're seeing that damage come through. Gigo's like, oh, you want damage? I'll give you a little damage, but Robo, make sure to play within that right realm, has the extra pot plus the biscuits to play for. And Shinny might have something to say as well. Are you going to walk over the ward? Understood. Hey, pink ward goes down. Gigo's like, all right, I'm out, already out before you even spotted me.
Yeah, and both the junglers having paid their visit up there. We saw Gigo pushing up aggressively because Tatu was in the area as well prior with the Jax, with a very fast clear coming through as well since he did skip his Krugs to start. Speaking of Tatu and Gigo, of course, having some very interesting games to come through. I do like the dynamic between them. I do feel like Gigo is very willing to go along with the aggressive nature of Tatu, but they kind of they encourage each other for better or for worse, those two. Sometimes they make some really aggressive plays that really horrifically backfire, but at least they are willing to go together. Jojo being punished again in the bot lane, but he's past level 1 now. He's actually got threat of counter turn, and I'm not too worried. Alistar can heal up. You can see IU really taking advantage of the fact that Redbird went in on Jojo and left him free to kind of auto attack back.
And it's helped a lot. Now we're seeing Tuts also get a little bit of an expanse out, taking out that Blast Gun, just making sure Shinny doesn't have a little bit easier access around the jungle, and also keeping heavy wards. Earlier on, we did see Loud with a pretty nice ward coverage, I believe, on the top side of the Dragon Pit. This time around, all those have gone away. Tuts is trying to make sure that, hey, anytime we see Shinny in that region, maybe we can get some value. IU, for their own, hasn't recalled yet. So this turn after this wave push might be the call down in case we see Tatu, Tuts, IU, and Jojo, the entirety of Furia. Look for this first dragon, which is an Infernal. It's a nice one to have in the bank.
Yeah, given what we've seen from the region, more likely they're just putting down the wards to track where Loud is actually going to rotate. Fury feels very strong in the early game. Tuts does have prior in the mid lane, so yeah, they're probably just going to go for the grubs instead. That seems to be the preference of the region for the most part. Meanwhile, Jojo, he came out through base, ball in rotation to grubs. They did get some eyes on Shinny moving, so they're probably just like, okay, we'll just go and bug Tinons for a little bit. We're safe up this top lane. Redbird's rotation not going to net him anything whatsoever.
Tatsu, for their own, saying we're pretty happy about that one. Jojo and Tuts, though. Is Jojo actually going to interfere here? Nah, just walking backward. I was going to say, if Jojo does that, that's actually hilarious, because Shinny is currently doing that directly on top of a ward. I would have laughed so hard, but no, you're not going to have to worry about that one. It is, as you called, a very comfortable trade of those objectives, and we go ahead and get Cloud as the second. All 3 grubs. Okay, that's pretty good. Jojo, instead of opting for the fight around the dragon, just annoys the crap out of Shinny and ignites her, just her style.
Yeah, you know what? I don't know if that'll come back to bite them. Like, we often see level 1, level 2 ignites being used because you're like, oh, there's no kill threat anyways. We just want lane strength. Yeah, but now what happens, like, when you hit level 6 in the bot lane? The kill threat from IU and Jojo have gone down significantly without the ignite. So, like I said, we'll see if it comes back to bite them or not. Redbird has his ignite ready, and so far in this bot lane, we've seen Redbird be the more aggressive of the 2 supports.
And I think Redbird is also hunting. Level 6 should be hit shortly. I think JoJo is about half a level behind. So we'll see if Redbird and Root can hit that level 6, immediately jump on IU. But IU already hitting level 6, has that
Yeah.
Chain of Corruption ready to go. Gigo in the top side also continuing their dominance here. Even though the CS is about the same, the HP difference has been pretty much stagnant in favor of Gigo. Gigo has consistently gotten that 40 to 50% down. So definitely taking that pacing from the previous game, saying, I still know how to get lane advantage. I just won't overextend and get killed here. That's another slam. Ain't no way. Robo being forced out yet again. Does have flash, but man, that 90% HP to 20 is always a bad feeling.
And maybe this is what Fury was waiting for in the bot lane. There we go. Chains comes out, insta cleanse right away, and nothing too much to come out. But the big thing I think Fury is very cautious of right now is Tinones in the mid lane, who is level 7, has that Hero's entrance available to back up his team on either side. But if you're putting pressure on both sides, if Robo and Root are simultaneously being threatened, then Tinones can only show up to one side. So I think that's why they're playing a little bit more careful. And as soon as Robo got chunked, that was when we saw IU get aggressive.
And I like that because that shows the experience that we mentioned before. We talk about Fury as a squad that has a lot of individual skill, has obviously shown that in the first stage, in the positioning phase. And yet now they have that experience of, yeah, don't overextend, don't go crazy, play it smart, play it comfortable, get our leads where we need. And it's already led to about an 800 gold lead, which might not seem like much, but considering no plates are down, it's pretty much all gold in hand. That's an exceptional gold difference to have. JoJo also making sure to line up in this mid lane, ensure that Tuts is able to continue about a two-wave lead over the Galio. This is a great start for Furia.
Yeah, bot lane as well. Literally a 12 CS. That's exactly 2 early waves coming through. Yeah, and Furia, their leads are coming off just straight laning. In every single lane, they are getting ahead. And if you look at the compositions, that's good for Furia. They've got great skilling with the Aatrox, with the Jax, heck, even with the Varus. But if you're a long-time CVLOL watcher, before it became the LTA South, if we're thinking of old men and old styles of gameplay, this is how Loud used to be to win. Down 2,000 gold at 30 minutes, doesn't matter, will team fight you. And their composition is a team composition. So until we get to see that first 4v4 or 5v5 orbital, first of all, I'm not a betting man. I wouldn't bet either way. But also, I wouldn't feel comfortable calling it to at least see how the teams execute that first fight. If Loud can win it, that's when it gets scary. If Loud lose that fight, that's when, if you're a Loud fan, you get very, very worried. Because that means Fury is good enough to be able to play a more loose team fight, not group up, and they've got skilling in their comp.
100%. As we now see Tuts and Tinones go ahead and do their due diligence. Rotating down to the bottom side as bot laners roam up to mid and top, getting ready for the second grub set spawn. And as you call, this is going to be that fight. Multiple wards being dropped once again. A little bit of a lean from Loud closer to their own bottom jungle side, but I think that's more just safety value. IU and Root going ahead and having bot up. Obviously, the cold not completed just yet, but decent components in either side. And Tatsuko going ahead, picking up that Rod of Ages. So we are seeing those item breakpoints, getting ready for maybe a fight ahead of us.
Yeah, and watching the pathing from Tinones as well, he's walking more towards mid lane. He doesn't have the teleport available. So it does telegraph that Loud kind of wants to contest this. But Tuts going to the bot lane with teleport, he's taking his time. And that's putting Loud in a bit of a bad position. Vision gets partially denied, but that hit, I think, should have clued Loud into the fact that Fury are going for this. And it just feels like a bit of wasted time that Tinones actually backed early, just to set up for a play that isn't going to materialize for them.
Well, not just that, Shinny also was opting to recall at that time, so it was just a good, comfortable take by Tatsu. And they go ahead and collect all 6 grubs with almost no interference, which is actually huge for them. Now, these lanes that are currently winning, Gigo and Tatu, if he wishes to push, now he can get a few more plays in the next, 2.5 minutes. Dragon currently being pinged out as well. For your understanding that they're most likely trading that one out for what they just pulled, but it's only a cloud. You're really not worried about that one. Furia very comfortable, and IU's just like, hey, back to farming. Here we go. Already has that ghost blade. Tuts roaming around, make sure to clear out those wards, but they are looking to collapse. Okay, JoJo going ahead, stepping up here. TP coming in as well as they just snipe through Redbird. And that's a smite away. Tatsu steals the dragon as well. Mechanical hands, full challenger squad, baby. Bring home the pain. And Shinny barely is going to say goodbye. I was waiting for the HP bar to fully complete. It does. Furia with first 2 kills and a dragon boot.
Yeah, very clean. You're talking about just grabbing both sets of grubs. They get both sets of grubs plus a free dragon, and the call was made by Lau. The fact that Robo didn't even try and teleport down, already said that, okay, just get the dragon, get out. But Shinny wasn't able to find that. And just like that, the feats of monster slaying goes the way of Furia. They are set up for feats of warfare with just one more kill in pocket if they can get that. And sure, even for the feats of like trying to get the turrets, first brick, it's not that far away from Furia when they've had winning lanes this entire time.
Yeah, it's a blue wave, even in the gold lead situations as well. Every single player on the Furious side currently have a lead in one way or another. The only one that we're watching that doesn't fully have one is Gigo, as they're, 100, 150, which is still a lot. But Gigo has been largely just chilling up here. Only got a kill in that fight, but now you got to press some of those waves. Now you got to look for a little bit more. Equalizer goes out from Robo, still once again saying, "Hey, look, I know you're strong, but you can't take this tower any further." Not only denying that wave, but denying another plate, as the plates are going to fall in the next about 40 seconds.
Yeah, Robo just trying to hold that wave best he can, and try and protect his turret as much as possible. We're just going to see the reset
Yes.
come through for Gigo. We do see the replay as well, and I love the fact that Furia had no hesitation going in, and because they went in so coordinated in multiple ways, Shinny is left alone on Dragon. Root wasn't there to help him take it before Tatu just hops right in, and with the word over the wall, they see Tatu coming, but there's nothing you can do. Even worse is that they lost Redbird on the other side, plus like Shinny was pretty much dead to rights because he had to stay in the pit to get the dragon, and he's got a 50-50 yet. But Redbird kind of leaving his team on the other side, getting picked off on the other side, that's just more gold going the way of Furia, just grows that lead bigger. And for Loud, that's not what you want to see. You're the better team fight composition. You want to see them set up for those team fights rather than split up and get picked apart.
I think that's what they're looking at. As you said, this is the comfort zone for Loud, though. 2.4, 2.5, no worries right here in that comfort zone of being down a little bit more. And maybe they do take that chance. Remember, the upcoming objective should be another dragon in about 2.5 minutes, and it's Ocean Soul. This would be a very complimentary dragon, considering your composition, considering what you want to do in these wombos, and also deny a lot of that stun work. But IU getting chunked out here in a 1v2, but turns around with the Chain of Corruption, and Redbird gonna be soloed out and denied. Also, another charm onto Shani. This is not a team fight. This is a pounce and grab. The prey has been caught as Furia grab a free 2 again.
I think the thing that speaks most to me is the fact that IU ate the bullet time, ate the Magnustorm, didn't use Flash or Barrier. Had no need to use any summoners, knew the team was there to back him up. They just turn and just run through Loud, and that's really dangerous for Loud. It means that if they want to win a team fight right now, it's not coming off Root at this moment. It's coming off Robo. They need that equalizer there, and Robo is locked up in that top lane. He can't move. His team's losing stuff everywhere else.
Not only that, all that gold is starting to funnel into other options. Remember, in these fights, it's been the team joining in. It's not just one person, it's two. Now that Tuts has 2 assists and they're already picked up the merchants, has the boots as well, you're actively starting to stack up. This Ari that we know takes a little bit more time to scale with the Rod of Ages currently is going to be building in. Actually picked up the Dark Seal as well, already has 2 stacks there. And multiple pinks means Fear are going to be able to rotate around the map, utilize their positioning faster than Tin Owens can on the Galio, which is supposed to be the roaming and helping champion in other lanes.
Yeah, I guess having that Cloud Dragon actually does make a bit of a difference for Fury. They get to rotate faster on already more mobile, at least in short distances, champions. Lauto is able to find something back, at least Robo picking up the first brick of the game. Or actually, did he get first brick? No, he didn't. Second brick, because IU took mid lane first. So
Yeah.
he gets a turret for himself at least. But this feels like the story of Loud throughout most of the positioning phase, at least the early side when they were losing, was Robo gets ahead, but nobody else does. And Loud doesn't traditionally play around Robo. They need to get Robo to the fight, and maybe with top side down, maybe if he loses his turret as well, that might actually be a win con for Loud to get their strength to the team fights, which they drafted for. They didn't draft a split push composition.
Nope, they drafted to ball up like a meatball and try and slam home a victory. Tatu, though, saying we drafted for things like this, going ahead and taking the Herald into their own name very comfortably. Yet again, this topside objective take has been completely uncontested by the side of Loud. They just don't have the strength and members to really punch in there. Dragon, though, is spawning up. IU in the mid holding it down, and we'll see if Loud is able to take this Dragon or Tatu is just going to take a free objective once again.
technically they have numbers advantage. Robo has teleport, Tuts does not. So Loud could bring 5 members to this dragon. Robo actually walking out of base right now into the bot lane. And I think Furia, they're just going to try and stall to buy Tuts time to get the 3rd and last outer turret from Loud.
And you know what? Not a terrible trade option here. Tatu going ahead and cheating up. So it will be a dragon just pieced together there for a Loud. Tower exploded though, and as you called all 3. So gold shifted for stats. And the fact that it took that long is actually giving time for a drop on the Herald as well. So it's not just one. They won an extra piece and actually really like this call. Gonna go ahead, get a little bit of ram. You knock up Tinones in the same time. Taunt doesn't land though. So Tuts and Tatsu are going to be very comfortable in that position. One last auto will take it, and instead of just 1, it's actually 2 on the top side. Big break for Fury and a lot of gold into their pocket.
And I was actually really scared for Tinones. We've seen Heralds being used to actually knock up champions to kick off fights. And Tinones isn't that tanky yet, unfortunately. So, yeah, he's got his 1 item, but against the Ari and the Jax, well, we saw what Jaxes can do in the last series. And granted, it's in the jungle, but Tatu is 2k hit. He's got the biggest gold difference right now. So, yeah, as you can see, the gold, it's Tatu, IU followed by Tut. So Tatu can do a lot of work if he buys time with anybody. And I guess that's the Fury strategy. They're the split push composition, right? Tatu can split push. Gigo can split push. Heck, Tuts could split push right now. And for Loud, this is... What's the term that 4-4X use? Ah, yes, nut cutting time. This is now when they need to figure out, hey, what do we want to do? If we just kind of sit back, Fury's going to run over us. The gold lead is just growing, not shrinking.
That terminology I've not heard in quite some time. That is a statement and a half, and I might have to add that to my repertoire. But that is true. Loud are at that point where if you don't start calling the team fights, you're not gonna have a team fight to be able to work with. So Furia going ahead and working their way into enemy side jungle. A lot of wards being dropped down here. 2 pings in optimal locations for entrances and exits. Loud trying to even take their own blue buff, but Tatu is just like, I'm running interference. I'm going to be a giant pain in the backside, and they can do this. They are allowed to do this as Tatu is fairly strong, already has, as you call that, Triforce plus steel plate, steel caps, and they're all happy about this one. A blue buff finally goes down, and now they're going to jump on in because Tatu decided to step up. That is going to be the Counter-Strike out. Jojo being called off here. And now out comes the Equalizer Chain of Corruption, though, lands, and now this fight might be able to break off. Shinny walking forward, but realizes they don't want to chase any further. And in goes Gigo, misses the first slam, misses a second, and in comes the entrance. And Gigo's like, great, now let's re-engage once again. Fear is like, we baited everything out. Damage ahoy, charm to land, Shinny running for their life. But guess who got a reset on all the charges? 1, 2, 3, and 4. Furia take 4 for 0.
Pre-20 minutes with, well, they don't have Herald anymore, but they do have 6 grubs, and they're pushing it. They're going to take an inhibitor turret, as well as potentially an inhibitor. This is one of our earliest inhibitors we're seeing go down this split in LTA South. And for Loud, you know what? I respect what they tried to make, but if they screw up this defense, if anybody dies, it could be game.
Well, looks like that's a full channel for Root, but it's still only a 1-for-1. But you clear the waves. So that defense that you were just talking about, Loud keep their life. But a 20.5-minute push that resulted in a 4-0, well, I guess 4-1 at this point, plus your bottom inner, plus your inhibitor tower, plus your inhib. And Root's life as well, as Root flashes her safety, and there's no out. Shinny, I don't think, wants anything to do with this. It's disaster for Loud at this point in time.
Backup is here. Robo's walking in. Tinones wants a piece of this as well, but
it's a bait. It's 100% a bait right now. What's going on here? Gigo has the ult again. You're in that world interface. And I don't know what Loud is doing. Equalizer out just to cover your tracks, I guess. As Loud lose literally nothing.
Orbital, Loud is doing their best. That's what they're doing. And to give them credit, I actually think that is the right call. First of all, they managed to get a kill, which is infinitely more kills than they had prior to that. But also, Furia is low. If you don't chase them now and they get their reset, they get to spend their gold, and then you're playing Furia's game again, where they just shove in and do whatever they want. Not to mention, supers are pushing in the bot side. So Furia had to do what they did right there, and it's probably the right call. Oh, sorry, Loud had to do what they did to Furia right there. The problem is just that Furia is so incredibly far ahead, and Furia played that defensively so well. Loud needed somebody to flank to hold them there, but Furia just punished whoever's looking for the flank because you don't have enough health to hold them. And now Furia still get their back off, getting extra kills to boot, getting to shove Loud back on that reset. Dragon is spawning in 30 seconds. Atakan's already on the table, and you can see Furia already congregating on that bot side.
It's just so easy for them to pick up here. Furia feeling very comfortable taking just about every objective on the map. And they spent all their gold as well. Those gold leads that we saw earlier, all blue, all in Furia's favor, have now
Oh, yeah.
extended into the 1 to 2 to 2.5k leads. Furia at this point have an 8k total gold lead, 5 tower advantage, and just about all the map pressure in the world. The rest of Loud now looking to try and make a chance on this top side, but they're looking for that bush gank. They're looking to try and catch IU, who has that extra GA. You are so comfortable in this position that you're just walking in and out of this mid lane without any backup.
Yeah, and that's the rough part about giving up the Atacon. And I
Yep.
kind of don't understand why we didn't see Ruinous Atacon this game. We're seeing Voracious. I feel like with the 10-1 scoreline, there's been enough kills. There's been enough fighting that there should be Ruinous, coming through. And Voracious honestly feels so much worse to play against when you're behind, because now you can't even get the bounties off the enemy team, because Buff of Life just allows them to reset. It also gives them the priority to move for the next objective. IU dodging out Boots of Swiftness and Cloud is enough for him to just be able to sidestep, and Shinny loses half his health for even thinking about that gank.
I'm not gonna lie, I thought IU was actually gonna fire out the Chain of Corruptions a lot earlier and just catch Shinny outside of the lane and allow Jojo and the rest of the squad, like Tatu, to even jump on in. Either way, Furia now pressuring in with all 5 on the wings, ready for this mid lane because they know they had that strength. We're entering that last fight territory as the bot side is already crashing. Loud have to split their focus. At this point, that base is going to bleed. Mid lane tower inhibitor slowly going down. It's, being chipped away, and IU is just stepping up for this one. Tuts on the top side saying, I'm comfortable. I can go ahead and shove this. And now they go ahead and rotate full wave, ready to go. Loud, are you going to be able to burn this? That's a jump into headbutt. Pulverize catches 2. Great taunt, though, as the bullet time crashes in on 3. And that's going to be the grand entrance to deny. And we see for the first time in 24 minutes, Loud actually used their ultimates. However, it's a little too late, as they burned everything and have nothing left in the tank. And all they got was a singular pseudo GA, the breath of life, allowing Gigo to come right back in on the top side.
Yeah, you traded Robo for it. Tatu in the base versus 3 right now. Did he overdo it?
Tatu, buddy. Tatu.
Yep,
Nah, he doesn't care. He does not care. He's right back because Gigo's already pushing, and they got halfway through the Nexus Tower, which now means the HP bars are so free to take. Gigo's like, you may have taken my pseudo life, but I got your real one.
Yeah, and the Nexus turret almost going down as well. Furia really baiting with these GAs, and you love to see it. The fact that they're able to trade for a kill every single time as well means that Furia is winning out on this. And with Robo down, it meant that they weren't afraid of a team fight kicking out, not to mention all the big AoE spells were already used. With Shinny down, they're not afraid, because without Shinny, Loud don't really engage, right? Tinons is, sure, he's tanky-ish with the Galio, but he's not the one looking to go in first. And Redbird has been struggling to get in there without getting popped. And now with an almost 10,000 gold difference, yeah, Redbird probably doesn't even get the Magnet Storm off if he's the one initiating.
No, and I'm looking at Furia and just saying, even if you get anything off, you still have to contend with a 5-0 and 4 Gigo, a 3-1 and 2 Tatsu, 2-0 and 7 on Tuts, 2-0 and 8 on IU, and most critically, by the way, a 0-0 and 11 Jojo, the Alistar that is literally diving in, has not died a single moment. If that doesn't signify how strong Furia currently are, I don't know what does. Halfway through Baron, they decide to turn anyway.
Yeah.
They say we don't need Baron. Let's just fight. Gigo over the ball. Once again, Shinny being forced into that fight and said, okay, I sacrificed myself for the team. And honestly, the entirety of Furia saying, we should have won last time, guys. We absolutely should have won.
They should have won at 15 minutes, and now it's way too late. They're trying to push into the mid lane, trying to find what they can, but the minion wave just gets cleared out, and Furia, they're effectively doing a 2-man Baron take. Everybody else wants blood instead.
Yep. And I love the fact that it's Gigo holding down this mid lane. We mentioned before how Gigo had such an exceptional early game back in the positioning phase against Loud, and it all kind of fell apart. This time, Gigo really not overextending, consistently within what a screen's length with the rest of the team. Very on point. Yeah. 5-0 and 5, 2.5 items to boot. At this point, you probably could peel off. You could overextend and be fine because you have an 11.1k gold lead. there ain't nothing to scoff at right there. However, a piece of that will be chunked out as that is a bounty on a tower taken. Loud taking what they can, which I highly respect, Gigo. I
Oh.
just talked about you, my man. Thank God you had the flash up.
And even better, if Tatu and Gio can kind of hold them in that bot lane, the rest of Fury can literally just end the game. They've got Baron buff, they're pushing in. Remember, one of the Nexus turrets is all but dead at this point. Tin Owns doesn't have the wave clear, unfortunately. He's not on a traditional mid.
That's going to be inhibitor number 1. Of course, Furio once again taking the safe route outs. And, you know, Tots just slowly pushing in this top side. Baron buff is about to wear off here in a couple seconds, but it's enough to break through. As you called, though, the rest of the team breaking into this top side, it's going to be 2 inhibitors down as the bottom side has respawned. But again, all 5 of Furia here to bring the pain here in game 1 of the opening group stage. And they want their victory. We said this series was going to be explosive one, was hoping for a chance at one of our closest matches of the weekend, and yet Furia are making it look so lopsided right now. The base in shambles, Shinny going in for a chance, but immediately kicked back out. Same with Genos. That's a solo from Gigo, taking out Redbird. And Furia go ahead and slaughter Loud as just a whimper can be heard. Game 1 is going to be Furia all day long. Robo forced to hide inside of the fountain. GG's in this BO3 game 1 for Furia.
17-1 Orbital. 17-1 is the final score between these two teams. That is insane. And in the top lane, by the way, we mentioned Gigo and Robo had this matchup the last time. The last time, Robo won it 6-5-14 to Gigo's 4-8-8. This time, Gigo crushed it. Was it 6-0-7, 6-0-8? I don't know if he got one more assist on the fountain dive. Versus Robo's 0-2 and 0, or 3 and 0. I think he died one more time at the end there. So, yeah, absolutely stunning performance by Fury. They obviously learned from their lesson the last time they met last week.
And I think that comes down to also just respecting, it feels like, a lot of what Loud had to bring. There was almost no chance for Loud to actively bring a team fight into that game. Now, granted, the Dragon Steel at the beginning, a little bit disrespectful, but it made sense. I mean, just... I have no other word just watching a Jax fly in and say, no, Dragon's mine, I'm sorry. But Tatu being able to take that away felt like it stole all the steam out of Loud's pocket. It just felt like after that, they were so deflated. And you called it earlier, it's just they had to call a shot somewhere and it didn't work. I'm scared for game number 2, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's just such an uncharacteristic performance. Usually, Loud, if they're gonna lose, they don't just deflate. Like Shinny will try and make something happen regardless, whether he dies or not. But this game, it felt like all of Loud, like you said, they just felt deflated. Like somehow Fear sucked all the air out of them. They had nowhere to breathe. They had no place to make, and that's not any sort of Loud we've come to see before. That's not even like the usual hangover, like MSI or Worlds hangover Loud that we see at the beginning of splits. No, this is a really weird form of Loud, and I really hope that they can bounce back because, yeah, I mean, Koisa Rune Volto, the bad thing returns. They don't usually when they come back for good. They don't just kind of flop down. And granted, this is not for elimination, but it's a very, very weird look for this team.
Yeah, it's also, of course, we do have to be honest. This is game 1. There's another game ahead. There's possibly a game 3.
At least, yeah.
So maybe, maybe we get to see that challenge in there. At the same time, though, we do hope to see a little bit more fight out of Loud. Furia, though, absolutely on fire and probably in a bonfire at this point. They are looking hot and ready to go here at the start of the group phase. So we'll go ahead, go to a short break. When we come back, we'll have game 2 on the docket to see if we go to game 3 or if this will continue to be the weekend of 2s. Don't go anywhere. And we are back here with game number 2 after Furia sets the standard for how a top team should perform. Crazy early game antics, dragon steals galore, and undefeatable outside of one death throughout the entirety of game 1. And then closing it cleanly, like this is a squad showing they have the raw hand skill plus the experience in macro.
And what's terrifying to me is Furia just did to Loud what Red did to Fluxu W7M. And they are not the same. If Furia are able to continue performing this way, they should dominate this group. And I guess, hey, this is the performance we should come to expect from the only team to be able to beat Pain Gaming in the positioning phase.
Yep, it was such well, I should say a loud statement in game number 1, because for Loud, it felt a little bit weak, and for them, they feel a little bit uncoordinated. They drafted a composition where they really did want to kind of bring everything together in the mid game, bring some of those team fights around, and yet I think the only team fight we saw was for them saving their top side inhibitor tower.
Yeah, I think it was on the Nexus turret even that they kind of had to really pop off, and it was a last-ditch defense that basically survived at the end there. So, yeah, you call it a Loud statement. If the statement is coming from Loud, it's, guys, we're kind of old. We need time to warm up, I guess. Going into game 2, the Orbital, I like that you mentioned that they drafted a composition that was meant to come together in the mid game with team fights, because I don't think that worked for them. And when I look at the names on this Loud roster, any of them could be a carry. We've seen Robo literally 1v5 before. Shinny has led teams to success. Heck, he was on that Fluxu roster last year that struggled, and a lot of their success came from him charging in. Tinons was called Brazilian Faker. He's been around forever, and we've seen him bring games back. Root literally 1v5s on a regular basis. Heck, okay, he didn't quite 1v5, but almost last week, that performance was 1v5 worthy. So if you've got that much carry talent, maybe forget trying to draft a big wombo combo team fight composition. Draft individual picks that let your carries carry, so that if somebody's messing up, somebody else can step up instead.
At the same time, of course, we know one game doesn't always make the whole series, and for a group like Loud, they know how to bounce back in series scores, so let's see if they can do so. They go ahead and choose that blue side, which is understandable. You first Furia onto that red, force them to ban out some expediary champions, but of course you still see the Yone and the Gwen and the Ashe, so Loud really not wanting any of those champions to fall into the hands. The Talia, the Azir, the Vi, these all make sense. Once again, it's this first pick though. Last time it was a Rumble, this time it's a Callista for Root.
Okay, I really like that. We were just talking about the fact that you want to put people in carries. Root especially on something like a Callista has much more agency than he had in game 1 on that misfortune, so I love to see it. I do note, and again, a lot of mid lane bans still though, the Talia, Azir, Yone. I wonder if Loud's going to pick the Rise early or potentially watch it get banned out again. Technically, Tinons is a deep champion. I mean, he's been around forever, but realistically, what he's been showing makes him look a little bit limited in the current meta. So, yeah, for Furia, Tuts is a much bigger champion that he's willing to pull out, and so I think they're going to be happy pinching Tinons and then letting Tuts go on less normal picks.
Yeah, and of course on the other, and I like this kind of lock in here. Once again, now being heavily focused into a team fight composition. Yeah, Tatu on that Skarner, and then of course then you get to come out here. This is almost counter what we know is going to come out, an aggressive bot lane support. Looking for those ganks, looking for those all ins, and the Nautilus makes a lot of sense if it's offered here. It is going to be fully locked in. So again, with the Callista, it makes for a very potent duo. But now do you match that jungle? Do you match that, kind of roam threat potential? As Shinny didn't exactly have the most stellar of game number 1s.
Yeah, I think you still want to engage for Shinny. That's traditionally what he's done best. But yeah, like
Ooh,
we
okay.
suspected, you don't have the option or space right now to go for that when Tinon's champion pool has become a bit of an issue in the last 2 years. They go for the blind rise instead because they really want to lock down a champion that they know Tinons can at least feel comfortable and skilling up and carrying on. And that means Furia can then proceed to ban some of the other engaged champions like Sejuani, who's still potentially on the table, maybe something like a Wukong as well, that could set up this Callistus for success.
Ooh, and this I actually might like. So understanding that, hey, I want to stay far away from these opponents so far. This is going to take a lot of pressure off of IU, in my opinion, on this bottom side. If you can stay safe, you can farm up. This opens up space on the rest of the map, and you can kind of try and keep Tinone's Root and everyone else at arm's length from Loud. Looking into this next ban phase, though, there's the Nefiri ban that we were kind of looking for back in game number one. No one really needed it, but taking away that type of jungle champion from Shinny means no indomitable and untargetable shred to come out.
It's actually really funny because the Jin pickup I feel like has a lot of story behind it in a way. Like we saw Root was the one who kind of dominated the game last week against Furia on that Jin pickup. And IU is a very mechanical player. Jin is not known as the most mechanical of AD carries. Fun fact, IU has only played Jin once ever in competitive, and it was last split against IE. And he lost. So technically 0% win rate on the champion. We'll see if he's able to bounce back. It is a solid pick into the Callista though. Like you mentioned, you've got a lot of range you can play from the safety. And also just in lane, in terms of trading, you can actually try and match out some of that Callista trade as long as you can dodge out or avoid a lot of the spears stacking. For now though, jungle focus on Furia. The Sejuani we talked about, they're taking Nefiri away from Shinny, which I think is interesting when we talk about Shinny being a big engager. But when you look at the comp drafted so far, there's lockdown from Callista, Nautilus, and Rise. Callista with the ultimate, of course. So if there was a place for Shinny to pick Nefiri, I feel like this would have been a good place, and so does Furia.
You got to go ahead and match it out. Once again, there is that Victor. We saw it kind of hovered last time, but this time fully banned out on Loud side, saying, yeah, we don't want that AoE to come in here. We don't want that Chaos Storm hanging overhead. So at this point, Furia deciding, do we want to blind pick that top side? Because top side, once again, talking about Gigo and Robo, that was a very heavy-handed lane. It was very important to watch. And it is going to be the Hui locked in here. So they are going to go ahead and match into the Rise, which makes sense, and bring a little team fight in, allowing Gigo to get their comfort and counter matchup.
Yeah, with Gwen, Rumble, and Jace all gone, there's no top lane champion, pardon me, that you kind of want to blind. You can blind something like Renekton, but it's not necessary. So I'd much rather you counter pick the mid lane with the Hui. You just outrange the Rise. You don't let him trade. But Shinny, hovering the Nocturne, I like the pick in terms of answering the Jin and the Hui. Both champions rather immobile, tend to sometimes be quite far away from the rest of the team. But there's no dive buddy with this Nocturne.
Nope.
So when we're talking about, okay, pick individual champions for yourselves, Loud has done just that, Orbital. They've gone heavily into that. Robo with the Renekton to follow up, that's the blind we're talking about, and something that can at least follow up the Nocturne. I like the idea. And Loud, despite picking a lot of individual champions, they've actually drafted, I think, a composition that, actually has built its own cohesion at the end of the day.
Yep. Yeah, and this is exactly, quite literally, they listened to you, RMC, and they're like, all right, that's what we're going to do for Loud side. The Mbessa at the end of the day, though, for Furious still leads into Gigo saying, hey, I'm ready to throw down. I'm 100% willing to try and take this in the 1v1 once again, and I'm going to show you that I know how to do this. So huge chance coming out here for the side of Furia to basically shut down Loud once and for all here in the opening matchup. Make sure there is no game three. And the fact that we see Loud having to, as you said, build their own cohesion, I feel Furia still had that same ability to negate any sort of that engagement. I mean, that Nico all the way at R1 position is going to be, in my opinion, the great deterrent factor.
Potentially, yeah, and it's actually really interesting because when we start the draft, we're like, oh, Nico, Skarner, like really good AoE setup, good team fight setup for the side of Furia, and then the rest of their draft just kind of moved further and further away from that. We had like Jin, who's a great pick champion, a great utility champion. We've got Hui, who's an artillery mage with a lot of range, good utility as well. And we've got Mbessa. None of those wanted actually team fights. So yeah, Furia really pivoted away from their initial draft into trying to counter whatever Loud wants to do. And I like the idea. Put the pressure on a team that has struggled, at least on today, to actually come together to be the ones to pull the trigger and make things happen. I will say though, my eyes are drawn very much to this top lane matchup for the Mbessa for Gigo especially. I know you're quite hyped when you saw that pick as well, quite excited for it. I feel like in LTA South though, the priority on the Mbessa has gone down. And the LTA South has struggled to actually make her look good. She's like, I think, a 30% win rate in Split 2. So, not the best of it. If there are players who can make them look good, I do feel like it would be the likes of Robo and Gigo. So, in this top lane matchup, I really do want to see Gigo be able to pop off. The initial laning is rough for Mbessa into a Renekton, but she does outscale, and she does get some amazing flanks later on.
Well, let's see if they can do that right now. We're loading into game number 2. Game number 1 won by the side of Fury, and they're ready to throw down once again. Yes, we do see Root and IU once again, but still, though, I mean, a Kalista and a Jhin not exactly going to be breaking any ankles. Well, they could, but it's just like, are we really going to see that happen here today?
Yes, we are. I have faith that we will, bro. I mean, you got a Kalista. You pick Kalista to dominate the laning phase. She's really strong early on,
True.
but she kind of dips off a little bit as the game goes off. So for Root and Ripper, there is pressure on them to make early game action happen. And for Jojo and Ayu, they could pick, I don't know, like Ash Bomb's the lane dominant lane. They could pick like Jinx Thresh or something, and I'd still expect to see Ayu and Jojo play aggressive in that bot lane. Ayu's just built that way. This Ayuzi has always been a very hands mechanical player. There's a reason why he made it all the way to the top of the European solo queue ladder in the span of basically one MSI while their team was boot camping there. And for Jojo, when you pick the Nico, yes, you're good at team fighting as well, but Nico's not your traditional engage support. She is still more of like an enchanter or mage, and those get to bully in lane with the range advantage. They have poke advantage. And if you're not getting pressure as Nico, then I feel like you're not using that support to its full, the full ability that it has.
Oh, you know what? I I understand you want to, but at the same time, I'm sitting there going like, Jhin doesn't want to be. Jhin specifically doesn't want to get too crazy. We go ahead and see the first damage come out though, and of course, as you said, getting aggressive already. Hook though missing, meaning these trades go in favor of IU and JoJo to start things off. Fury up 1, and already looking. Redbird's like, yeah, thumbs up. We're gonna try and bring the pain as much as possible. JoJo starting with that little bit of a Q to round things out. Flash forward though. Okay, listen, I know I was wrong. I'm so sorry, but I didn't need a physical example here in game 1, as that's gonna be Redbird sitting on less than 100.
Orbital,
I'm so sorry.
I'm
I'm
gonna
so
be that
sorry for
guy.
doubting.
I told you so, man. Always where the action's at. The best part too is we can expect to see this action continue. Both junglers started on that top side. They are pathing into the bot lane, and normally with the Nocturne, they want to hit 6 as much as possible. But with how aggressive this bot lane is, if we see Jojo and Ayu pressing in, that's a potential for Shinny to look for a gank as well if they're overextended, if they don't drop the vision down. Root is still staying in lane, so they're able to track that Ayu Jojo. Neither has moved to drop wards in the river just yet.
No, I mean, a lot of these words were actually expended earlier on as well that we saw. I believe Shinny moved up, so you're kind of banking, I think, on some of those words earlier. You're like, okay, we can kind of understand where these lane pieces are. Now we go ahead and go to that multicam as Robo and Gigo. We start looking and Robo's like, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this, I hate this. Gigo, though, with a definitive HP lead, couple teleports being used as Tin Owns joins right back into the mid lane. As we talked about, Tuts with this long range play just being annoying and being a massive bully.
And this is interesting because originally from the draft, I'd expected for Loud.
Uh-oh.
Oh, hold up. Is he going to solo?
Oh, good shield to come out here.
There
Yeah,
we
last
go.
auto empowered as well. Leads to a punch on the bottom side too. JoJo going ahead and cloning and then flashing away, but Robo getting a piece of their pie as well with this Renekton blind.
Robo telling Gigo, sit down, boy, because you're literally a boy compared to Robo and the experience that he has in the top lane. And that's necessary because when we saw the tri-view, it was a little bit concerning that Furia was getting pushed in all 3 lanes. When we saw the drop, that wasn't the expectation. Kalista is expected to win out in the bot lane. Renekton is expected to win on the top lane. So you're expecting Loud to win side lanes and lose mid lane. If Furia is winning every single lane, it's not only bad for the laners, but even Shinny is then at risk of getting invaded by Tatu. And then the Nocturne gets set further and further behind. So that kill coming through from Robo is huge and necessary. Him getting a second one would be icing on the cake if he can get it.
Well, the fact that Gigo also went for a Doink Shield plus refillable is a heavy investment here into the early game. It's just, what is that? That's a good sink of about, I want to say about 600 gold, 650. And now with the pinch from Shinny joining in, Robo getting a good stun down, but they're going to try and turn. And looks like Tatsu was trying to clip Robo back into Gigo's hands, but said, nope, all right, we're out.
I'm trying to decide if that was a miss from Tatu or that was just deciding
That was
he
a
didn't wanna
calculated
engage.
miss. We call that calculated.
Yeah, you see, a calculated miss would make sense. That would be the logical move. But this is Gigo and Tatu, and I don't think they've ever seen a fight they don't like. So I'm a little bit surprised they didn't go for that. But good for them. I don't think they'd actually have walked out with the win. I think it would have been a 1-for-1 trade, and Shinny was waiting in the wings as well. Tatu did see Shinny on the side. So Furia slowing things down. They know that they don't have to win every single lane. Gigo is the side that scales. Take it slow. And then we get to see bot side once again, where Ayu and Jojo, they're right back to that pressure. They're up 2 waves, by the way. Root had to base at some point, and Redbird was not able to hold either, so they're falling very, very far behind. This mid lane is where I'm getting a bit of surprise for Loud in a positive way, where Tidons is getting shoved in, but since that's a scaling pick and Rise doesn't do anything to 2 items, he needs Seraphs and Rod of Ages, sticks forever. If you're able to keep up CS, that's a win as far as the Rise is concerned.
I think for Tinones, you know that as well. In that comfort level, play smart, play safe, get the farm as cleanly as possible, and just kind of wait out Tuts. Really, our eyes are consistently drawn to this top side as the junglers are meeting on opposite sides of the rift. Shinny's still not level 6 yet, but is gonna walk over a couple wards. Redbird and Root just trying to step up, and Jojo even knows it. So I do like this fact that considering all the pressure, Shinny is applying that pressure down to the bottom end. We are looking to see where those first spawns are. It looks like Dragon and Grubs will be on the table at the same time, and I'm curious to see who exactly will be going for which. Shinny, of course, sticking around this bot lane for a little bit longer, but that's allowing Tatu to actually step in, and we might see a meeting of the minds. Tatu not checking is actually going to start up the Dragon here. And I wonder if this is a little bit of pain. You say, oh, nope, I don't want this. Immediately spins around, though, because we see a twist, and Jojo and Ayu are like, please give us a reason to step on up for the battle.
Yeah, and to a very large extent, Tatu got to do this for free because his bot lane and his mid lane are winning, right? While Tinones is able to farm and CS, he's not really able to pressure up the lane, which means Tuts usually has first rotation. And if Tinones wants to move out of mid lane, which he did, he has to sacrifice health for that particular trade. Tuts, though, is stepping up. He has flash available. Gets rooted.
And that's a really, really good one from Tinones. This is going to allow for that flash over the wall from Tuts. But that fear could have spelled doom, so Tuts just barely getting out of that range. It's a good call because Shinny now, after spending so much time on the bot side and not having that dragon presence, going to go for those grubs instead.
Yeah, and I look at the gank from Shinny, and Shinny gets the damage down onto Tuts, but Tinones is still lower health when all is said and done, so you don't even get that much pressure, or at least in the mid lane. It does, however, as you pointed out, get Loud the grubs at least, so they're not going to lose out on both ends. And if we talk about the bot side kind of going Furia's way because they have mid and bot side pressure, the only reason why top ends up going the way of Shinny is because Robo has pressure in that top lane. And for a while there, I was a little bit concerned they'd have no pressure anywhere. But again, that's why that first blood from Robo was so danged important. And I don't know how long that's going to last. That's something we have to keep our eyes on as well. The scaling and sort of the power spikes from both of these teams. Because for the Renekton and Bessa matchup, I mean, one item is where I think things get a little bit dicey, and Bessa with the Eclipse is able to start trading a lot more comfortably with that Renekton.
Is going to be that turning point as Gigo is going to try and manifest a change like Robo did back in the positioning phase. Be like, all right, didn't do amazing in the laning phase, but is going to turn around the mid to late. And already we are seeing that change as Robo's trying to stack that Fury as much as possible. It's a massive wave, though, and Gigo being down about a wave and a half. I'm not sure you really want to take that chance. You want to gather all this farm as much as possible. Mid lane, though, we did go ahead and see Tuts recall, get back into lane, and now see a little bit of a chance and a half. I love this call. Yep, there we go. We might see a little bit of silliness, but I think Tinones knows how to count by a fair margin.
Jojo. Also, like, look, as a caster mini, that is not how we move, Jojo. Like, you need to study how you walk. That the way, like, yes, there's minion block and minions block themselves at times, but that sort of hesitation, that's what happens when you right click and didn't path properly. So even if you can't count, like, as long as you are somewhat familiar with minions, you'd have known that something was wrong there. That's a fake minion. That's not real.
It makes me miss the days of minion dematerializer, right? Where you could actually take a minion away, or like maybe have your jungler smite one away and then walk in as the third. Oh my god, the days of that. Those were the days of silly league is what I like to call that one. I really can you tell I miss that miss that
You can dematerialize your own minions?
Well, minion dematerializer was quite literally a way for like mid laners to get the cannon on their own.
from the other side though. Like, and it gives you
Am I
like the
crazy?
increased damage.
Oh my
against it.
gosh.
I
Wow,
don't
I
think
am
you could ever
old.
kill your own minions.
I'm older than everyone else here, and my brain is just not functioning. You are correct. That was a steal opposite
Brother,
side minions.
we minions would have filed a lawsuit if that was the case. Having our own team. That was like way back in the day. Gangplank used to be able to parlay his own minions, deny his own minions, but
Oh
they
my
removed that
gosh.
mechanic. Thankfully, that was like season 1, season
Jeez.
2.
Those
Yeah,
are
it's
fun.
been a
All right.
long time.
Listen. Don't listen to me. I don't know mechanics. This is why I just yell about things that go on my screen, okay? Man, now I miss everything about League. All right. So taking a look at the current state of things, Loud is in a much better position than they were in game number 1. Tin owns, though, for their own might not be. That's going to be a quick tether in, as there is no flash on Tin owns right now. And a final rock to the back of the head leads it to a kill in the mid lane.
Good punish and great collapse. It did, however, require Jojo to come in as well. Tatu and Tuts not quite able to finish on their own. And topside, they're trying to answer TP
Ooh.
being used by Tuts as well.
Oh, but right now, Gigo is actually able to stay alive for a decent while longer, but not long enough. A little bit of a flank, though. Tatu might look for a chance. Flash out by Shani and Redbirds, turning the corner. Tatu doesn't have ult, but might be able to cut them off. And now that's a TP. All of a sudden, danger is abound for Loud, and you called it before. Loud coming alive here, and it looks like their individual champions are bringing the pain around. Not only have they gotten the Painter, but the Scorpion as well. Tatu almost getting body blocked here. One more hook to come out. Nah, Redbird didn't want it. Turn around for Loud as they are popping off in the early game.
And this is duality of Loud. They draft a team fight comp in Team 1, and they don't team fight. In Game 2, they draft more of a global comp, more of a skirmish composition, and they're actually rotating faster and moving together the team. And sure, I say global, but Tinon's just teleported in. Like, you'd do that on any mid lane champion with teleport anyways, but good shout from Loud. This is what they need to be able to do. And this play, the dive was clean, right? Like, they know they can do this nice and easy, and they know they can do it before the teleport completes. But what I absolutely love was the confidence to be able to turn around and still play on low health. Even on low health, they still made all of this happen. And they were just baiting. The moment they crossed that line, that ward that got dropped, I believe it was by Robo in that position. Like, yeah, they were like, okay, we've got you multiple options to come in. Redbird's walking up as well. And look at Shinny, how low he is. And Shinny's just stuck right in there. He doesn't care. No mana, doesn't matter. If I die, we still win. And we won't die. I'm trusting y'all individually. We've got the hands. We can still win.
Every single audience member that is a Loud fan saw that coming and said, thank you so much. Game number 2 already delivering in the aspects that we wanted before. And again, might break that streak, looking for that chance at a Game 3 position. Of course, Robo, realizing that you might be in a bad spot as well, does have Flash, but goes ahead and burns that dominance and says, hey, I'm going to go ahead and be very, very tanky. Flash dominance up and use Tatu, though, rotating in and around because this dragon is going to be up in just about 2 seconds.
Yeah, and that's kind of huge to get the dominance down before the dragon fight breaks out. So despite the fact that they won out on that fight in the bot side, Loud are not going to be looking for that dragon right away. Root shoving in Ayu, though. That might be enough because Kalista, let's not forget, if she can stack up those spears, her rend is as good as a smite. Loud, I'm surprised. They're being very cautious with this one. They don't want to throw it away, but if you're not going to go for it, I feel like you need to drop a ward at least to try and stop Furia from taking it for free.
No, they don't need to. They're going to go ahead and get a jump onto Tuts and say, hey, you already kind of prepped it out. So the direction and attention were drawn in different directions. Robo, for their own, though, realizing that maybe they're not in a great spot. And Pale can come out, is going to be sidestepped, though, so Robo's going to get underneath. But no, they just say tower dive. Yeah, they have everyone here. They might as well. Tower dive goes very well for Furia, just as was earlier.
Yeah, and they blew out the dominance already. They knew that the flash wasn't going to be an issue with the amount of CC they had. Nice clean dive. Jojo picking up the kill would normally be a negative, but because he is a mage, gold in this pocket is actually going to be quite nice to be able to kick bites off. Tuts, though, was left on his lonesome. Good fear. Literally, if that fear doesn't come through, he's dead. Depth charge kills him.
Yep. And especially with the fact that that ward went down immediately from Redbird, it's such a great call too. But Loud going ahead and exerting the pressure that they had earlier. A couple of the plates went down from the earlier dive from Robo and Shinny, and now they get 4 total. So gold leads still in their favor for the time being, just as the plates do fall. And Loud are going to be quite happy about that one. Yes, the Dragon take is not currently in their favor, and with the Ocean Soul once again rearing its head, it's so rare nowadays to get 2 back-to-back, I feel like that. But we are going to get the Ocean Soul to play for that Fury might really actually like. Once again, I always say whenever we see some of these champions like the Mbessa, like the Skarner, they always benefit a lot more than some might think in sustaining through some of these battles.
Yeah, and I feel like I've seen some Callista Rens go wrong because they miscalculated due to healing at times.
Yep.
So yeah, that could be fun. It'd be good if Loud can grab it as well. After all, if you've got that much healing, Jin is going to struggle to cut through you. Hui, as an artillery mage, is really going to struggle because if you're a poke champion, Ocean Soul is your absolute nemesis. Not to mention, if Loud somehow get it, it's off of 4 of them. It would, however, also mean that the game has gone very, very long if Loud is able to pick up the Ocean Soul. And we should quickly touch on skilling as well for both these compositions. So we talked about how Loud,
Yep.
Callista strong early, Renekton's good early, Rise skills, but their skilling in general is a little bit weaker than Furia's, and they don't have a true tank, so Jin doesn't fall off. So Loud has done a good job in the early game so far. They've got 1,000 gold lead. That's good for where they normally are, but I need to see them kind of be a little bit more proactive. Shinny, especially with that paranoia, I want to see it off cooldown. Every time it comes off cooldown, I want to see a play being made, especially when Furia compositionally is not grouping up. There's a lot of targets you can look for.
Right now, that target might be the bot side as Jojo is really joining in early. Pop Blossom being used here into that apprehension. Huge heal to come out. Roba's able to stay alive for a little bit longer, and now the trigger is finally pulled as they're just in range. So Shinny is able to turn it around with that fear. Quick pickup of 1. No, maybe I talked a little bit too soon. I keep thinking I'm going to call these, but it is going to be that finisher 10 owns as they had that Rod of Ages now building into that tier side. And you go ahead and get your first kill of the game on the rise.
Yeah, good guy Shinny giving over to Nones, completely not overestimating his damage against an Mbessa with Eclipse. That's the nasty part of Mbessa with Eclipse, right? That's why her one item power spike gets quite nasty because the shield she gets often, can catch people off guard, and she's really, really strong with just waiting for cooldowns and then once back up, she does surprising amounts of damage. So good pull on the trigger from Loud, but that's what I'm talking about, right? You've got the paranoia, you're the one with all the playmaking tools. I don't like the fact that we're seeing Furia still pull the trigger, and props to Furia for that. Jojo has been omnipresent on the map. He's actually been getting more action than Tatu has. 2-0-1, and I'm liking that some of these kills are going over Jojo because we already talked about the fact that he's a mage and can actually make use of the gold. But even more than that, if he's the one making tracks and helping out the lane, he's using that gold more efficiently than Tatu would.
Right now, we go ahead and see the boots go over to Loud as they clear out that top side. Robo has been working on that ever since earlier stages, and you're now comfortably in that position to hang on to it. But now on the bot side, we're seeing yet another Impale going to deny any sort of realm warp out. 10 owns going to pay for their death earlier. Rock to the back of the head. Tatu slams them home.
And we've got another pause.
10 owns said that rock hurt, guys. Can I get a moment?
Yeah, the rock wasn't supposed to hit that hard. We nerfed Skarner, right? Like, he's not got damage anymore. No, actually, we'll have to see what the error or issue is this time. Unfortunately, we don't see any officials on stage yet to try and figure that out. But overall, let's talk about where we are at, because a great early game from Loud, and it feels like Furia is starting to catch back up. And we talk about how Furia have a lot of, Loud has a lot of engaged trigger pools, like a lot of ways to try and punish. I love what we're seeing from Furia, though. In a less disciplined team, we'd be saying, oh, they're just looking for fights for the sake of looking for fights. But I actually really like that Furia, it is disciplined. It's not just looking for fights for the sake of it. Yes, they're getting kills and not getting objectives after that. But by doing what they're doing, they're actually playing a tempo game. They're trying to say that we're faster than Loud. And if we're making you burn your globals to try and answer our plays, and we're still able to pull our plays off, then you don't have the tools to do things on your terms. And we trust that we will outskill and be able to team fight you later on. So Furia, yeah, such a young squad, but playing so incredibly well. And this is what has impressed me the most with this Fury roster. Even in Split 1, when they got knocked out fairly early on, I do think ThinkHard coming in and coaching this squad and watching this squad grow, it gives me a lot of hope for the LTA South as a whole.
It does, but at the other side of that table, Loud have also shown some impressive advancements since game 1 in this one as well. Even if they are on that back foot, they're at least fighting, and we talked about them kind of being deflated earlier on in game number 1. After they lost the dragon, it felt like things kind of just went a little bit sideways. They were just like, that's the way the cookie crumbles, and then nothing else occurred. Now, even when these fights occur and we're seeing, 1 or 2 pieces where Fury are able to get a kill, they're still willing to fight for it. They're still willing to turn. I mean, that top side specifically, very, very clean on that TP up. We also just saw the Rift Herald get taken on the side of Shini. They're going to carry that one for themselves as well. And they are going to be able to have plenty of time to move over for this dragon that is spawning in just 15 seconds. Again, proactivity from Loud side.
Yeah, and with 6 Void Grubs, that Herald, Shelly going to do a lot of work. So love to see where they're able to kind of leverage that. IU facing up against Root in this mid lane has actually been getting the worst of the trades. Root's actually been able to stabilize the gold gap that was happening to 2v2 in the 1v1 and has been huge in terms of pressure. I'm watching because it looks like Loud might want to kick things off with an actual team fight. Robo is on the flank right now. He has dominance and has flash.
And I'm also keeping track of Root on the other end. This pincer could be nasty if you catch someone like IU or Tuts trying to step back for the middle of the battle, right? We talked about this kind of difference where the earlier setup was the Nico and the Skarner, walking forward, making sure to fight, and then you draft what? 2 backline artillery mages? That's prime pickings for a fight. Right now, Dragon, though, down to about 6k. I wonder if there's going to be a steal position. Robo's still hiding in the bush. This could be very dangerous. It's going to be a hook into the paranoia. Now the fight breaks out. They were able to find a knock up onto one on the back end. Tuts having to split apart, but the backside fight is still being neutralized as that's a snipe from Loud as they dance all over. Loud have come alive in this game number 2. In goes the curtain call, but there's way more health than necessary to go ahead and body block and keep everyone alive. Loud go ahead and clear out Furia and turn for the Dragon as well.
And I feel like this fight is precisely why Pain fans have so much trauma about Loud. You look at how they play game 1 and you look like a bunch of clowns tumbling out of the clown car. Then you look at game 2 and you're like, oh, dang, they look good. Like, that fight was so incredibly clean. And Loud, they get the Dragon off of that as well. They get to use Herald if they so wish, if they just want to drop it. In fact, they're actually holding it right now, just leveraging the grubs for that turret. I appreciate that. You can use Shelly in the mid lane to guarantee the turret there instead. And Loud just take over. Like, they are monsters for a reason. And again, I hate the fact the comp that doesn't need a team fight, that doesn't need coordination, they're doing it. Now watch Robo and the timing on this play. So Redbird goes in, buys the engage, gets fates called out. But Robo's waiting on the side, outwaits the Pop Blossom. And this is the Robo that 1v5s. Goes into the backline, Pop's dominance is just doing so much damage. And then the exit. The coordination on this exit, the moment curtain call came out, look how they line up straight away in a line. And Root's like, okay, I'll take one, I'm healthy enough. And then who's the healthiest? Denone's, okay, you take the back. You're a mage, don't care. You've got health, and that's all you need to stop the curtain call from coming through. And so Loud don't drop anybody on that play.
It was just so good. And honestly, I like the fact that Loud also understood that they can't take everything. At that time, they didn't need to take everything. More teams, sometimes we would see them fully force that fight, look for even more kills, try and get that extended ace or anything of that sort. No. They just take what they want, they back away, and they say, cool. Now we're right back in the driver's seat of this game. They're now up at about a 2.4k lead. Fury feeling a little bit of that burn now, as we mentioned before, that Ocean is going to start stacking up if they are not careful. And for the first time, when they were on the reactive state, they didn't feel good. Looking into the present, we now see that Herald, as you mentioned before, crashing into that mid lane. Massive amount of grubs and voidlings feasting on this tower, but a great clear coming out here from Furia, denying that tower fall.
Yep, not the cleanest setup. The minion wave ended up crashing after Shelly did. But as you said, great response from Furia as well, really to deny that away. And for Furia, this is, I mean, they have played the map well in the early game. What has now changed for them is, first of all, the gold gap is getting bigger, but Tinones is about to hit his power spike, right? Just one more or less than a minute till his Rod of Ages is fully stacked. And that's when I expect to see Loud really start to play the map with the globals, with the Realm Warp, with the Paranoia. And Furia will need to, at that point, start grouping up a little bit more. I think they've done well to punish the side lanes individually, but that's not necessarily where they're going to be able to win out in the mid game. Late game, certainly, but mid game, it's really about trying to punish Loud before they can punish you. It's really a game of who's pulling the trigger first.
And the problem is, it's becoming harder and harder. I want to point out Loud actually drafted and put in 4 Merc Shreds into their side. They are highly respecting the catch potential from Furia. Like, this is... You talk about the fact that Furia are going to be looking for the catches. There are going to be no catches. I'm so sorry. When you have 4 Merc Treads, there's not really that big of a catch. That Nico is just like, yeah, I got the knockup, but after that, the roots, everyone's going to be scattering on Loud's position. So right now, we are looking at Furia going, okay, let's go ahead, get a little bit more farm on ourselves. You can see as well, IU still sitting at 0, 0, and 0, the only player in the game to have yet participated. Well, they participated, but to be able to get an assist or kill, it's been difficult for them. And once again, as you called before, this Jhin may not be the exceptional piece of that puzzle.
Yeah, and that's really weird when you consider the fact that Curtain Call is such a, not quite a global, but the range on that ultimate is so massive that to get no assist is a bit of a surprise. Now, Atakan is being started up by Loud. Fury actually have no vision, and from the lack of pings coming down, I don't think it was top of mind for them. Now they're starting to get a little bit concerned that they're seeing Redbird in the area, but if they don't force their way in there soon. They're not even going to realize it's gone. There we go. The clone should have spotted it out. And will Fury respond?
No, they won't, because Robo was doing Robo things and dancing over IU's slide. Granted, it was a 1v2, so Gigo was able to help out here, and there comes the curtain call. This should lead to a little bit more value, but again, it's a small price to pay. You lose Robo, but you get the Otacon. It's a huge win for themselves.
Wait, is it Ruinous this time?
Yeah,
I don't
they
understand
got
this.
all the plants as well.
Last game was 10-1, and we got Voracious. And this
Well,
time
no. It was 10-1 after that 14-minute mark or the 10-minute mark. Let's be honest.
Okay, that's true. Yeah. At the time, they took Otacon. Was there that much damage being traded in this game? I don't know, but you know what? For Loud, that's actually kind of good.
Okay. Look, they specifically said, didn't they, that it changed from kills specifically to like more on the damage scaling, right? Like, that is correct.
But wasn't it that much damage traded this game? I feel like we had. Maybe. I mean, Root and IU were trading pretty heavily. Gigo and Robo were trading heavily. And I think Loud will be actually pretty happy with being able to get the Ruinous rather than the Voracious this game. Because if we're talking about pulling the trigger and trying to accelerate the pace of the game, Voracious does not do that as effectively as Ruinous. In fact, Voracious slows down the game with GA. So Loud can be happy with this, and I expect them to leverage that by looking for more picks of their own. Dragons coming up in just over 10 seconds right now. Both teams are setting up. Loud first to the area, first with the vision.
Right now, first to the defense as well. Dragon going to be hanging on here and seeing if it's going to be taken almost immediately is going to be that shift. We're hoping to see Tatu try and make their mark, as they stole Dragon last time and had a lot of fun with it. But of course, full coverage and with no vision from Fury on the bot side. It's like, listen, there's one too many bushes and one too few dark spaces. You go ahead and send a clone in as well, and Redbird's like, hello, I'm here. Thank you very much. Dragon taken. It's now 2-2. And we're looking for that fun in the mid lane as Loud, looking for that last outer tower to take down.
And for Fury, it does feel like for the last 5 minutes, they've been firmly on the back foot. We've not really seen them play that aggressively or find picks. And even worse, it feels like they've actually kind of fallen behind in tempo, right? They were late to the Otacon play. They were late to the Dragon play. They're just not in position to make anything happen. And when I look at their composition, I'm a little bit concerned if they're always late to the play, because with the Jin and with the Hui, ideally you want to be landing some poke before the fight kind of starts. Failing that, you want Gigo on a massive flank, and we've not seen that whatsoever. And part of me wonders, is that because Gigo fell behind in lane, that he doesn't feel comfortable going for the flank? And if you don't feel comfortable for the flank, then how is Furia gonna play this out? Front to back is ideal, but I think Loud is kind of actually banking on that as well. They want that bloody fight. They feel like they have better ways to access your back line in a front to back.
I think considering how aggressive Furia were also in the early game, it's a stark difference as well. So it's right to point out that they haven't had that great chances. Right now, their fight is also very split. Tatu, though, with a very, very nice impale, only gets one, though. Because of that, in goes the Paranoia. Now we're seeing a fight from the back end. Curtain call being called, but the tower does fall, which means that we're going to see Robo try and hold off on the edge. No major deaths so far, as everyone is just walking away with very low HP bars, which can be seen as a somewhat win for Furia, but Loud get their overload objective, the mid tower.
Yeah, and in terms of what that objective actually gives them, it's not as big as you'd think, but it is a huge mental win for Loud, and it does spell a lot for how this game's going to be going, at least for the next couple of minutes in the mid game. Because remember, that's an outer mid. It's not worth that much gold necessarily. You open it up for map pressure, and it was low already from Shelly, which didn't actually claim it Shelly with 6 grubs. But Loud just know, after watching that happen, that we are actually strong enough to brute force some of these fights and win. And most importantly, we know that we can win on neutral ground as we enter the mid game, where there's Barons, there's Dragons, lots of things to fight over. And it's going to put Furia, again, make Furia think, hey, do we actually want to fight? Do we need to give more time to Loud? The answer is no. Furia should be looking to fight, but if you can get them to slow down, that's good for Loud. They can continue stacking objectives.
I think that's going to be the fun part about it. Redbird even getting a deep ward, but realized they dropped it right on top of a red pink ward. And so it's just like, hey, yeah, couldn't do that too much. Tinones and the rest of the squad, though, looking around the edges. Redbird is ready to solo on in. You see the clone going out here, a little bit of a chuck and go, but nice route onto Tin Owns, and Tin Owns getting the full volley. As you called earlier, RMC into the pot. Blossom lands on one, but Shinny trying to burn out all the vision. You're still going to be taking quite low. Good fear to come out. Shinny and Tin Owns live, but now Gigo in the back line, ready to do some damage, and you called it before as Redbird, with that overextension into enemy side jungle, goes down.
Okay, and that's precisely what I said for Furia. Keep fighting. Don't give up.
Yeah.
Like, you're strong. If you back off, it just buys Loud more time. Dominus on Robo is still available, so I don't think this is going to pan out. And for Loud, it kind of puts a little bit dampener on them, saying that, hey, you're strong, not that strong. They don't lose out too much, though. Losing Redbird there is not the end of the world. You can see Furia are not strong enough to go for that Baron. And now with both teams having lost fights, having lost picks, it might be CBLCK time. It might be time for the teams to kind of slow down, just kind of go back to farming, and we might just see the good old Baron dance, albeit one with a lot of tension.
I'd actually be okay with that. With the number of fights that have gone down, I'd actually like to see Furia be willing to kind of sit back and just be like, hey, we want to farm, because you actually got to look at Tuts' damage right there. I want to point out Tuts got the full volley off, and if we take a look at this fight once again, IU got the root, right? And then you see the ping. Watch Tuts, just everything eking right by, as Shinny even tried to help out, and Tinones was out. Tinones was gone. Tinones could not stand around. So the damage from Tuts into Tinones, if allowed, is still ranging on that even state, even if the gold leans into Tinone's favor.
And that was why, to a certain extent, for Loud, they, even though it felt like they're skilling, they've kind of hit the max skill point that they have, right? Ryze is their biggest skilling champion, and he's not going to get much tankier. He's picked up the Zonias, and that's about it. From here on, you kind of build more damage-oriented. Whereas for Furia, they are still going to stack damage, and damage usually outpaces resistances as the game goes on. So, yeah, if you're building resistance versus damage, damage will win out. And so for Loud, that's why they needed and wanted to try and accelerate the pace of the game. And for Furia, they needed to fight back just to make sure that Loud can't continue snowballing that quickly. And the win is more to actually, ironically, slow down the game for Furia. And they're getting to that point. Now, they need to get the poke down still, right? Tuts and IU, what we saw, they aren't able to 100-0 Tinones just yet. They can't do it to Shinny. And even for Redbird, it's a little bit dicey. So in these front-to-backs, that's why they need to have vision and need to be first to the objective, so they can actually land said poke rather than walk face first into bushes.
Ooh, but I like this call. You go ahead and ult on in. It's a two-piece in there, as that's going to be JoJo eliminated. Pop Blossom was only trying to hold them off, but the call was great. Loud, go ahead and snap up yet another. And this fight in the open mid lane feels so good. A snipe sneaking through two big bodies, but Tinones is like, I got the bodyguards, I got the flankers. And Loud says, screw Dragon, we're happy going ahead and taking this Baron.
Yeah, great trigger pull from Loud. We talked about who posted trigger first.
Wow, really?
You're trying to find more. Yeah, they have to.
I mean, they're going to try and turn for it, and Gigo's like, oh crap, I can't really do that. Loud walking away from this one and saying we're fine. Tinones, not only were they able to TP back in, but this two-man Baron are just like, what else happened in the mid lane? Sorry, guys, we're doing what we want to. And with the stack of the spears, that's a Ren. That's done. Baron in Loud's hands. IU, Tuts, I'm not sure about this one, guys.
Yeah, neither of them are great objective takers. They're so cooldown based. I mean, with Jhin, you got to reload those guns, and 4 bullets, not enough to be able to take down that dragon, unfortunately. So for Furia, they had to go for the fight orbital because they were trying to peel Loud off Baron, and they weren't going to be able to win at the Baron itself. They were way too squishy to walk in there. The main tank of Tatu was already dead. The main engage of JoJo was already dead. And we get the replay on how this kicked off. And I just love that Loud were willing to pull the trigger, right? They just turned off the lights, and they split Furia. I think that's the critical thing. Pop Blossom is a great counter engage tool, and you saw the value of it. But Tuts, IU, they weren't able to follow up. They were just running for the hills trying to save themselves, knowing that, hey, the Nocturne might be jumping onto us. And that split was ultimately what cost Furia. Loud's experience really showing there. And the other part that I really like from Loud is not only did they win that fight, but the call to go for Baron and just stick on it with 2 people. Shinny and Root, that's all you need. Kalista, stacking those spears with the Blade of the Ruined King will absolutely melt through that Baron, and you just need the smite for it. Everybody else, just go mid lane shove, and more importantly, start moving for Dragon early so that Furia couldn't even find that. Loud now have Baron and Ocean Soul Point. That goes a long way towards helping them scale up, because now Robo, Shinny, sure, they might not have all the damage in the world, they might not be able to match an Mbessa, but they've got the health to be able to survive that, and Mbessa is also a cooldown-based champion.
And I mean, Tinones as well has been utilizing this mana pool to a high degree. I'd also like to point out that Realm Warp with 1 was great, but right now there's no Realm Warp or safety, as this is a pick for pick's sake. There is some anger in taking down the Croc, because you took down 1, but you left all 4 of Loud on the top side, losing 2 of your towers. Here comes a chance, though. Realm Warp pinning everyone in, and you got 1. At least 1 caught out. Down goes Roots. But another tower falls, as these are exceptional macro game pieces for Loud, as they only lost 2 members in that entire kerfuffle.
Okay, that pick onto Robo, kind of illegal. But it's a very typical Robo move, unfortunately. And yes, even with 3 Ocean Souls, it's not quite enough. The damage is starting to wrap up from Furia. It's a good response from Furia, but the experience from Loud is really showing there. And this is something that I feel is very lacking at the Rises we've been seeing recently. It felt like Rod of Ages got buffed, and everybody's like, oh, therefore, anybody who uses it must be good, Rise must be good. And then we're not seeing Realm Warps being used for good macro plays, for map movement. But right there, that's something we've seen from Tinons time and time and time again, from like years past, right? Okay, Robo, he sat directly on a ward. This is also why you don't usually see the 4-1 split push with the one in the middle until like you're set up on the other side with proper vision, because the one gets collapsed on, and when you're on mid lane, it's the shorter lane. You can see the vision that was set up from Loud is all on this top side, not so much in the middle. This is where things got really dicey, and I love that Tinons immediately just started the Realm Warp, trying to get out. Unfortunately,
Oh my gosh, what?
Root was also tagged by the CC that kind of held him out, and also there's like a little bit of mechanics with the Realm Warp where if you're walking away from the Realm Warp, it actually doesn't take you with it if you're near the edges of it, because the game kind of reads it as, oh, I'm trying to leave the Realm Warp and I don't want to get caught in there. And because of the days of Rise trolling, Riot has allowed that to happen. And so unfortunately for Root, he was trying to dodge skill shots, but he got read as, I don't want to leave. And Fury went, bet you won't be leaving, except in the body.
I was about to say, that's a very sad moment for Kalista when you turn around and your entire team's gone and you're like, all right, that's how it's going to play, huh? So, you know what? It's a pick there, though, and we are waiting to see where the rest of this map kind of shakes out. Furia kind of waiting off on the wings with a minute 40 on this Dragon, and that's going to be, I think, the next big playing point. You can see where Loud are just saying, hey, we want to get this inhibitor down. We want to have that long side of that pressured, so you don't get a look at that Dragon either. Robo learning from the earlier mistakes, though, pushing up to about midway of that collapse tier 1, immediately backs away with the rest of the team, and is going to recall and get ready. You have TP available. You can go anywhere and get ready to join your team come these late game fights. We're about 35 minutes into the game.
And I love the fact that Fury like committed so many bodies to the south side. They're like, oh, it's Robo there. He's going to overpush. Guys, we can do this. It's worked in the past, to be fair. But like we said, sometimes it's Rob's day, sometimes it's Robo. And right now, it's Rob's day. Like, Robo knows is not over pushing. And even in the last play, this is the thing with Robo. A lot of times he over pushes and it looks really bad. But his team knows he's going to do it and they plan appropriately for it. So if they're pushing in on an objective, they allow Robo off the leash. That's what happened in the mid lane, where they got topside inhibitor turret. Now they're not set up. They're telling Robo, don't be stupid, come home. And then we'll reset up for it. And they did just that. Vision has been cleared out around the Dragon Pit. Fury had all of that set up beautifully, but it's expired now. And once again, it's Loud in the area, Loud setting up the ambushes on an ocean map with more bushes than usual.
And that's why we see how dark it is, even with a ward directly on side. Thank God you have a clone that you can use. So if you're like, we see you all, ha ha ha. We can't do anything about it. Right now, a fight's going to break out because of that hook, though, and Realm Warp is going to be used to draw 2 in the back line yet again. But where's the denial of tools? It's going to be there as everyone on the side of Fury are actually able to back away. So now the launch can come out. Great depth charge into the back line, but yet again, Fury are going to survive. Only one goes down as Tatu, who was in the front line for a majority share of the time, is the only to fall. And now the re-engagement comes out here. Final shot is going to miss. The fact that Furia only lost their jungler feels good in a team fight vacuum. But the HP bars are a little bit weaker. Fight number 2 breaking out here. TP in the back line, so Furia are going to back away. Unfortunately, it also means that you don't get the Dragon, so Soul goes Loud's way.
And this Soul puts everything into question, Orbital. Suddenly the skilling from Loud, sure, it's not great, but with the Ocean Soul, it might be enough. We're seeing Furia struggle to cut through these health bars, and if you're regenerating mid-fight as well, it gets worse. I kind of want to start seeing healing cut come through from Furia at this point, because it's actually going to make a difference. But their builds are pretty full, and I don't know if they have space for it. They've got a Thornmail, or pardon me, a Bramble Vest on Tatu, and that's kind of it. Loud, after the Soul, they're rotating immediately to Baron. Tatu just respawned. He is not in position. He cannot contest, and he's a jungler. He doesn't have teleport.
Well, the teleport's coming in a different direction. They're just going to try and take Redbird's life. Redbird will pay happily if it means the rest of the team can get away with all 4 Barons up. Comfortable position for Loud here, and we're reaching that point as you called. Loud very happy about the current position that they can run, as now they have the pick of the litter. Top, mid, bot, doesn't matter. Do whatever you want. Shinny's level 18. Everyone on the side of Loud is pretty much level 18. Redbird, again, we don't care. Supports levels don't really matter. Robo, though, saying it matters quite a bit. 1v1. Robo took a chunk and said, okay, yeah, I don't really want that. Gigo, though, says, I do. Turns it around and says, let's go ahead and
Waiting.
battle it out. Fight out of nowhere. What is this right now? That is going to be Shinny to finish off that battle, but Tatsu is around the corner and unfortunately can't continue. Rest of the team from Furia back away.
Wait, that's actually really bad for Fury. Like, they were trying to bait in Robo and Shinny on that play, but they just did more damage than was expected. And Gigo's been really struggling this game. We think back to the laning phase where he opted for some bad fights against Robo. It backfired, and since then, it just felt like Gigo has had no presence. And I guess that's why Mbessa has fallen out of favor. And now with him dead, without that extra body, the Loud were hard enough to kill prior to that. They feel even stronger now. They're just pressuring in. Mid lane inhibitor turret is basically dead to rights. And you see Furia all clumped up on this top side thinking, maybe we can try and protect this against Robo. Maybe we can make something happen. Well, guess what? You're out of time. And now your mid inhib's down. Your mid inhibitor turret's down. The mid inhib is down to boot. And the rest of Loud can just group up. You still got 10 seconds on Gigo in the Death Chamber.
I mean, at this point, Loud, do you want to pull the trigger? Do you want to take that gamble in finishing off this game or not? If you do, you can go ahead and turn that fight. You have all 5. You can easily do this, but no. They play the safe route. They say, hey, we want to keep route safe as well, and we're just going to back away. Wait for the rest of the wave. TP it in to the bottom side. I was so excited. I was like, I need to look at the minimap a little bit more, but the wave is so far away, and look at the pings going down here, actually. Furia also like, you guys realm warp. Okay, cool.
Yeah, so the tech is actually you realm warp the whole wave down to the bot side. Unfortunately, from inner turret to inner turret, it doesn't cover the full distance. And unless you do it like, I'm not sure if you can even do it anymore, because I know that the minions now snap to their main lane further than they otherwise would. I think you have to get the minions all the way actually into the bot lane for it to stay in the bot lane instead of trying to path back into the mid lane. So the idea was there in the past, you just bring the minions with you and then you kind of go for that turret. Unfortunately, also, that bot lane was very pushed out against Loud.
Yeah.
So, yeah, by the time that minion wave walks in, I don't even know if Baron buff is still available for them. They don't need it, to be frank, and I think they could just brute force it. But, yeah, they tried a bit of cheese. Didn't work out.
Yeah, and I mean, that's all it is cheese at the end of the day. It doesn't really ruin anything. What, it takes 30 seconds to now go ahead, back away, get ready for the spot side. So we laugh about it now. But Furia aren't going to be laughing on their end. They're like, we had 30 seconds to do what? Lay a couple more wards, get ready for this base crushing move. As you can see, super minions, 2 of them actually stacked up on the top side. Mid lane currently pushed in by Robo as well. Furia are now at the same point they were last time, but in reverse, saying, we're in this last fight territory where we're in danger. We have to pull the trigger somewhere, but do we really have that option?
It's 40 minutes in. If they can turn a fight, I think Fury can actually definitely come back into this game. The problem is, can they turn a fight? And until I see Gigo in a flank position, my answer is going to be no. The front to back has not favored them, and they were already struggling to cut through Robo and Shinny prior. I don't feel like the damage has gotten much better for them, and Robo has been kind of getting tankier. He's got Dominus, so yeah, and for Loud, they're not in a rush either. If they can lock Furia into the base for another 2 minutes, Elder is up Orbital. And once you get Elder, all scaling is off the table. Elder's execute is just such a strong tool, and Furia have to come out or die. So now they're just taking their own sweet time right now. They're just setting up. They don't want to throw. That's the biggest thing. They know they've come back from enough games at 40 minutes that they know one fight is all it takes.
The thing is, I'm sitting there, I'm looking, and you have probably like a good 70% chance to end that game, but they want like the 90. They want that 95 because we talked about it in this Group B. If you want to have a comfortable position after this week 1, you need this victory. Loud do not want to face off against Red in the state that Red currently is. Red looking so good after their series against Fluxu W7M. And it goes right back to what we talked about. It's all about that. Who's going to be the one that has to worry about their spot later? So we'll see how it goes. Right now, that wave is pushing out, as you called. Baron up in about a minute and a half. But the Dragon, 50 seconds and counting. And look at all the vision right now. Louder, like, we know what you know that we know that you know. And we are absolutely not letting you see it.
Well, I think the biggest thing for Loud is we know you don't have a ward behind us. So we're not worried about TP flag. They've been able to bottle up Fury for so incredibly long. And unfortunately, with the super still spawning, by the way, they will be pushing in as the Elder Dragon spawn. So Fury needs to shove out as hard as they can, and they don't have the vision for it. Tuts is so scared to push out beyond right now, and the rest of the team's about to walk into an ambush.
Well, the ambush is spotted out by that clone, and you go ahead and draw that TP early, but that is only for Tuts. Gigo on the top side, going to try and deny Robo any further advancement with Robo already sitting at 4.5. But eyes are out and watch. Once again, keep eyes for this paranoia. Shinny saying, maybe we can. Great little route onto Redbird. Redbird losing a decent amount of about maybe 10% of your HP. But Elder on the table. Flank option for Robo once again. Clone spotting out 1 or 2 spears roaming in, and now here
Okay.
comes the call. Paranoia straight into the back line. Pop Blossom gonna die. All 4 though, they're rooted and drawn onto the fire, but Furia have no fire in their bank as Robo is dancing on the back lines. That's 1, that's
Oh,
2.
the
Touch
heals!
rooted for a 3rd as this is Loud powering their way to a game number 3. Realm Warp on your face. Gigo running for their life, and it's a double for Tin Own. Size of release from Loud. They are going to push for a game number 3 after 43.5 minutes. RMC, we get our first game 3 of the weekend.
And this is why we call this the match of the week. Furia and Loud, they will not go down easily. They give us our first and only 3 match to start things off. And they do it in style, right? Game 1, Furia dominated that. Loud got 1 kill. That was it. Here in game 2, it's a grind, but it's a very steady grind. Loud, phenomenal showing from them. The experience is showing. When they get a lead, they know how to strangle it out. And at no point, once they kind of got towards that Ocean Soul, once they got the Ocean Soul point, it already felt like they're very, very much in control of the game. Shinny, that man on your screen especially, I think put on an absolute clinic in terms of how to play the Nocturne without dive buddies. He was using it as engage, the way it's meant to be used. The skill is called Paranoia for a reason, and he instilled that in Furia. Lights went out, and every single time you can see Furia backing off immediately, and a lot of times splitting in ways that were not ideal for them.
Such a massive shift from game number 1 that we are highly impressed. And seeing what Loud can do for Furia, though, we didn't see as much fire from before. Maybe they need another Dragon Seal. Maybe they need another Global Objective Seal to really pump them back into this game. But we have to talk about that bot lane. I hate saying it, that Jhin didn't yield as many results as we were hoping. And of course, it's out now. We don't have to worry about it ever again. But what do we hope to see from this Furia squad that looked so good in game 1 and then fell really flat in game 2? Or decently flat. I shouldn't say really flat.
I mean, we talked about it. I use a 0% win rate on Jhin, right? So give him something that's a bit more mechanical. Give him something he can actually carry on. And there's still plenty of options right now. Zeri is something that we see Brent pull out many, many times. I believe Ezreal is still on the board. Neither team has played it. So there are definitely options for IU. But Orbital, that's a question for game 3. And the teams have time right now to discuss, go back to the drawing board, figure out what worked, what didn't, and what's left for champion options.
Let's go ahead and go to a break. When we come back, game 3 on the horizon. Welcome back, everyone. We are here in probably the most comfortable zone for Loud. A Game 3 situation after a 45-minute barn burner. They are ready to play, looking better and better by the minute as well. Very comfortable in those team fights, especially with an Ocean Soul to back you up.
Yeah, and it feels like the more things change over, the more they stay the same. This is Loud as we've always known them. And
Yep.
we talked about kind of like the past versus history versus the future, history versus the future, right? Loud is the old guard. They are literally the old men. And you know what? It was supposed to be LTA South. This is supposed to be no country for old men, but instead they are popping up and they are doing the things they need to
Yes.
do. And for Furia, this is not the first time they've lost to Loud. They just lost to Loud last week, the end of the positioning phase. They don't want to do it again in the group phase. But the question is, want it or not, are you good enough to break history and forge a new path?
Yeah, I mean, we talk about that mechanical skill that they currently have, but sometimes the mechanical skill isn't always there on specific champions. Talking about that Jin a
Yeah.
little bit rough this time around. But not only that, the Mbessa having a track record in the LTA South of just not standing up to the hype that we always thought it would.
And in general, she's been falling off the world around. But in
Mhm.
here in the LTSL specifically, she's always struggled. Now below a 30% win rate with that fresh loss coming through. And okay, let's talk about the top lane because it to me it's not just the champion, it's also the players up there. Gigo
Yeah.
was invisible on the Ambessa when he fell behind, and we talked about how Gigo is Gigot or Gigon. He has very little in between. It feels like, and it last game feel exemplifies that, right? The fact that Robo himself is high variance and he was popping off the Renekton and Gigo was not popping off the Ambessa, it just feels way worse than it should. And so for game 3, going to game 3, I would love to see the teams actually build around their top laners. If you've got counterpick, which Gigo had, and he chose the Ambessa, if you're gonna do that, then I need to see whichever team has that counterpick really lean into that, really take advantage of that, especially in a meta where top lane actually carries.
And it's such a weird thought to have, but it's something that we've seen the entire series. And gone are the days of top lane island, top lane do everything else
Yeah.
and not, be in there in the game. And yet now we are watching it quite literally define this output. Looking at that bot side, though, the entirety of the series has also culminated in Root and IU, these two battling it out here in the bottom lane.
Yeah.
And we've also seen the variance there as well. The Kalista this time around might not have been the spotlight holder, but always making sure to have that correct damage, always being in the right position. I don't think I saw Root ever get tethered, ever get stuck in a position outside of that top lane, that one catch that we saw. And IU, we're really hoping for a good performance from him as well here in game 3 as we dive into the draft.
And in this game 3, Fury have opted for the blue side, so they will get first pick. Loud will get counter pick onto the red side. The ban's largely the same. And as much as we talk about top lane and bot lane, one thing we should quickly touch on is the mid lane because Tinones has been pinched quite a bit. And now that his Rise has been played as well with the Azir, with the Talia, where does Tinones go from here? They no longer have sort of an easy blindable pick they can pick in the first round. And I know he's got some pocket picks like the Swain, for example, but you only really want that against dive compositions.
Yep. Well, right now we are seeing Furia take a champion that we have seen utilized quite heavily in other situations. It is the Sejuani being banned out, I believe, in games 1 and 2 in various stages. So we are looking at a
Haha.
tanky game. We're looking at Tatu to have that value, and we're seeing the Mundo even on the faces of the players saying, all right, we see how it's
Okay.
going. Swapped over to the Maokai, though.
Okay, and Mundo has something that's been rising up a little bit in Prio, and I'm sure Tatu is aware of why it gets picked. The ability to ignore CC is actually incredibly strong to champions like the Sejuani, things like Zyra, even heck, Wukong struggles against it quite a bit. So, yeah, it's a bit of a cheese pick because it's a great counter individually, but it doesn't do anything for your team. So teams struggle to kind of use it themselves, even if it counters the enemy team. Maokai, much more normal handshake. Sejuani is the engage, Maokai's disengage.
Can be engaged depending on how you use that ult as much, but a blind
True.
pick Corki coming in here, possibly going into Tino's hands. We have seen it shifted into that bottom side before, but it is a nice to hold. Chase, though, locked in here. Furia are drafting that top side once again, as we mentioned. Gigo wanting a very comfortable lane matchup, but also hopefully defining how this game is going to turn out.
Yeah, and again, we kind of talked about last draft, right? The fact that Rumble, Gwen, and Jason are sort of top lane prios. Gwen because she outscales, Rumble because he's team warping in team fight or game warping in team fights. Jace because he wins out most of his lanes. And now that puts a test to Robo, which is what do you want to pick to answer this, Jace? Do you have something that can survive lane, especially when we were just talking about Hobble, Gigo, and Robo? It feels like whoever wins lane has a disproportionate impact on the game. Gigo managed to get his hands on the lane dominant pick. We do see Tets as well with the Silas. Blind, by the way.
Oh.
So, bit of a risky pick to come through. It does, interestingly, into Corki, it struggles
Oh.
immensely in the early game, but it does good after the laning phase once you start to scale up.
Oh, all right. Sleeper in the top side, kind of, I should say. Obviously, the Jace is gonna have a good time, but the Scion locked in here. It is gonna be up on that fun side of the map. I don't know. I will. Scions just hold a weird spot in my heart in one way or another, and Gigo is gonna be like, "Ah, oh, you didn't rise to the challenge. All right. We'll see how it plays out." Now, looking at the ADCs in the bot side, IU not allowed that Zerion. We'll see what spanned out from Furia.
Orbital, I know that you're not as familiar with the ancient history of this region, but people don't want to see Robo rise up to the challenge. His rise performance at, I think it was MSI or Worlds, scars the region to this day. So, thankfully, Rise already played was never an option. The Scion coming through instead against the Jace, which is a matchup we've seen more and more commonly. Scion can hold his own against the Jace. He won't get necessarily prio, but he scales up and becomes that infinite tank at the top side. And if you pick something like a Scion as well, you could put the Corki in the mid lane and go double AD carry for this composition with Loud and have a very incredibly strong front to back style of play. Or heck, put Corki in the bot lane, pick something like a Tristana in the mid lane for Tinones, which gives you a bit more peel as well to disengage the likes of this Silas, who's going to be looking to dive.
I like the fact that right now Fury are also understanding, considering the draft phase right now, you need to ban away some of those mid lanes to ban away the Cassiopeia, not allowing Tanones to possibly pull that one out in the face of a lot of this CC, a lot of this movement tech as well. The double ADC though, the Kaisa and the Zeri both denied away. Last man to come in here, last final seconds coming down. It is going to be the victors. So assuming that this Corki is headed into Root's hands, I kind of like that. Go ahead and take a look and see what will be coming out against the Silas.
Yeah, and Lao needs a lot more damage, and that's why we're seeing the Cassiopeia with the Victor bans, because those are champions that Tinones can pump out a lot of damage on and actually carry this team. There we go, double AD carry. We're running Ezreal in the bot lane, Corki in the mid lane. I like that a lot. And unfortunately, Redbird is not much of an enchanter player, or I'd be calling for, I think, an enchanter at this point. You've already got two tanks. You don't need another engaged champion to come through. Something like a Seraphine or a Karma would do absolute wonders with this. The shields would be a lot more efficient, and just having another like extra bit of damage coming out from the support role, I think, would really help this composition out. Fury, on the other hand, they're looking for their bot lane.
Oh, yes.
Are they? We want it mechanical. You're doing it! Okay, IU wants to put this game in his own hands!
Oh, and the old school as well. Normally we see something like a Milio, I think, come out here, but I'm guessing there's just not enough CC to warrant that. Instead, they go the all-out damage route of the Nami and the Lucian. This is going to apply a lot of pressure onto the back of this bottom lane. Root and Redbird are going to run the same style, the excellent backline the backline artillery with the Ezreal, with the Karma. These are known as poke. This bot lane, that spotlight is gone from the top lane. I'm so sorry. My eyes looking straight down here. IU and Root, thank you for this.
100% with you, Orbital. I am so happy. Like we're saying, Redbird's been playing a lot of engaged champions. To me, it was unfortunate because he used to have a very big champion pool. So I love the fact that he's on an enchanter. This comp works wonderfully well. And Furia, Lucian's a very interesting champion because we think of him as a champion that doesn't necessarily scale, that spikes in the mid game at sort of that 2-item power spike. But because he often does build Blade of the Ruined King, he actually isn't going to be terrible into the Scion composition where you can slowly kind of chunk those tanks. You've got a lot of mobility to kite around, and Scion will struggle to lock you down. So for Furia, yeah, it feels like they've kind of gone with the hands composition a little bit here. It's not about the team fight necessarily. We're saying that, okay, we've got Jace, which we think is going to win the lane. We've got Lucian Nami that we think is going to win the lane. And we've got Silas that scales up and becomes a late game split push threat that can also potentially look to dive in a lot of these team fights. And that means Tatu is the guy we're kind of looking at to set up these lanes for success. And as much as the bot lane is going to be very interesting in 2v2, I'm looking at Shinny and Tatu to see where they go. Because if Tatu gets his way, Furia is going to snowball really, really hard. If Shinny gets his way, they win that out, and then they look for that scaling, that front to back with an hyper infinitely scaling tank and double AD carries.
That's just a lot in the face right now because we are looking at this game number 3. Loud and Furia both going to be giving us a great time here. The only BO3 to go the distance here on the opening weekend of the opening week, I should say, of this group stage. And this time, the nameplates work. Let's go ahead and watch this bottom lane play out as we get the finale of the Furia versus Loud matchup. IU versus Root just one more time. And I love the fact that you can go ahead and see Cat Meow Kai roaming around on the Rift. That was, I'm not gonna lie, that was the funniest thing I've seen. I completely forgot that that is not a skill that's actively the game out there. I was not expecting that.
Yeah, it's like the skybox. You know, you got IU and Root just up there, you know, looking all serious at each other. You got like a little Maokai just screaming around.
Wait, that's actually live. Okay, that's actually pretty good. I love that.
Yeah. That is absolutely hilarious. Orbital, let's zoom out a little bit as well and take a look at what this means for the groups and
Yes.
standings, because we did get to see Red just absolutely slaughter Fluxu W7M earlier today. And now we get to see Furia and Loud kind of go back and forth. And with the way they've won and lost, on one hand, it looks good for Loud, the way they won, but the way they lost looks kind of bad. For Furia, likewise. And what that means is it doesn't feel like Group B has shaken out that clearly. It doesn't feel like we've got a very clear number 1, number 2, number 3, and number 4. It feels like we've got Fluxu W7M struggling to try and chase up with everybody else. And then we've got a lot of chaos. And it does feel like Red could take games off of these teams of Furia and Loud. It does feel like maybe they could even win a series. A best of 3, it's still kind of volatile. It's not as stable as a best of 5.
No, it's just, you're testing the limits of just about everything, as now for the first time it feels like we are getting that kind of interesting matchup of both supports having much less tankier health bars. Jojo and Redbird are like, all right, we can do this, we can do this. Oh wait, I'm losing a lot more HP. Root also stepping up to play a little bit closer, as trying to throw down that wave, but Redbird and Root stepping out to the side, throwing those mixed shots from Root, and we're still getting that fire. I love it. To be fair, we've seen fire the entire times. Every time we go to the multicam, someone's probably under 50% HP in one of the lanes. That's just kind of how it shakes out here in the series.
Fair enough, and we're gonna kind of see that across the board as well. Gigo going to try and abuse the range top side. Tina's going to abuse his in the mid lane, and in the bot lane. I did
Wait,
find
really?
the trade interesting, but are they actually hard coming to this top side?
I saw Robo and Gigo quite literally face to face the entire time, and I think Gigo was very comfortable because you had a nasty wave stacked up that was hitting the sign on the back, so kind of well played in that factor.
Yeah, and he knows the extent of this Jace. We used to joke about BR Jace as a meme. That, you know, we didn't have.
We used to do that with NA too. I mean,
true, yeah, you know, it's the LTA Jace, I guess. I don't know if Vladam had any great ones. And then we joked about Korean Jace because the Korean players were able to play it really well. But I do think this LTA South has grown as a whole, and Gigo, the way he's playing this Jace shows that he's very, very comfortable. He knows the damage numbers, and more importantly, he knows the trading pattern between Sion and Jace. So even if Sion gets the early burst of damage down, as the fight goes on, he'll win that out, and that's why he stuck into it. That's why he won that trade so heavily.
and we're gonna see this mid lane as well. Tuts and Tinones. The Corgi is ready to fly, but Tuts so far in and out of how these positions want to be, and is yet waiting for their own moment to kind of shine. I know we talked about how strong mechanically Tuts is, but I still want to see that gleaming moment, that moment where Tuts is the carry for the team, the one that pulls out the penta or anything like that. Gigo, though, saying, I'm going to get this kill on the top side if possible. Very little mana. I don't know if you have enough force shield. You should be able to regen it up. But man, is Gigo really taking advantage of this matchup, which we knew was going to space out like this. But how much gold are you actively going to get? That looks like a plate at 4 minutes.
Yeah, and that's the big question, right? That's the huge question for Gigo. Literally the $1,000 question. Can you get 1,000 gold coming out of this lane? Can you get a big enough advantage between CS and plates? And honestly, if it's isolated, it's possible, especially the way Gigo's been able to play that out. Tatu now getting aggressive. And we talked about this, right? The fact that for Shinny, you kind of want to make sure Tatu doesn't feel comfortable. But because Gigo's winning out and somehow Tuts is getting pushed prio, which by the way, is something we haven't talked about, but it's also absolutely insane. Tatu gets to go and invade, take away Raptors, and look to try and threaten to dive on Robo.
Maybe you stepped up a little bit too far. Great little knock up into the root, but not a whole lot of damage here. Gigo now rotating around, should have plenty of time.
Fine.
Look at the break, though. This might be a solo kill. It is! Tatu just swings the flail and says, down you go, cat. You are gone. First blood to Tatu.
Yeah, and that was why I was saying that you can look for a dive for Robo. I didn't expect Shinny to go quite that hard on that. I thought you just kind of avoid that, buy a bit of space, buy a bit of time, and then try and come back in after. But they just disrespected the fact that, yeah, Sedrani is really strong, has burst, and more importantly, Gigo is always going to use his back pocket. If Robo tried to commit for that any harder, Gigo comes in and it's 2 kills going to Furia instead of 1.
That is that's kind of heartbreaking. I'm not gonna lie. Watching that go down because now a lot of the reactionary play you're not gonna have as much before. Now, granted, for the Maokai, you're gonna be able to farm up. You're gonna be able to hit that level 6. You're still gonna have some of those pieces, but the fact that Tatu is now allowed to have that level 6 a little bit earlier, start influencing those lanes at a much faster rate, I'm scared for how quickly Fury are gonna try and turn this into an extended lead here in the early game. Bot side, of course, we're still seeing that basic mix. IU and JoJo just farming it up. I don't think we see a massive extensive lead for either side. So after the early trades, fairly quiet.
Yeah, well played from Roodood and Ripper. One thing we kind of didn't touch on was how they played the level 1. A lot of times Lucian Nami is actually not that strong at level 1. They need to hit level 2 to start bullying out. But because Roodood and Ripper got that early shove in and got the XP lead, they actually managed to mitigate a lot of the Lucian Nami strength all the way up to now. And because you're an Ezreal as well, you're going to get pretty safe. It's really the Karma who kind of has to worry if that lane starts to go south. Shinny looking at the bot side to see what he could find, but yeah, ironically, because Root and River are doing so well, IU and JoJo are not as overextended as they otherwise might have been.
I think they also expended a lot of mana. We're seeing IU and JoJo kind of sit down below about 20%, which is not optimal fighting mana.
Wow.
So it does mean Tatu and Shinny are quite literally the only two fighting right now. I love the fact that we talked about such explosive lanes and everything. It's literally the junglers fighting without laner presence. This is so ridiculous to watch, but I love every single moment of it. Shinny's like, bro, really, we're gonna play this game yet again, as somehow it is straight up like clockwork. Tatu in the top side once again. Robo and Gigo, of course, fighting it out on either end. Tatsu, oh, what a W. Shinny getting underneath that piece of the pie. But it does mean that everyone is out now. That's going to be a couple rockets stolen by Tuts. As Loud and Furia doing a dance I have never seen before.
Okay, well, if you've watched Tatu in CBLOL Academy back in the days when he was in Tier 2, this is how he plays, right? He's like a dog with a bone. If he gets an advantage, he will abuse it time and time and time again. And because of that, Tatu's effectively trying to 3-quadrant Shinny and just confine him to only that lower side where he can't even really gank because of the mobility and the safety of the Nami. But the fact that Shinny dodged out the Glacial Prison was massive. And because of that, Tatu didn't have enough damage. He was eating poke, from a lot of those saplings, especially from bushes. And Gigo was not in position to back him up, yet Robo still had a lot of health. That's no longer true, but it's too late. The Krugs are gone, Brit buff is gone, and Gigo needs to be careful for gank.
There's no flash, so I think Gigo has enough move speed out of here. Robo, of course, entering in from a little bit dangerous spot, but there's no real mana to play with. Gigo trying to farm that one up. But Robo playing with a lot of fire right there, only has the chain vest, and it's drawing Shinny right back in. So Tatu's just like, I'm in the zone right now. And as you said, playing that same style, playing that aggressive style, always trying to keep pacing. As Gigo goes ahead, clears out this wave, and is going to... Really? You're going to step up? You know Shinny's here. I don't know if this is a call. Flash is about to be up as well. And Gigo is playing with fire. I'm terrified right now, RMC. Level 6 being hit by Shinny because of that wave. Gigo is going to sprint their way to safety, but you don't get out fast enough. And it looks like you might have overextended once again. Gigo just taking away as much farm as possible. But Shinny getting that kill.
For better or for worse, Gigon or Gigon. It's funny because he had flash available. And you actually could have dodged out the Maokai ultimate. If you just kept running towards the side and just flashed, you actually would have cleared it. But he thought, nah, I'm going to save my flash. And I tell you what, I'm pretty sure Gigo's holding the flash, not to avoid a gank later. I think he's holding it for kill threat on Robo.
You know what? You can see that. Right now, though, Tinones has to flash away and not hold on to that one. Had to step away because Tuts and Tatu can output a lot of damage. With that being said, now this dragon that's been up for about, a good 4 minutes or so, you get a lot of questions about it. Neither team really putting themselves in a good position to take it because they don't really need it. It's a mountain drag.
No, because the game's been about the top lane, right? So both sides have been on the top side. And as much as, Shinny kind of won out that very long, drawn-out war of attrition to kill Gigo, it came at the price of the grubs. Because Tatu managed to secure that. And that's one of the reasons why Gigo is playing so aggressively, is to buy space for objective sakes to slow down Shinny, because all of this is coming at a price. Shinny is falling further and further behind. A 20 CS gap in the jungle is actually pretty big. That's not a normal number that we often see. In lanes, it's bad. In jungle, it's arguably worse.
I think it's about like 4 or 5 camps is what you usually look at. And we can see that even in the egg count right now. 18 stacks still left on Shinny. Only 12 left for Tatu. That's where we're seeing that explosiveness. Like again, for some reason we want to watch this topside battle as Robo just like clonk hits Gigo over the head, and Gigo's like, I hate you. I hate you so much for that right now. It's just a grasp proc, I think, at the end of the day, which is pretty funny. Now onto the Dragon side though, Tatu is actually rounding in and starting it up. We can see a split of Furia. They're leading a lot of their members down towards the spawn side, but Ayu's currently alone, so Root getting a chance to poke out, so Tatu not being able to fire off too much of a smite or an attempt on that Dragon.
Okay, both the bot lanes are level 6 as well, and I do feel like the Nami tidal wave is a little bit more impactful than the mantra upgrade that Karma gets, though it is more situational, right? It's a big ultimate with a massive cooldown. Shinny and Tatu are just trading. I don't believe there's any kill threat until I start seeing the other lanes look in.
Right.
Like, gone are the days where Shinny gets soloed in the 2v1 situation against Tatu. That was only, what, 6 minutes ago? But yeah, that's more than half the game ago, Orbital. Shinny's fine now. But neither team is going to feel comfortable until they get a lead somewhere, whether it be mid lane or bot lane. This mid lane, as we see Tino's back, that's fake because he still got teleport. And Tuts used his to get that advantage.
I love how we're talking about overcoming your past to look at the future. And Shinny's trying to do that on a mental skill right now, just like, I gotta overcome my past of losing my life. And it's I mean, there's a future for Loud as well. I mean, the squad, as we talked about, the veterans here in the LTA South having a long history, even in CB LOL, and still having a lot of history to their name specifically. They want this victory just as much as anyone else. They want to prove that, you know, hey, the experience is going to win out at the end of the day. We are going to continue to reign at the top. We are going to continue to be these masters of our craft.
Yeah.
And we're going to continue to be very strong players.
And if anything, I believe it was last week when they won. I believe it was an interview with Redbird. I don't remember if it was an IDL because I just read a transcript of it, where Redbird says like whether or not they lose to Furia, kind of like in a best of 1 doesn't matter. The best of 3s and best of 5 is where it really matters. So for Loud, this is where they really want to win. They didn't care if they won the positioning phase or not. But in the group phases, even if it's not an elimination match, for the sake of their mentals, they don't want to give this up, right? And I feel like more so than Ritbert, even more than him, it's Tinones and Robo I'm looking at, who really don't want to be losing this.
No, and Tinones for their own is unfortunately caught underneath the tower, so it's a clean tower dive, as well as Tuts is able to find one for their own. And we talked about the scaling factor. Well, Tuts already got the Rod of Ages, now building in with an extra 300 gold. You're going to start accelerating your late game factor for your team.
Yep, and while all that happened, prior to that, Tatu managed to grab the dragon as well. So that's 2 objectives going the way of Furia, plus the 2 kills. Again, the early game's looking really, really good for them. But let's not forget what happened last game, Orbital. Furia started well, and then Loud skilled, despite their comp, skilled back into the game somehow. So even as we're trying to break the shackles of the past, we are constantly looking back, and it's constantly scaring us. Again, this game, till Furia wins, I ain't counting Loud out.
I feel like both teams are running away from their past now. We keep talking about the past and future. What about the present, RMC? Well, the present is we don't know anything right now. We're just stuck here watching the clock.
Give me a fight and we'll talk about the present, Orbital.
Oh, we're terrified right now. Well, right now, it feels like Tuts is getting the shorter end of the stick, as it is going to be all 3 early objectives handed over to Furia's side. Tuts rightly relinquishing this bot side of the map. And it's understood that when you take somewhere else, you have to give on one side or another. Tuts, though, seeing quite a few eyes, not able to pop any extra gold into their name from that Krug camp. But it is only 2 plates for the 6 Grubs, which means that if Furia win a team fight, like he called for, they're going to have massive pushing power.
Yeah, or if they get first brick, they could also potentially get feats, which would help a lot with the pushing and the map rotations to come through from them as well. For now, though, the plates are actually surprisingly even. That actually does surprise me a lot, considering I thought Tinone's got 2 plates on the bot side, and Gigo was hard pushing top side, but I think they actually missed getting the second plates by a couple of seconds, hit the 14-minute mark, and just barely missed it. So early game, in terms of the turret pressure, fairly even. Kill and laning leads have gone the way of Furia. Ayu looking to pick up another kill of his own, but the barrier should keep Root safe. And Orbital, we might just have to wait for the next objective. Herald is in a minute, and I suspect that's the one that's going to count. Last game, Loud just ceded it over, or pardon me, I think Furia actually ceded it over to Loud last game without a contest. But given that Loud knows how strong 6 Grubs plus Herald is, I do expect them to contest for this.
Well, let's see exactly where Tatu wants to go. Tatu, once again, entering into this top side of the map where they found their solo kill before. And since then, it's been relatively quiet around the map. However, Robo might be in a very rough spot. Good bubble to slow things down here. And everyone is being called to this top side. Earlier
Yeah.
rotate, though, from Ice, so it's a 4v3. Good slam to come down to try and clear the way, but it doesn't really matter, so it is going to be a rush down of 1. 3 kills to the name of Furia, and Robo ain't going to get anything else from their bot side, though. Tin Owns about to get danced on here. It's a 1v1 for the Aegis, but Rockets did enough work to force Tuts back and not allow that fight to go any further.
Okay, pretty clean dive in the top side. They get out. Nobody got stuck under turret either. That should get them first break on the top lane, and they don't lose mid lane, and they get pry over grub. So really big win from Furia, and that's what we expect from this team, right? Like this series, we've looked a lot at individual mechanics, but really at the start of the year, when we looked at Furia, what we were expecting from them was actually good macro with Thinkard as their coach. So this game, at least, it feels like they're living up to those earlier expectations, where it's a lot about macro and maximizing their movements.
Movements right now being maximized as IU slams into Root with a decent 40%. And we are seeing the strengths of this Lucian Nami. We're still seeing that kind of build up as the Yuntal arrows are completed. Double tier, though, of course, for both the Corki and the Ezreal. But Dragon now going to be crying out here. Second Dragon is a Cloud, so another kind of a boring solo Dragon to have. I wonder what the soul is going to be. We've had Ocean twice so far. I wonder if it's just going to be an Ocean Soul game the entire way through.
If it's another Ocean Soul, I think Furia's crying at that point. Because that's what happened last game, right? They were winning, they got the first 2 dragons, and then loud stacked 4 Ocean Drakes and became unkillable. And with the Scion, it's already going to be hard enough to kill them. Imagine Robo again with that on a tank this time instead of Renekton. Disgusting. Redbird, first item completed. Interesting first item, too. He's rushing the Mikhails, actually. So they want that cleanse ASAP rather than any sort of, buff to attack or to AD or AP or any other sort of utility item.
Let's see if this Dragon is going to be sniped away, and it is right now for Furia, really showing not only their mechanical hands, but the smarts, as you called, Thinkard making sure, but heavy focus and emphasis on this macro game. 6 scrubs, 2 dragons, and it is going to be the infernal, fire and water mixed sometimes as IU calls out that culling in perfect position, forcing Root away. That always has to hurt. I mean, IU's done that twice now, forcing Root away from this laning phase and just kind of denying more. Granted, Root and Redbird are like, we don't really care about the HP right now. We just care about clearing the wave.
Yeah, fair enough. And again, they're just looking to scale, right? So clearing the wave is just that. Herald is up and available, is spawning. Robo was poking his head to try and take a look. But look at the setup right now. Fury have full control over the map. They don't care. And for Loud, there's just no way for them to even contest this. If anything, they are just trying to push out the waves and make sure that Fury don't just rotate Shelly into an immediate hard mid shove.
And I'm kind of curious, at this point, with how quiet the game's been, we do see that 2.3k lead, of course, for Furious side. They also got the boots. We do want to shout out. They got the feats as they wanted. But really, how is this going to lead into a victory? Because I feel like for Fury, they want to kind of push that pace. Tuts, of course, for their own, just like, well, I'm hiding out on the bot side. I'm getting 1v3'd once again. But is this a comfort level for either side? Do either side really enjoy just kind of waiting here? Well, okay, I keep asking questions. Maybe I should ask questions more often as we get to see a little bit of a pinch out, ult stolen, but not fully turned on here.
Yeah, just kind of hold the situation, the position, make sure that they don't lose a turret too loud for no reason. Herald charges the mid lane, they will secure that. Now, Orbital, your question regarding is it a comfort zone for either of these teams? Yes, it is. For Furia, this is good. They're accelerating the game. They've got a 3,000 gold lead, and that's been growing. Shelly gets another charge off. They can take more turrets. That's more gold. Their comp is built around snowballing. If we get to the mid to late game, their comp is actually not as strong at team fighting as Loud's is. But they are really good at these sort of smaller skirmishes. And they are very, very good at, if they got a lead, running it down. Look at Gigo just chasing Shinny that entire way. Look at the way Tuts was manhandling Tino's despite the lane swap. He's handling Scion.
I missed that so much.
I've never seen that.
On
That's hilarious.
So many different levels. You don't get that very often, and I have to kind of shout out the Baus, I feel like, only because we see Scion a little bit more prevalently. Oh my god, that is so funny. I loved every single moment of it. But as you rightly called, Furia in a comfort position with how much they're pushing. Even though it's been a quiet kill count, only 4 kills so far, we are going to get the Otacon roaming in here, and it is going to be a dangerous one to play against. Furia, though, for their own, continuing to manage to take over as Tatu gains further and further as they're now about 30 CS up in this count.
Yeah, and for Furia, that Articon is going to be a great spot to try and bring Loud into to fight, because that's what they want. More than stacking objectives, Furia just wants kills, and they want gold, and they want the ability to push in and take turrets. So if Loud answer or contest them at this Articon, Loud has to do it very, very carefully. Feeding kills over is the fastest way for them to lose the game. For Loud, as a team, they're in a comfort position, right? They're used to playing from behind. But as a composition, it's actually a little bit concerning. We've seen now that they have no answers to either split pusher. Both Gigo and Tuts, neither Tinones nor Robo have any sort of configuration in which they can try and hold these lanes against these guys. So for Loud, what Loud is trying to do right now is slow down the pace of the game. And if you can't do that passively by sitting back, you need to be more active and look for picks, look for ways to make things happen. And Robo, that's what he's looking for here in the mid lane, but they might have found Tatu instead on the other side.
It's a little bit more split. Tatu having to walk away, but Tuts ready for the re-engagement, and maybe they find it. Root having to flash away, gets an extra cleanse as well, which wasn't necessary, but they burn that anyways. Now a fight back as Shinny tried to jump in on Gigo, and Gigo running for their life as well. In goes the unstoppable onslaught, but it misses as everyone is just kind of piling in for the stockpile. The dogfight will continue. No one's fallen, but everyone is vastly hurt. Empowered Shock Blast going to force the rest of the fight out. Redbird is still very healthy. Root is as well, but no one falls in our first team fight, or what I like to call the stat check.
Yeah, the stat check just says nobody. Health is stronger than damage at this point, I guess. Defensive stats superior. That's what the stat check is telling us. And the fight, the way it played out as well, it's actually really important because while the objectives weren't up necessarily and it was only turrets for the take, whoever wins that fight gets prio in terms of setting up for the next objective and gets more gold for that objective to fight. It says a lot that Fury weren't able to win it, though, with a 3,000 gold lead. And it goes back to the composition. They're not the better front-to-back composition. Loud can rotate more easily their tanks between the Scion and the Maokai. Robo, no flash, no escape this time, but a lot of health. Has he bought enough time?
I might be. You lose your life, but you might be able to turn it around, and you can see Shinny hoping, but a good dash back brings him a little bit further away. Tuts is going to be able to heal up, and the rest of the team is here. Bubble lands on the back end, and they found the Ezreal. Once again, Root might not be in the best spot, and yes, Tuts lived because of that living. Loud is now silenced as they lose 1, 2, 3, and a 4. Fifth to fall as well. It's a triple for Gigo, and it's an ace for Furia as they take over the entirety of the map.
And like a gift from above, Fury get exactly what they wanted overall. After literally having the almost exact same situation in the mid lane, Fury weren't able to find kills. And then it goes to the bot lane. This time, the ultimates weren't available for Loud. And Robo gets caught out a little bit earlier. And because of that, the moment one tank goes down, suddenly the front line for Loud a lot more easily played through. The numbers advantage plays through. And like we said, whoever wins the fight gets the objectives, gets first move. Fury gets to get that. And they might even look at Articon. Fury, specifically Tuts for Fury is already up there, getting the vision down, getting the setup. And for Loud, their ults, they're coming back up, but they are not physically in position to stop Furia from setting up ambushes. We get a replay, and it's going to be the bot side replay. Tuts versus Robo, we already said, Furia wins out these side lane trades. They win out the 1v1s, and this time they actually get more people down here faster. So while Robo buys a lot of time, he's still effectively dead. And Loud, they were hesitant to pull the trigger. They didn't fully commit onto this. You're not seeing the speed buff from Redbird onto Root to get into the fight. So because of that, they weren't even able to finish off Tuts. And Tuts gets away with low health, but he is alive, can even look for a re-engage potentially. Whereas everybody else, you just kind of get run down. You already burnt a lot of your big abilities trying to hunt the initial fight onto that Silas, which didn't result in anything. And Furia, yeah.
Yes! Yes, the pop-off is so real here and necessary because, again, that's our first real team fight, and it was so well called. I also want to shout out the fact that that Tatu, I believe, had a huge heads-up read in finding Root. Root had stepped up in that fight as well, and that was a big reason why it kind of felt like it lopsided. Root just wasn't able to ponder the damage because you were dead. So very well done by Furia. You called the fact that everything is now leading up towards this top side as Furia. They've won the fight. Condition number 1 completed. Now they're going to look to steamroll the rest of this game in. We are about 24 and a half, reaching about 25 minutes. Death timers are going to start climbing up a little bit further, and we're going to have to wait and see how this pans out. Tut's at about 3/4 HP, and it looks like Loud are going to try and take Tatu's life. A great ult backwards, though, to deny as that Glacial Prison is going to be used. Out goes the stolen Maokai ultimate, as this is yet again another string, but the True Shot Barrage does enough damage, and now the true strength of the Cats is called out, and down goes Tatu, but the bottleneck for Loud. How long are they going to live? They live for long enough. Well done. You grab one, and you don't lose anyone on your end. Loud finding a small kill for their own.
Small kill, but big after effects. They've slowed down the game, and we said that's all Loud need to do. Again, great rotation between Robo and Shinny to trade damage off and on so that the two tanks are soaking everything, and it's giving Tinones and Root space to play front to back. For Furia, they were looking for the picks themselves. Again, going for the objectives is secondary to setting up for kills, and they were baiting Loud in, but they didn't have full control over the area. And now they also lost a TP from Gigo because Gigo was split pushing bot side. And so Fury didn't need to rush any plays up top. If anybody shows for Gigo, they go for the objectives. If you try and stop them from the objectives, Gigo pushes into your base. That option's not on the table. They can use Tuts instead in the bot lane, but to a certain extent, Tuts is a little bit riskier. He's not ranged and he doesn't have to speed up to get out. He has a couple of dashes. So I'm curious to see if Fury kind of redo that setup with Gigo joining the rest of the team and Tuts split pushing bot side instead.
And I actually kind of like that. You're very much stacked up, but you still need a little bit more time. You're rushing into that Zonya's next, so yeah, you can go ahead and bring that poke damage in as well. Gigo feeling probably very confident about that one. But I like their grouping in general. We are seeing Furia now look at that Baron, which is next global ejected dragon is up in about 1:50, which would be soul point, by the way. So whether we like it or not, about 2 minutes from now, we are going to see explosiveness one way or another. But as you called rightly so, Gigo and the rest of the squad of Furia rotating in through this jungle, clearing out all of the vision. While, of course, Robo does Robo things, but it is going to be that pace of play. Tuts pushing up to the top side. Eyes out in wonder as Furia realize they are on a tiny bit of a timer. If they stall a little bit too long or get stalled out, they might be in some trouble. IU with a great standstill, standing away from that Mystic shot, and is going to actually retaliate with the culling to the back of Redbird and Root.
Redbird flashing away, not feeling comfortable or confident in being able to do that. And because of that, Furia get to fall back on the outscan. I was a little bit concerned with how that series of events had played out. Double teleports into the bot lane. Robo, I think he's still dead.
Yeah, the question is, can you get anything else from this? And it looks like none. You might be able to clear the wave is about all. And, you know, you're okay with that one. What you have done as well is watch this top side go down. While that bot side kerfuffle was going on, Fury go ahead and clear out the Otacon, which was that Ruinous. You go ahead and collect all the extra flowers as well. Permanent buff to your name just in time for the upcoming dragon fight. Tower falls though, so Loud, unfortunately, I think all left the base before that gold got into their pocket. Still though, Loud get a little bit more space to play with.
Yeah, that's fine. Robo actually cleared 2 turrets, so that's it cut the gold gap from that 6,000 we were looking at, 6,000 plus, down to just under 5,000. And they get first move onto the Baron, onto the Giant, pardon me, which they use to get vision for now to see if they can try and make any of these plays happen. As you mentioned, this is Soul, Infernal Soul edition, a big burst of damage to come through. So Loud do want to contest this. Unfortunately, for all the vision they got down, they didn't get any behind. So again, no flank. Robo's got to charge in from the front.
And here's the deal as well. We talked about the fact that in game number 2, it was the Ocean Soul to really help out. Right now, game number 3, the Infernal would help overcome some of that damage scaling that they do want. Everyone kind of bodied out. Tut stealing that ult. Big miss on the Glacial Prison. Smite goes down, but the Soul is taken. And I think for the rest of the time, it's going to be Fury trying to walk away, but they're getting bottlenecked here by Loud. Loud wants some revenge. Great 2-man knockup from the side of Robo, but can you get any extra damage? That's all poke, but no bite right now as IU steps up to play. And now it's Furia to fight back. Tuts in the front line. Gigo popping him out. Tatu flashing forward and jumping at least in the leap. And it's gonna be to annihilate it. Another empowered shock blast. And Redbird runs her like Gigo ready with the blast again. And they are just at the shooting range as the chains finally land. Roots survives, but no one else does as Furia look to close this series.
Is this it, Orbital? Have we broken the shackles of the past? Fury pushing in 20-second, 30-second death timers on the side of Loud. And with the Infernal Soul, like the Infernal buffs give them more damage as is. Root desperately trying to end, but he gets picked off, maybe?
Nope. Nope, very nice
Oh.
kite back. The Arcane Shift is able to keep you safe. Rest of the team now joining, and they are low HP, but they're going to try. That's what you want.
Oh,
IU
there
shuts
you
it
go.
down. The man of the series and the man of the hour as Furia claim the first 3-game best-of-3 series.
And for Furia, what a statement, big win for them as well. They've exorcised their demons. They've come back from a loss in the positioning phase. They've taken down the bad thing. Furia fans, yeah. There you go. Super happy to see these young kids starting to grow up, starting to pop off. And it means a lot as well, Orbital, because it shows how scary this team can be. In best of ones, anything can happen, right? They fell from first place to second place because of that surprise loss to Loud in a best of one. But give them more games, and they're showing that we have the ability to play through multiple games. We are actually benefiting from full fearless. Our drafts are solid. We are not scared, and this gives other teams less chances to upset us.
I feel like it's only right that Tuts was playing the Silas, break the chains, break the bonds that have held them from the past, and they do get to look forward. And now that
Yeah.
also puts Loud in a very precarious position. We just talked about it. We saw game number 1, as well as now game number 3. The fact that Loud looks so kind of restless in their play leads us to have some concerns if they do and when they face off against Red, who are looking like they are on a warpath back to their former glory. I'm terrified for that matchup even more now.
Yeah, and for Loud as well, we were just talking about how, River in an interview was saying that they are better at best of threes and best of fives. And the fact that they just lost to Furia like this, I wonder if that's going to prey on their minds when it comes to their games next week as well, and how that's going to sort out. Now, for next week, though, Loud is lucky because they're not going to be facing Red next week. Next week, on Saturday, they'll be up against Fuxu W7M, so they will still have time to kind of recover a little bit. But Furia is going to be the one facing up against Red. And right now, riding this high, riding this momentum, I think it's going to be very good for them. Specifically for Gigo in the top side with that Jace. He crushed that lane. And we talked about how, Gigo could be either very good or very, very bad. If he's got momentum going for him and he's feeling very, very good, man, that top match against FMV, that's going to be one I really, really want to watch.
Maybe just without the Mbessa. Or you clean up the Mbessa. Hey, listen, highest in the LP charts right now in the top lane. Maybe you go ahead and show up that Mbessa along the way. Either way, Furia look amazing now, fighting tooth and nail to the bitter end. I'm excited for this Group B and as well as for Group A, as we are 1 week done with the group stage of this side of things. And of course, there are more matches to be seen throughout next week as well. If you like what we do here with the LTA South, please go ahead, like, follow, subscribe if you have the chance as well, and also follow us on the socials throughout. We have X as well as YouTube, where we do have a podcast, which I believe RMC makes a very often appearance there, talking about the matches before, talking about some of the ups and the downs and all the all-arounds. Thank you so much for tuning into the LTA South, though. My name is Orbital. With me has been RMC. Big shout out to Roodood on production, stepping in to make sure we have this Sunday available for your viewing pleasure, and we'll see you all next time.